Alrighty, I think we're live. I'm back. Been a while. Was it 2 weeks or something? I think I just missed 1 week, right? But that makes it feel very long when you only stream twice per week. Ugh. I feel like my camera's quite low down. It's like in slouch mode for me. Later on I'll be down here. Alrighty, let's go. So we're back. Satisfactory continues, of course. After the last stream, I think we got Rocketfuel up and running. I think. And I was doing something with the aluminum plant. But all of that's pretty much done now. So today I thought we could go around some of the bigger factories and get them up to speed. We have more power now than ever. So yeah, we should be able to turn on things and run them at 780 per minute. Until we get to the next tier. Belt speed. Hello! Hey, Brian and Jamichael and Stockvis and Dan and Sourcegood. Good morning, Stefan. And Chris and Genome Cop. Morning, good morning. Been looking at some more New York Times recipes again. I probably didn't look at any for almost a month for a while. I just mentioned this because Genome Cop's the one that gifted it to me. So been cooking some interesting foods, or at least different for me anyway. Not that interesting overall, but like, you know, different pastas and trying different things. Back. Alright. I think I immediately slouched down actually just there. Okay. Hope everybody's doing good. I don't have a super big plan for today. Just chill, hang out with you guys as per usual, and then yeah, just work on little issues that we might kind of run into at the various factories. So this is the aluminum plant, of course. I think I'd left it and it was pretty much running. I dare say perfect. Not quite. I think there was like a couple of issues like really far down and we saw like a little flickering now and then. But we'll just come back and see how things are shaping up. I did have some comments and people chatting with me mentioning like there was someone in the DMs like with a really long comment. I don't mind. It's just it was a lot to read. To do with how I had overcomplicated how we're doing the train unloading thing. And they were kind of saying like, oh, it'll just get there eventually anyway, as long as the miners don't get backed up. But my whole thing was like, well, the miners are getting backed up because they might not be loading and unloading evenly. So that's why I spent so long trying to make sure that that was okay. But then they had another retort and said like, no, like, I don't think you're getting it. And I'm sure they're probably right. Just haven't read that fully yet, so it was a really long response, so I'll need to get to that. So maybe there's issues or something, but we'll see. Or I just did it in a complicated way, but it works. I'm okay with that. Right, so we'll just head down to the turbo fuel factory for a little bit. Just check it's all good, and then, I don't know, maybe I'll go to the copper caterium factory and see if we can ramp it up to 780 per minute. That would involve setting up a lot of awesome things to keep it running, though. How's the kitty? He's good. He's not here. He's walking around somewhere. He's not in this room, I mean. He's been sunbathing all morning out like we have like a... We don't have a proper balcony, but we have like... You would assume it's a balcony. It's like double doors that open out into like what would basically be like a little fence. There's nowhere to step out to. Anyway, he's just in front of the double doors, just like sprawled out asleep. In fact, I have a tiny video of him here on my phone. I could move it to my PC, or I could maybe just try to show it on the camera. Bear with me. It's very quick. It's super quick. In there, yeah, it's hard to see obviously because it's like super bright. He's like on a big quilt. Turn down the brightness, it might look better actually. It's still hard to see. Now it's like not bright enough, but he's between two plants on a big blanket. And the sun's shining in. He's just sitting there. He's just hanging out. But he's doing great. He's healing very well. He's walking around loads. Jumping a little bit now. He still goes into the crate every night. Just because... Or if we leave the house. Just in case we're not there. But he's basically... I would consider, you know, pretty much fully mobile. Maybe not fully. I think as a normal cat, he'd be jumping a lot more. Trying to jump high. He's only jumping a little bit. We try to tell him not to. But he's getting along with our other cat really well. So they're getting along and they're playing, chasing a bit. He's still a bit too aggressive with her, just a little bit. Like she'll kind of yell and he'll still keep going. So we have to kind of separate them. But then other times they do just kind of run back and forth and play around. And they seem to be cool being right next to each other and everything. So that's good. He's integrating well. But yeah, the last thing for him is just to go to the vet in about a week and a half's time to get his final x-ray and see how he's doing. So once that x-ray is done, then he won't have to sleep in the cage anymore. He can just be totally normal. He's almost on no medication now as well. Anyway, he's like 8 months. Yeah, something like that. That was the educated guess. People thought he was like a year old based on his size, and then based on his teeth, they were like, no, we think he's like 6 months. So we don't know, but yeah, 6 to 8 months. We're gonna count it from, I don't know. We haven't actually decided what should his birthday be, and where should we count it from. Yeah, we'll have to think about that. Everyone says he looks big for his age, but every other cat we have is way bigger than him, and the vet was like, oh, he's probably done growing. It's like, I don't know, man. It seems like he's gonna grow to me, but what do I know? It's hard to tell. We're convinced as well that, you know, there was another cat, his brother, and we just saw him recently outside, like in the same place we found him, basically. And his brother's bigger than him. If it is his brother, we don't know. It looks exactly like him. But that cat's definitely like a little bit bigger than him. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Sahil. Muffin Jones, what a great name. Thanks for the kind words. How do you get those nodes of materials without making it too ugly? I don't like making big-ass belts. How do you get the nodes of materials, okay, without making it too ugly? I don't like making big-ass belts. I've got a blueprint that can kind of mask it and make it look a little bit better. If I just hop outside for a second, I can show you one. It all depends, though. You know, it depends. If you don't want to make... It all depends. You could spend forever making every deposit look really nice, and it's difficult because they're offset from the world grid, right? But we'll just walk over to a deposit I have just in the distance over here. It's not too far. It's just about over there. We'll just go to that for a second. I'll show you how I made that one look. And it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. And then there's other versions where I've done it in a really uniform way. So this one's like a custom way, okay? So it's like there is a miner here. It's just underneath, and it just pumps up. There's a... That's funny. I have never seen that before. I mean, I've seen this before where it's going backwards. Remember, this is loaded from an old save, so there's some visual oddities or whatever. And we're playing on experimental. But anyway, the point being that this miner, you know, is built on a little platform. And then above that is my road network. So I didn't want the roads to come down. Instead, I brought this stuff up. But I have a little fence going around it to kind of make it look maybe a bit better. Other times, though, what I often do is I have a blueprint. I can't remember the name of it because I don't really use this save as much. I think I remember the name. Enclosure? Yeah, deposit enclosure. So it's like a deposit could be in the center of this. And this is just like a straight up enclosure or a little shed for it. So wherever I build the deposit, I build one of these around it. And that way it's just super quick. Don't have to worry about it. You know, I've just built a one size kind of fits all. And the miner will be in the center of this coming out. Seems fine to me. You know, but it all depends on the situation. Are you using roads? Like, so I use this on roads. It's like, yeah, it'll go on next to a road and then the miner goes into a truck station. Other times I build very specific things where it's like inside the factory and maybe it has a doorway that leads into that room. Something like that. So how do you do it? You know, it all kind of depends how much you're willing to put into it, but yeah. The stream keeps stopping for you. Yeah, no one else seems to be saying that. Hopefully, it sounds weird to say, but hopefully it's just you. Yeah, try a different browser or refresh or something, and maybe it could work. Or just like pull out on your phone really quickly and just see, is it your connection or is it the computer? Is it the browser? You gotta like start figuring that out. And I am having a good day so far. Thank you. Thanks, Ton. All right, so hopefully that answers that. All right, let's decide what we're gonna do. I wanted to just check that power is okay. I think for the most part it is. The little fluctuation we have seems to be coal. We could go into the coal power plant and sort that place out, actually. That might be kind of nice. Ramp it up to 780 per minute. That's what it was designed with in mind. Although I think we can only do 600 per minute. Because we don't have Mark III miners yet. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. Coal could be a fun one to go down to first, because it's quick, easy, hopefully. And then maybe after that, we'll go to the copper caterium one and start ramping up everything that takes in. That could be cool. That's a bit more involved, but it would be fun because I could put in elevators and things into the stairwells. Really like try to complete that factory. Another job that we have to do is like, I now make, you know, I don't even know how much, 12,000 scrap per minute, something like that. We got all the aluminum going. But we still have to turn that scrap into ingots. So I think each one needs 18 smelters, and there's 6 of them. So there's a lot to build there. Not actually that bad. It can be blueprinted pretty easily. The smelters and the input and output of it. But yeah, that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. Just kind of building up these factories. Now that we've like got this new power threshold, it's like now everything can be turned back on. And brought up to their full potential. If I recall correctly, I've got a bunch of Alclad for the 780 per minute belt speeds. So this is the reason that this place is fluctuating. I just pulled some of the water out of one of the existing extractors. So let me just see how much is needed, and then I can build an extractor dedicated to it. So it's, say, 240, so about 60 water. 18,946. 18,946 times 3. 56.838. Just want to make sure they are the same. Yep. Alright, so we need an extractor with 56.838. Come out of this place. We'll flip this one back onto its old network.
Expand more.
These all just run at 120, I think. Or, well, actually, well, we'll figure that out soon. Started now. Okay, that was weird. Bit of a delay on it. Alright, so that's ready to go. We'll just, like I said, just for a little, to keep this running for a minute, just temporarily pipe something up to here. Oh, that was weird. It was the link to my chat. Copy that again. There we go. 56.84. And hopefully that'll just work. Then we can work on cleaning this place up. I've been wondering what people feel about rocket fuel or ionized fuel versus nuclear power. Is ionized even worth it after like 200,000 megawatts of rocket fuel? This is what I've heard ultimately, is that rocket fuel is just so powerful that it outweighs doing nuclear because you have to deal with waste. And I haven't heard too much about ionized, but I think, again, it's like not worth it because you have so much with rocket fuel. By the way, I didn't see from... Oh, I did see Sahil. Yeah, love watching streams. Keep it up. And how am I? I'm good. Thank you for asking as well. Yeah, rocket fuel is more than sufficient to finish the game, even with very large factories, it seems. So it almost seems like nuclear is just for the fun of it. I almost feel like they should, with a future update, if they don't want to downclock rocket fuel something, which they probably should, but if they don't want to hurt people's saves by lowering the amount of power they have, they should probably, in my opinion anyway, give nuclear like another use. Like something you can do something with the nuclear rods or the fixonium or whatever to make it worthwhile, because you don't need it. So if it had a use, maybe you'd just be encouraged to build it anyway. Right, so I have to break out the Mila note for this factory, but actually we could do that right now. Got it here. Blue Crater Power. So I wrote this long time ago. I don't fully remember it. Coal power setup, Blue Crater. Is this it? The coal miner... I'm blocking a bit, but I can't zoom it. There we go. Yeah, I can't really show you. The coal miner is overclocked to 250%, providing 600 coal per minute. Oh, so this place was designed with 600 per minute in mind. Didn't know that. That's great. It'll be 6 coal per minute. Oh wait, 600 with a Mark III. Really? What can we get with the Mark II then? That would just be 300. That seems low. Just quickly check that. Yeah, it's the challenge of doing it. Exactly. Like, if you're all about, like, getting a bit more out of the game, doing nuclear, I'd recommend it. It was the most fun build I've done, I would say. For me, anyway. So I'd definitely recommend just doing it for the fun of it. But if you're more about the efficiency of things... Oh, yeah. If you're more about the efficiency of things, then I suppose there's no real reason. 300 per minute. They're all the same clock speed. 36912. Okay, in that case, there's not really much we could do here. I thought we could upgrade it, but I guess not. 6 coal per minute in surplus. This can be... That's... Oh, yeah. Because everything's clocked to 88.888. You need Mark II pipes, Mark III miners, and Mark V belts. Well, we don't have Mark III miners, so... I guess we can't use it, or do anything with it extra. Not that it matters anyway, oh my god. Using Mark II belts, we can achieve 120 coal per minute. The initial setup, oh yeah. This is so funny reading this. I don't remember writing all this stuff. God, I have no memory of this. So weird. Setup provides 178 megawatts of power. Oh, that was the temporary setup. Oh, yeah. Alright, cool. Well, I guess there's not much to do there then. We'll just leave it as is. Hopefully it will stabilize though now that the water is back up and running correctly. It'd be nice to get a flat power line. I'm not going to go crazy about it though. We'll just keep doing other things. But it would be nice to try to get it consistent. It's just a matter of having enough water now coming in, I think. Oh, and I'm siphoning away some coal, actually. No, that's not good. Oh, that's just for the vehicle's truck route. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we could do biofuel deliveries soon. And then this won't be a problem anymore. Yeah. And this thing's full anyway. But it is consuming a little bit every time the truck makes its route down to here. And what is this? We've got a dismantle crate. Oh, is my inventory full? Oh, yeah. There's some stuff. Alright, anyway. Didn't these nodes change? These ones? No, I don't think so. I remember with this update, this save file, when it moved to 1.0, it wasn't like none of the nodes changed except for the sulfur node. And then I believe there was an additional node placed here. So it was like, oh, you could use a bit more if you wanted to. But nothing I built had to change. Which was just pure luck. I mean, they seemed to change almost everything in different places. Like in the middle to north of the map, if they were making changes at all. Alright, well, I'll just leave this place. It's fine. We'll come back to it if we need to. It would be nice to set up a remote delivery, a drone delivery at some point. We don't have drones yet. But once we get that, then this could just be replaced with a biofuel delivery, and then it's fine. Alright, well, in that case, let's move on. We'll go to the copper caterium, and we'll start figuring out how to get that up and running. That's going to be a bit of a... That's going to take a while. So, well, it'll be fun. I'd like to build elevators and stuff in there, too. Oh yeah, we're making rocket fuel. What am I doing with the extra rocket fuel? Am I burning? I think I'm burning it at the moment, but in future we'll siphon some of it off into packaged rocket fuel. Oh yeah, and we're giving that to the drones. I remember now. Because I have some on me. I was like, why do I have that? Yeah, I remember now. Cool, alright. Coal amount is also depending on the purity. Yeah, there's 4 nodes there and they all have the same purity, so I guess they're all normal purity, which is... Is it normal to have 300 per... That must be impure. Are they impure? I am confused about this. It does feel low. But it's consistent with what I wrote down, so it must be accurate, but... Probably just losing my mind. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. Sort of ads. Actually, you can just log into this thing to turn off these ads. Right. They're just normal. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I am being stupid, yeah. So it's 300 per minute at Mark 2 when it's normal. I keep thinking, like, 300 at Mark 3. It's like, we're not at Mark 3 yet. I keep thinking that. So, yeah, it can be 600 each. That's fine. That's what it was built with in mind. So, all good. People did mention you can switch the branch up here to experimental. Not that any of this has changed, but it recognizes some of your save stuff a bit better as it's been updated, so that's good. I realized as well you can actually turn off everything here. I used to say like, oh, so annoying that you have to turn it all on, but you don't. You can actually just turn on all the nodes or turn them all off. You still have to go individually per category, but still better. Thought I would just mention that. All right, let's hop back in. Hey, Major, you think these skills could be applied in real life? I don't know how true that is. Maybe. I think being organized, just this game has helped me be a bit more organized with certain things. Although, I don't know, I was kind of organized anyway before that. I'm not sure if it was me being organized made me better at the game. Or, like, did the game help me become more organized? I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, definitely keeping a log of all that stuff makes your life in the game so much easier. You know, I was able to just look up really quickly, like, what does this factory do? Think of how long it would take me to really look at all the machines and try to figure that out. Because it happened over a year ago. It's like, I don't know. So it takes a lot off your mind as well when you're like, oh, you could just pop it in a little document and have it over there forever or for the future. What's the plan? Yes, the plan is to beef up the copper caterium factory there in the distance and make it run at 780 per minute and see if that's even possible. I think it should be. It does mean that all of these deposits... So basically, let's go over it. Every little orange man deposit thing here, this is a copper node. And all the copper is pulled up by these trucks and brought into the copper and caterium factory. The same is true for the caterium here. And is there... Is it just one? Yeah, I guess so. The caterium, copper, and coal all make their way into there on the road network. So, as long as these are all running at their max speed, we should be able to increase the throughput of all the belts. There's a lot of belts, though, so it's a lot of upgrading. But I think I've got all the documentation to be able to do it, so... Anyway, the only way we can really test if it runs correctly, though, is if we set up awesome syncs. I can do one other thing, which is turn off the trains from my compass. I want to clear the top compass, yeah, better. Why type of copper? Whoop. I don't understand the question, I guess. So there's 12,000 copper ingots per minute in there, potentially. So basically, this is a factory I designed way long ago, where it's like, it takes in all the copper from the south region, the grassy fields. And it was just like, oh, what if we just had one factory that did copper, and then we never have to think about copper ever again? So we'll use the entire biome's copper. We'll use it using a recipe where we mix it with caterium. That way you get tons of, like, you just get more out of it, basically. And we'll use it as a pure recipe, so we're also pulling up water underneath. So into, like, tons of... So there's, like, 400 refineries pulling up water and copper ore that's being delivered into 4 truck stations here. And why trucks and stuff? Well, we didn't have trains yet, because this was done early on in the game, actually. It's just a huge, way bigger project than I should have ever done it, really. So there's 8 belts, all bringing in copper, and it's not fully running yet, because it was designed with a belt speed of 780 in mind. The idea being, hey, if we build this to the max belt speed in the game, which at the time was 780, then I'll never have to, like, do anything to it other than just upgrade the belts and turn machines on. That's the goal. Now we've just achieved Mark 5 belts, so we can upgrade it. and we can turn everything on. This is like the full design of the factory. Now, not everything has been allocated. There's 12,500 or something like that copper ingots per minute. And I think I only have a plan to use 4,000 of them in stuff. But we can definitely use the other 6,000 other things. For instance, we just built an aluminum plant. We have scrap. And I know that if we make scrap into aluminum ingots, if we mix it with copper, we get way more alclad and casing out of it. So it's worth bringing some copper up there. So we'll build like a station or something into the top of this. So basically, this is like the place that always does copper. What type of copper ingots? Yeah, it's the pure recipe, like pure ingots. So just to follow the factory for the moment. And hello, Jerry. We force truck stations. All the copper rolls in this way. It goes downstairs into a belt release room where you can choose to let it flow or not. If you do let it flow, then it snakes its way around to... You know what? It's probably best just to show the diagram. Right, so... Episode 8, Copper. Copper Caterium Factory. Isn't it? This is it. Right. Total factory logic. Jesus Christ. Alright, so 5,460 copper ore comes in. It gets made into 13,650 ingots when mixed with water. We've got 1,560 caterium, which gets made into pure caterium, 780 per minute. Get half out of it. 8,400 of this copper, at least at this time, whenever I made this diagram, was unaccounted for. It just goes in storage or wherever. Used quick wire, 4,620 per minute, not being used. 2,400, you know, so this needs to be updated because some of this stuff is now being used a little bit. This hasn't been updated since then. What else do we have? The copper group logic map, right? So this is it, really simply put. We've got 5 extractors. They're doing 520 water. The water's been divided, between 2 groups of refineries. Each group of refineries has 2 groups within it of 13 each. So they're called refinery blocks. There's 13 and then another 13, just layered next to each other. Each block is divided into 2 outputs. Yeah, 487 and 487. I think that's correct. Let me read this. This logic map is an example of 4 blocks, 8 rows in a group. Yeah, that's right then. In total, there are 14 blocks of copper refineries in this factory, in 4 groups. The groups are A, B, H, I, C, D, J, K, E, F, L, M, and G and N. G and N received the remaining copper from truck station's manifold setup. It was very well documented. This is really funny to me reading this. I just can't believe I made this. It's like someone else made this. Every truck station has its 2 outputs, 780, 780. There's 4 groups, right? 4 truck stations. 8 belts in total, carrying copper ore. The target is 780 per minute, Mark 5. And then all these refineries do that. That makes sense. I know that. Obviously, that's fine. But the refineries are upstairs. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were asking what the recipe was or not. I wasn't even fully sure myself. Yeah, but it's the pure recipes for both. Because then they get merged with each other. Where am I? Oh yeah, I need to get rid of this and put an elevator in. Floor 2 is where I was looking to go, sorry. There we go. The actual refineries. So these are the caterium ones. And we're making more than we need, so they're a bit backed up. There's reset cycles that we can do on all of this stuff to make it work again, though, fully. So that should be no problem. But yeah, so basically just a ridiculous amount of refineries. So as you can see, they're double layered, right? So there's one here in a single block, and then every block is broken into 2 segments. Right, so they're broken up between each other. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and it goes all the way down for like 8 or something like that. 7, I think. So it's 14 in total. And then they show their output here. So a lot of them aren't moving at the moment because they didn't have the power for it, or we didn't have the belt speed, one or the other. Some of them are stalled or making more than they need. That's fine. Cool. Right, so before we get this place up and running, it does now connect into another factory, and this is where it gets kind of complicated. It connects to let's see, the motor factory, I think. Yeah, so the motor factory handled in the copper caterium facility is one of the blocks. Right, so 52 refineries. Is that right? 26 net. No, it's 2 blocks. Yeah, 2 blocks of refineries send the copper ore into 130 constructors. So 1950. This is going to take so long. This will be fun though, figuring this out, I think. So we should work our way back from the end result. Try to make sure that things are running correctly. So 28 assemblers doing motors could be a good target to get that up and running correctly. Because we can do that now. There was also the silicon factory, which connects to the copper caterium factory. I'm slightly blocking this again. But this much copper sheet needs to come from the copper caterium factory. And this much quick wire. So these are 2 things that are being fed over from that place. So let's get all of this up and running correctly. I think that's the goal for today. And then we'll get these factories working, and then we can decide to go back into the copper caterium factory and build up further. Not add more to it, but just make sure it runs correct. Yeah, no, don't worry. The red lights are... This is because all of this is controlled red lights on purpose. The blocks are literally powered down. Yellow lights would be more a problem, because they're powered on, but they're not working, right? So there's something off with those ones. Which way am I going here? North? No, I want to go south. Should just drive around in here, to be honest. Get one of those. You could get those little factory carts, but we need something bigger and faster. Sorry, I was looking at the compass. I actually need to go east. It takes 2 minutes to put in an elevator. Why not do it now? Ah, we don't need to do it now. We'll do it later. Because if I put in one, we've got like 6 towers in this. I'd want to put them in all of them. I'll do it. Just not right now, because we're gonna leave this place anyway. Yeah. So why is there lots of red lights? It's because this controls all the factories that are on, or all the blocks that are on or off right now. So remember, it was built. This place was built when I had tier Mark 3 belts, and it was built with Mark 5 belts in mind. So when we build it up, now that we've got the power to actually turn it all on, we also have to make sure we have the ore coming out of the ground. So some of it would require Mark 3 miners, which you don't have yet, but we can work all that out later. So they all have their controls. They all have the water controls as well, because you need to feed the water in first. So to make sure that the copper keeps flowing, we can then send it into awesome sinks temporarily before turning it back into getting the water into all the machines. Right, anyways, the only diagram I did was for copper sheets, so we decide which ones go into what and what gets made where. And that goes into the silicon factory. Yeah, so that's accurate. I was just making sure it's up to date. So 606.66 recurring into circuit boards. But I never listed the other stuff. Okay, that's fine. Right, so we'll just go into the other factory and start working from there. And we need to do it from this direction. Yeah, rocket fuel for trucks and drones. Rocket fuel for drones. Biofuel for trucks. That's what I'm doing. Why don't you make videos with a webcam? I'm really a boring person. A lot of people don't like webcam, so I just leave it for the live stream. I used to stream without it on the I used to stream without a webcam for a long time too. And a few people asked for it, so it's like, okay. I'm not a very animated person generally, so why don't bother? I really don't think it would add anything to the videos. With you guys, I'm responding, I'm looking at you, letting you know when I'm reading your stuff. But in a video, like, I wouldn't have much emotion, let's say. Why do you make biofuel when you can't automate it? Because you can make it really easily. You know, you throw in a couple... So I did a video on liquid biofuel just recently. one second. Sorry. Yeah. So, this video, this wasn't just clickbait, turning 243 aliens. This is true. 243 alien protein, which came from 121 or something, 121 remains, because you get double the protein, right? So everything was summer slooped. So at 120 alien remains, right, which is a lot, but 120 alien remains it actually made more than this in the end. It made 120, when you combine it with the leaves and wood, the little bit of leaves and wood we had, it made over 120,000 liquid biofuel. So it's like, that's just done then. You know, you could use that for the entire game and never run out. But having it as a factory means I can just go up here and just dump the stuff in when I need to. And it'll, like you said, there's one, if you haven't seen it, it's just a video, or it's a factory where there's literally one container. You throw your stuff into it, all your biomass stuff into it, anything bio-organic, anything at all even. And it'll all get refined into the proper things. It'll get summer slooped 4 times over. So it's like, okay, the leaves become biomass, but they get doubled on the way. The biomass gets doubled into solid biofuel. That gets doubled into liquid biofuel. So you get, you know, 4 doublings of whatever you put in. Alien protein, when it's doubled, you get 200 biomass out of it. It's the max you can get because it's just, that's the full stack size. So the machine can literally do one batch and then you just have to wait for it to empty out because you can't do anymore, you know, because it's 200. So that's why do it? It's just because, I don't know, nobody does, so it's kind of interesting to do. I like liquid biofuel for my jetpack. I think it's the best traversal fuel in the game. It's great to use turbo fuel to get a boost, or rocket fuel, but I think long haul, like when you're just moving from one place to another, I like using liquid biofuel, or even just floating around and stuff. And then it just seems to make sense. If you got so much of it, why not just use it? You can't use it in drones, so it's like, yeah, use it in trucks. Get the drones to maximize the use of something like turbo fuel or rocket fuel, and they'll just deliver the liquid biofuel. And as we've seen in my other stream series, you don't even have to then go to the biofuel factory. You just build a drone station wherever you are, right? Wherever you are, just build it, connect it to power, throw your stuff in it, drone comes, collects it, takes it away, and then it distributes your biofuel for you. I mean, it's perfect. It's great. So that's why. You sloop it, you get loads out of it, you get a remote distribution system, and you make use of the thing that you're kind of getting a little bit of every now and then. So that'd be generally why. But it's not like super optimal, because if you left the game running for 1,000 hours eventually or something, you know, it would run out. You do have to actively do stuff, but you basically don't, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I recommend watching that video if people are interested. You can also, I give out all my blueprints for all that stuff and the save file, so you can see it working. That's the one factory I get the most feedback about, where people are like, I actually just never thought of like doing that or using it, but I love it now that I have. So I'm a big proponent of that one. You know, all my other factories, there's always debates whether or not it should be, if it's efficient or if it's done well or whatever, you know, if it's good for the circumstance, using the best recipes. But the liquid biofuel one often just gets the response of, oh, I never did anything with this, and now it makes stuff for me. So that's really good. Good to hear. All right, so we're going to turn this place on. So this is the electronics factory, and then below us is the motor factory, and then over there are the components for the motor factory. So I want to now get this ramped up and make it run at 100% if we can. That's going to be the goal for today. Make this place run. Why wasn't it running fully before? We didn't have the power or the belt speed. Now we've got both. That's what we're going to be doing. Am I planning to play Factorio? No. I like Factorio though. I think it's the best factory game there is, but I don't plan on playing it on YouTube anyway. Just now read the mail with the kitty update. Didn't check those mails for a time. How's he doing right now? Will he be an occasional guest streamer here or there? Yeah, if he's in the room. It's really warm in the UK at the moment, so I don't want to be redundant because I did mention it earlier on, but I'll just mention it one more time just here at the beginning. So Rex is doing well. He's had his operation like 4-ish weeks ago or something like that. So he has 2 more weeks to go until he has to get his final x-ray. Other than that, he's almost completely done with all his medication. He's done really well. You know, he seems to have healed pretty much perfectly from what I can tell. I'm not a vet, but you know, he is totally up and moving around and mobile. He's chasing our other cat. He's jumping from time to time. We try to tell him not to, or make sure he doesn't at least endanger himself. I bought actually, can't see it, but well, I can show you. Like little steps. Because he wanted to climb up onto my desk, and then he wants to get up on windowsills, but he doesn't want to jump. So it's like, here you go, got little steps. He just walks up to them now, where he can. And down. More importantly is, so he can jump down totally fine, because he lands on his front paws, and then the back ones kind of ease into it. But the jumps are the more worrying thing, because his back legs are the ones that were broken, so you don't want him putting like force and pressure on them too much. So he doesn't really jump that much, and you can tell he wants to, but he doesn't do it. He must feel like maybe still slight pain from it or something, until he gets more comfortable with it, which is good. That's what we want anyway. Anyway, long story short, 2 weeks time, bring him to the vet. He's going to get his x-ray. If the x-rays are all good and it looks like he's healed correctly, which it seems like he is, and if he's doing well, then that's it. He just goes home, and that's him for forever then. He's getting along with our other cat. He's insane about eating. Like, he just wants to eat all the time. He's like loves food. He's a kitten and a boy. He loves his food, and he's super playful, super chill. So he's doing great. Anyway, and thank you for asking. And I'm planning on sending out I only sent one update to the people who did the GoFundMe. But I'll send another update when he gets that x-ray, and that'll probably be it then. But he'll be on the streams if he's in the room. At the moment, it's very warm, so he's out of this room. He's in a different place. But yeah, he can come and go freely. Sometimes he does. Right. Yeah, the slooping, Tolga says, I slooped Biofuel and it creates so freaking much. It's actually too much, really. And hey, Orion. Yeah, so how do I decide on the length, the size of a factory? I don't want to be, again, I don't want to just sit here answering questions all the time, but like, because I find it difficult to play and answer questions like that, so maybe later I can, once I get a task in front of me, I can just mainline it and then talk a bit better. But broadly speaking, I kind of, again, not to just pawn you off on videos I've made, but just one more. Go to my channel. There's one here, right? I never built a factory this fast. And that's true. So you can kind of see from the thumbnail, it's like there's color blocks on the ground. That's because that's how I gauge the space of that factory. And I talk about it right at the beginning, within the first 5 minutes anyway. How did I work out the space for it? And it is like really good. In fairness, it took a long time to plan that way. Not just the layout, not so much, but the machines and stuff. But it did mean building the factory was like really quick, like super quick. And basically it's like paint foundations the size of machines, and then, or the size of blueprints. Like, let's say I make a blueprint with an assembler in it, or 4 assemblers or something. It's like, okay, cool, I know this is like a 5x4, and then you block out like how many of these do you need. You just paint it on the ground, and then you're like, great, I know the space here. I'm not going to run into any problems. I'm going to leave gaps between the certain other machines just to allow the belts to move from these blocks to other blocks and connect them up that way. So that's kind of one way I've been planning recently, which is just quickly paint the foundations. It's now free to paint, right? It doesn't cost anything. And it gives you an instant, it kind of lets you know instantly, like, do you have the space for what you're thinking of? So yeah. Right, I'm just trying to think how far back do I have to go to work this place up. We need the Milano document for it. Document. So I can see the exact rates. And what are we doing and what aren't we? So anything with like 6, anything that's over 480 would need an upgraded belt, right? Because we wouldn't have had that before. So it looks like the limestone needs to be coming out at 780, 780, 780. So let's work on limestone first, right? It's the easy one. All right. But thanks for asking questions. Oh, no worries, no worries. It's not even difficult, it's just me being terrible at streaming and talking at the same time. Thanks, Stockvis. Yeah, I'll be sending an update about Rex, don't you guys worry. Alright. Because I don't want to bother people either, with too many updates. But yeah, for now, it's just one more vet visit, hopefully. Right, so Limestone comes in here. This always had a bit of an issue, so let's try to get this up and running properly. So, there's... Is there 2 Limestone truck stations? That doesn't sound right. Oh my god, there is. Ah, and someone smart wrote down how much has been delivered into each one. 1560, 1560. On both, is it? Yes, sir. These are a different purple than the other purple, but I guess it's all the same. Oh no, actually it's not. There are 2 different groups. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, so 780, 780, 780, 780. And then there's overflow on each one. Well, let's get them to 780 first. So we'll have to go back to where the deposits are. I know where they are. Make sure that they're up to speed, literally. If they can be. I guess that's the other thing. A lot of this stuff probably requires Mark III miners. Maybe. What's iron? Where's the other one then? Limestone extraction 1. Oh, we could use the belt counter then to track to see if we have the right number, roughly, you know, with our motors at the end of this all. Alright, here we are then. Miner Mark II, 480 per minute. We can do 600 per minute, so better, but not as good as I'd need it to be in the future. Can we make Mark III? We can. Okay. Darren has made some supercomputers for us. I do vaguely remember that. I think we manually made them using nitrogen gas and stuff. Oh no, that was the fuse frames. Alright, well cool. So 780 per minute is all we need. And then we make this a Mark V and a Mark V. There we go. Could be even more if we wanted to, right? But that wasn't known to me at the time, because 1200 per minute didn't exist back then. What is this one doing? Same thing. That is interesting, because you could just have one deposit. Anyway, I'll just upgrade what we have, rather than try to complicate it and modernize it or whatever. Okay. Now, that's 2 nodes at 50, 1 node at 1560 if you want to think of it that way. But there must be 2 more, which I think came from... I have to pick that up. Out here. Limestone extraction 3 and limestone extraction 4. We could get the same amount from less, actually, and not go all the way down to that one. That one's pretty far out there. That might make life a little easier. Oh, wait, no I can't. I still only have 780 belt speed. Yeah, never mind. We still have to do it this way. But in future we could. Kitty Cam when he comes in. Yeah, if he comes in. He likes spending time out of this room, because this is the room where we send him when he's being bold. So he's kind of grown to dislike it. And it's where his cage is. So he tends to avoid this room now. I mean, he sits up with me. But if he's out there enjoying the sun, I doubt he'll be coming in anytime soon. That's where he gets his food as well, out there. The ads are so loud. Sorry about that, I can't do anything about that. Other than raise my own volume, I guess, and then I might match the ads. I always remember to think about design after putting everything down in boring manifold style flat design, and then I sigh and repeat mistakes. I do that too, though, honestly. I always forget about, like, how you get around the factory, you know? It's always the last thing I do, and I always feel like I need to be better at that. Now with the increased throughput, we might need more trucks or something. I'm not sure. Alright, just one more to go. You have ads? YouTube Premium is a must-have. I know, right? Yeah. I know that's like not a great answer for everyone, but yeah, YouTube Premium is kind of like... I would let go of every other subscription service other than that. That would be the last one, you know? For me, anyway. It's definitely the one I use the most. I've had it since... I wish you got discounts for having it longer or something. Because I've had it since it was called YouTube Red. Like, I've just always... YouTube's always been the thing I watch the most of. Alright, 780 per minute in this one as well. Some people don't want... Yeah, no, of course. Some people don't want to pay for it. Some people can't pay for it. Or it's too much for the amount they use it. I get it. I get it. To me, it's like the thing I watch the most easily, so I'm happy to pay for it. It is expensive. But to me, it's worth it. You could double it, it'd still be worth it for me. But I don't have... well, actually, we did just get Netflix the other day, but I normally don't have Netflix. I don't have anything else. So, to me, it's like, yeah, whatever. I don't have PlayStation Plus or anything. It's my only sub-service, so it's easy for me to say, I guess, in some ways. Because I know a lot of people have a lot of different things. Don't have Game Pass. Got nothing. Just YouTube Premium. And now Netflix. Just for 1 month, anyway. This is the Update 8 world. Which is the Enlightenment world, I think. Which has now become the streaming world of 1.1. There's only ever 2 worlds on the go at any time. Stream world and the normal video series world. They'll always be separate. And the active stream world now used to be a video series that was never completed for Update 8. Alright, so these have been updated. Have their faster speed, which means we need to empty them out faster. So I'll just start with this belt here. 5. Trace it. So this is going down... I'm not dropping loads of stuff, am I? No, okay. Now, what's that doing? I'm gonna do overflow at the left. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 rows, is there? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. This is so complicated. I don't know why it's done this way. So, this is the belt line well, this is kind of the belt line I followed, really. This one goes up. We're looking to bring 433.3 in there. So it's all, the logic's already set up. I guess I'll just upgrade everything. Here we go. Now 433 means that Mark IV belt is fine. It's a 480 per minute belt speed. And then 346 at the left. So that's also fine. Okay, could be as easy as that. Let's just do that to each one. I don't like seeing that. What's that? Oh, I just didn't connect it to the thing. That's okay then. Alright, so the top belt there is done. We'll do the bottom one. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so Mark V, just want to double check on this one. Mark V, that's okay all the way down as well. Now these are backwards, so what is this doing? Overflow out the right. Remember, it's obviously going that way, but this... Oh, this is extra that was going upstairs. There's 520 out to the left, maybe?
Well, just in case, then I guess I'll upgrade. Is this going to the other? I just don't know where that's going. There is concrete going upstairs, but why? Let me check. It's not a factory planner, no. It's just a mood board. I just use YouTube Red. It's called Advanced now. No ads and no subscriptions. I don't know what that is. Is it some sort of pirate software, is it? YouTube Red. YouTube Red is what Premium used to be called, and then they renamed it Premium. So this is going into these little guys. These are being made into concrete, and the concrete... where that's going. Concrete's going over to adaptive control units or something, is it? Oh. Okay. It just goes back down. I don't have a good way of getting around this factory. So it goes back down. Crosses over. Goes this way. And into manufacturers doing heavy modular frames. Heavy modular frames just takes concrete. Okay. So that. 520.02. How much do you need? 8 of them. Where is this? Oh dear. Maybe this was just never logged. That could be the case. I might never have added to it. Because this was like the final factory that I ever did for this series, so it might not have anything set for it. Surely somewhere. I planned it. You'd think. I'm not seeing it. I'm thinking that... that's heavy modular frames. Oh god. Is that going upstairs? I think so. And they're going into adaptive control units. Yeah, so I don't think I ever cataloged that. Or I must have written it out on paper, and then I just never put it into Milanote. Seems odd, though. I feel like I always give out these things, so one other thing I can check is the Google Drive where I share these things. Just see, did I put some sort of map in that? Update 8 Enlightenment Planning Documents. Heavy modular frame. There it is. Coke factory rubber plastic. Yeah, I think I've actually seen comments about this where they're like, why does this factory just lead back to this one? I think it's because the steel pipe that these need comes from an updated version of the petroleum coke factory, but I never included how the heavy modular frames actually come together. I upgrade the petroleum coke factory a little later in the series in this video. The production map upgraded file is the amendment to this factory. Yeah. Yeah, okay, well, it's not there. We'll just have to figure it out then. Bamson Insider. No, I unfortunately don't. I'm sorry. This is on experimental, yeah. Hey, Ancient Hero. I bought YouTube Premium the day my son got an ad for people overdosing on drugs. He's too young to see ads like that. Man, when I was young, we used to see ads like that, but also like car crash ads and stuff. It's like, damn, I can't drink nor can I drive. I'm like 9 years old, and there was like Ireland was like notorious for having like really severe like car crash ads where I'll never forget one where it's like these kids playing in a back garden and there's all this, like nice music playing, and there's this guy like who is going out with his friends or something, and it's cutting between the two, and the music like is like ramping up, and then I don't know, I guess he just like goes up on a curb and he like screams and like turns the wheel, and then the kids are just playing, and the kid just turns to like a hedge, like a bush at their back garden, and it just does this wide shot of a car flipping through the bushes, like just tumbling over towards her, just slices her, cuts to the dad running out, holding the kid and just crying because she's dead immediately. It's like, holy shit. And then the guy is like, gets out of the car and like looks at the carnage he's caused or whatever, and it's like, yeah, don't drink and drive. It's like, god damn, made me scared to play in the back garden. Anyway, just reminded me of that. Right, so anyways, we don't know where this, how this has been formed. Well, we can add to that Mila note later, though. I'm just trying to track down, like, how much concrete do we need to make. So I have to go back upstairs, actually, to those machines. We've increased the amount of limestone. It should be going correctly into the quartz machines, although we need to increase the quartz as well now, probably. Brutal. Yeah, if you look it up, like, to one of those famous ones. There's another one, I won't be so gruesome and graphic about it, but it's like someone is pinned against a wall. And it's like, jeez, man. It's like some young, attractive girl, and she's with her friends or something, and then, like, some car hits her, and she pins her against the wall, and then it's like she's in, like, a wheelchair, like, not able to move, and she's hooked up to something, and, like, her life is ruined or whatever. It's like, jeez, man. Right, so these are all running at a hundo, are they? Just want to make sure of that, and then we know exactly how much extra limestone we need for these. Looks like it. So there is how many? 11. So 11 times 45. 495. We're gonna have to start modifying this. This is the silicon factory. So somewhere there is going to be, I assume it's off this. I always forget where it is. Oh yeah, here. Right, it'll stay that way now in future. Concrete. What did I say? 11 instructors. Not that I need that now anyway. I've been kind of redesigning how I do these lately. So they take in 45 per minute, and we just said that that is 495. So they need 495. Get one of these for a second. And right, so I know that 495 is actually what they need, but we're sending more than that apparently. Moment. I need to double check that that's the overflow that's coming out of there, but I think so. 11 constructors. And then what is 11 times, what is it, 15? 165 is what we get out. Ugh, this thing's a bit annoying when you can't really build to the left properly. Because if I move this over, I think it just shifts everything back. And if I can't drag any further left, you have to like put stuff left, but you can't put arrows left. If I keep doing this, this will give me the space to work with. So that would be a drawback of Mila note. It works totally fine in the other direction. It's just this direction. It doesn't really like doing that. And I wish it recognized arrows as like an object. It seems to only recognize like cards. All right, anyways. So that's 165, 165. I'll just leave it there. Now that's going into heavy modular frames and stuff. So I'll just, for a moment, just replace this with a heavy modular frame image. I vaguely remember. 165. So now I just need to check that they're receiving that amount. I played a real tournament 99 for like an entire decade. One of all my all-time favorites. You once mentioned that you love first-person shooters. What are some of your favorites? Read that backwards. Yeah, I really like first-person shooters. I wouldn't say I'm like... Well, anyway, I'll just explain. So I'd say I probably casually enjoy them in a way. Because I first got into first-person shooters, I think, with Medal of Honor. So Medal of Honor Frontline on PlayStation 2, was it? Or was it PS1? I can't remember. So that would have been my first exposure to them, really. But I didn't play on PC. At least not those games back then. 8.625. Let me just count this up real quick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so 8 of these. 8 times 20.625. That's what we like to see. So it is trying to consume all of that. That's perfect. Right, cool. Don't have to worry about it then. Yeah, so Medal of Honor. Then, as time went on, I moved to... trying to think, was there any obscure like first-person shooters in between then? I don't think so. Because then the next thing I have in my memory anyway is just Call of Duty. You know, years later, boom, you're playing Call of Duty. I remember playing Call of Duty... oh, actually, in before that would be Resistance. So Resistance Fall of Man on PS3, Killzone 1 on PS2, loved those games, still do, I think they're awesome, I think they're really underrated actually, especially Resistance, because it had really creative weapons. You had this weapon called the Bullseye, which you could, you'd shoot one shot, you'd have alternate fire mode, so you'd use the alternate fire, and it would shoot like a tracer onto someone, hits them, and then if they went around a corner, the other bullets that you fire from the other fire mode would just like follow them around corners and stuff. It was really cool. So you like target and then like fire. It was cool. Anyways, now is this whole factory off up here? This whole floor is turned off. We need to turn this back on. That one's on. They've gotten power from somewhere. You know, I'll have to bring power from a proper place in the future, but just for now, I'd like to just get everything moving again. But anyway, after that then it was Call of Duty. You know, Call of Duty 3, I think I played 2, but I didn't own it or something. I'm sure I played it. But 3 then was the first one I owned and really enjoyed. And then 4 was like the big one where it's like, okay, everything's different now. Now we have proper ADS and depth of field and stuff. But then alongside that would have been just, yeah, generally I would have been playing a lot of more Killzone games, more Resistance. Then games like Mag, games like Dust 514. Basically, I'm a big PlayStation fan, so all of these obscure PlayStation first-person shooters, I guess. Here we go. Doom. I didn't play the old Dooms, but I like Doom 2016. So yeah, nothing crazy old. I did play Unreal Tournament 3 actually. I used to really enjoy playing that, but I'm not a big multiplayer guy overall, so I did kind of fall off it. I used to love these games for their campaigns, but I would play multiplayer. Like Call of Duty especially, I played a load of multiplayer. Anyway, the one that really changed it though for me was then Battlefield. So I became a huge Battlefield fan. I remember it was like you could play Modern Warfare. I played Modern Warfare 2, and then it was like between Modern Warfare 3 and Battlefield. And it was like, obviously Battlefield seems like way better. At least to me. And then I haven't gone back to Call of Duty since, really. I played it a little bit recently, but I much prefer Battlefield. These are all powered, yeah, I was just making sure, sorry. So yeah, my first Battlefield was Battlefield 3, but then I played 1942 afterwards. And then I played 1943, which is like a smaller interstitial game. And then BF4 and even Hardline, I played them all after that. Oh, and Bad Company 2. Bad Company 2 was the first one I'd seen where it was like, oh wow, this is like really different. But it was on Xbox. I think it was probably on PlayStation, but my friends had an Xbox and they were playing it. And I was like, yeah, this looks really cool. And then when BF3 was like really ramping up, I'm like, oh my, this is definitely what it's all about. So yeah, so anyway, I know it's a long-winded thing. We were doing stuff in the background, but shooter-wise, that'd be probably the extent of it, to be honest. I've heard Titanfall 2 is supposed to be really, really great as well for a campaign. I just still haven't played that. Killzone 2 and Killzone 3 multiplayer. Yeah, I played 2 multiplayer, a little bit of 3, but not that much. Back then, multiplayer was free on console. That was cool. Yeah, I've played Halo 3. I played co-op with my cousin. Again, I didn't have an Xbox, so at his place, I would have played that for the first time. And I thought it was pretty good, but I was like... Now, granted, we played it together, and we kind of skipped through cutscenes and stuff, so it's not the same. But I was like, this is what everyone talks about. I was like, I don't think so. It's like, I'd rather play Killzone, to be honest. Killzone seemed more serious to me. But, I don't know. Each to their own. I think Halo is really for the multiplayer, and we just played through the campaign single player. And I know people love the story, and I wasn't really getting that either, because we were kind of going through it together. Whereas the game I absolutely love is Gears of War. I think Gears of War is amazing, and there's rumors that's coming to PlayStation soon, so I'm super looking forward to that. I've already played 2 and 3 extensively anyway, but it'd be nice to go through them and play them, like get trophies and stuff. Is BF3 still alive? Yeah, you can still play it on PC. I don't know if on console it's still alive, but on PC it's still got a couple thousand people in the game on Steam anyway. Right, we're rolling concrete out again anyway. That's the important thing. So this is going to be feeding down into this area. So the monitoring aspect of this will be now seeing if. Oh yeah, so I have to hook these all up together. And then make sure... So we need to increase the throughput of quartz next, actually. That'll be the next thing. So 780, 780 out of 1 truck station for quartz. And we have to go back to the source of these 2 as well. Think that'll be okay? It's hard to tell. I'm pretty sure when it hits that first dividing line. Yeah, it's just been split evenly 3 ways. These are just regular splitters. Cool, that's fine then. And it needs 260 on each, so Mark IV is totally fine. That's just a small upgrade then. But now we have to make sure that this doesn't run out. So we have to go back to the source of the miners and upgrade those. Oh, I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I was in like a clan for... Oh, I'll tell you another one. Rainbow Six Vegas. Oh, loved it. Rainbow Six Vegas was the first game I got really into, like... What's going on here? I have a boombox. No, I don't. Not with me anyway. Yeah, there's so many of them. Anyways, yeah, that was the first game I took like really seriously. I was in like a clan on PlayStation. We were like following leaderboards. We were organizing matches to play against each other. We were doing our training nights. It was great. I was like really good at that game. And then that was just before Call of Duty 4 actually. So I remember after that came out, it kind of changed everything. But that was a game just I really, really enjoyed. Yeah, Foundry does have a big update coming. Have I tried PAX Augusta? I haven't played it. I've been playing Citadelum. No, I'm gonna sound a little mean, but those games just look too janky for me to kind of get into. Like they've offered to send them to me and stuff, but I've always just thought it's just too early access, indie janky. Also, with the PAX Augusta one, there was like a big dragon in it. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, just make the Roman game. It doesn't need that. I'm looking for the quartz deposit. It's up there, isn't it? I think so. It's not labeled on my map for some reason. Oh, it is. It's just further than I thought. Anyways, have I thought of playing Astroneer? No, not really. But I did see that it's one of Devolver Digital's highest earning games. I saw that recently. BF Operation Metro 64. Oh yeah, totally. Loads of people like scoff at that for some reason. They're like, I can't, like, Operation Metro's awful. Like, they don't like the chaos and how packed in everyone is. It's like, that's exactly what I love. Did I play Siege? I played a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know, it's a bit too much all the time. Like, I don't really like that. It seems like way too heavily on like way too heavy on map knowledge and just peeking like all the time. Like, it's cool. I like the idea of it, 5v5 and stuff, but I don't really like. I don't know. It's not for me. He's a bit too sweaty. Right. So these need to ultimately run 1560. So to upgrade this, I need more supercomputers. So I have to manually make a couple of those. I feel like we were doing this somewhere, but I don't remember where. I think it was just temporary and I deleted it. Did 1.1 get a full release? No, not yet. I see you missed the part in school where Augustus slew a dragon. Yeah, yeah. I know it sounds harsh, like you know, each to their own, but I don't just love anything Roman automatically. Like I just don't. I like good games if they are set in a Roman time period, all the better. But there's loads of games people show me that are like Roman games. They're like, oh, have you played this? And I'm like, no, I just don't. You know, I'd rather play like Anno 1800 or City Skylines or something. I don't sacrifice quality just to play in a era that I enjoy, I guess. Era isn't that big to me. More the gameplay. But yeah, people were talking about they were asking me, there's an Anno event. Can't say too much about it for the new Anno game, but I was invited to it. And I went to one of the reasons I didn't have a stream last week is because I was going to be going to this Anno event in Rome. It's great. I was actually debating whether to go or not anyway, but just for other commitments, like I'm trying to still purchase an apartment and I'm working on Manor Lords. It just wasn't a good time to, you know, to leave for a couple of days to go somewhere. Come on, truck, you can make it. Anyways, get to the airport and about to go. Everything's booked, everything's good. People are right behind the gate waiting for me to come through. Some other YouTubers and stuff. Looking forward to it. Meeting some of those guys. And my passport was set to expire in June 25th. And they're like, you can't come through. It's going to expire in 2 months. And I'm like, but it's not June. And they're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You can't fly if it's close to expiring. So I'd never heard that before. And neither did the people who booked the flight for me from Ubisoft and stuff, so couldn't go. Had to go back home. So that just happened over the weekend, basically. So people have been asking me about like my Anno series and stuff, and why I haven't played it in a while. And it's because like I was expecting like getting into the other game soon. I was like, oh yeah, like you'll have other stuff, Anno stuff from me soon, but fortunately not. Bureaucracy said no, because it's like I'm still the same person. Like, okay, it's gonna expire in 2 months. We can see I've already booked my return flight. I don't know. Like, it's a rule, I guess, but it's like I don't know what the real problem is here. You know, what's the point of the expiry date if the expiry means 6 months before the date? I don't know, because they were like, you can't even do it up to 6 months. It's like, okay, but you didn't mind booking the flight. That's fun. Anyways. Right, so I need to make supercomputers. Supercomputer.
It's good to see you build.
Thank you. Can't remember how to make these. Alright, so plastic. But anyway, good tip for anyone who ever does fly and you need your passport to be at least 6 months in date. Apparently. So, you should do that. Or 6 months before it's going to run out. Yeah. Alright, so I just need to make a few of these kind of manually just to upgrade some of these miners, because we haven't fully automated doing this stuff yet. But it'll allow us to ramp up our existing factories. Yeah, I'll just wait here for it to be done, and we'll speed it up. I guess they want a buffer room just in case something happens to you when you're abroad. Yeah, so it's apparently it's based on the country's rules. It's not like the airline or anything. And the airline were like, we'll offer you a refund. And I'm like, I didn't pay for this flight. It was Ubisoft. But apparently they booked me twice, so I would have been sitting next to myself. So that's interesting as well. So they burned 2 tickets. The Italy, I think, needs at least 3 months, but certain countries need 6. So I assume it's like, okay, if you go there and you lose your passport or something, you get delayed and it goes out of date, or you miss your flight and you stay longer than you should, you lose, you know, your passport goes out of date. They've got some issue with that. I mean, I don't understand why they can't just be like, well, we know where you came from, send them back. I don't know what the big deal is, but they don't want your ID running out potentially while you're in the country. I mean, there must be some reason for it, I assume, but it does seem like a very silly, arbitrary rule to me. Yeah, it's not to do with the UK either. Mine is an Irish passport. I guess, anyway, hey Tim, good to see you, man. Yeah, the giraffe beam balloon thing. Always falling over. I don't know how many of these I should make. Maybe like 20 or something. That inventory HUD is huge. Makes it easier for you to see. I don't know why I have so much... Oh, I know why, actually. It's because we keep upgrading belts. So it's like, why do I have so many beams? Get rid of some. I'm gonna struggle even more to get out of here. I guess I'll... Oh my god. Alright, I'll just burn through the computers I have and then we'll leave it. So 5 more cycles. Good. If your passport expires, it doesn't prevent you flying into your own country. That's not how citizenship works. No, I never said it did. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'd be flying into the UK though, right? Or I could fly... Well, it's funny because I could just fly back to Ireland and then just fly to England. You don't need a passport to fly between Ireland and England anyway. There's no ID cards. This is something we got into in our Discord. That people are like, just don't you have an ID card? Ireland doesn't have ID cards. It just has passport. It's apparently one of 2 EU countries that don't. I never heard of an ID card until a few days ago. So yeah, you don't have them. They don't exist. Or at least in Ireland. But also, you'd need a passport anyway. They said you needed a passport. Because I was like, would a license or anything else do? And they were like, no, you need a passport. So that's just what they said. And they knew I was Irish. They have my EU passport and everything, but that's just what they said. Yeah, I also never heard of the term Shenzhen or whatever, however you pronounce that. Like, I've flown plenty and been around lots of EU countries. Never heard this term Shenzhen area before, or ID cards. This sounds like weird European things. Me. Normally you just have a passport and you can go pretty much anywhere. But hey, if the rule is you can't do it when it's close to expiry, that's fine. I just didn't know. No one knew. Well, I don't say no one knew. I mean, no one who booked my flight or anything knew, because we had to put in the passport details. It would have been fine if they, when we were booking the flight, it just said, hey, you'll have to update this. We can't take your booking. Because I would have had a month, this was like a month ago, you know, I would have had plenty of time to get one then. It was just the fact that it bothered me that they have this rule or whatever, and it doesn't tell you until you get to the airport. Oh, I meant to upgrade those things. Go to North Korea? Yeah, fine. The worst that could happen. Yeah, I agree, Ava. Yeah, I mean, to me, it just makes no sense. So that's why I'm like, there's got to be some reason that they brought this in. Whenever I have whenever there's especially in England, there's just so many arbitrary, random bureaucratic rules about things. Like, just at least compared to Ireland, it's like there's none of this stuff for lots of things. And but in England there is. It's just all this stuff, and it's like, well, there must be a reason this was added. Like, some random use case of someone abusing the system made it so that they're like, well, we got to add this rule. It's like, ah. Like, just recently, I'm getting a mortgage, right, to purchase this apartment. And this, offer accepted, and we have the money since January, and here we are in May, and it still hasn't happened, because it's just random rules, like random things. Keep delaying everybody involved. And the latest one was like, my solicitor was like, oh, so you live with your partner, right? Like Rosie? And I was like, yeah, she lives with me. But I'm buying the apartment in my name. It's just me, you know. And they're like, oh, well, you have to tell the bank that she like lives with you. It's like, well, I said that I was in like a partnership, you know, in the relationship status thing. And they're like, yeah, but we need like her details and stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, why? Like, she's not paying anything towards it. She doesn't add to the cost. What does it matter? They're like, they just need it for their records. Like, they can't go forward. So it's like we had to draft another mortgage proposal because of that. And I was saying, like, well, what if I just said, like, I don't, and we're not together, and then she just moved in with me, like, in 2 months' time, like, get a new girlfriend or something. And they're like, yeah, you'd have to inform the bank. I'm like, what? That's crazy, dude. I can't believe that. I have to inform Barclays if I'm in a relationship? Like, what? Like, I don't understand. I could maybe understand if they were like, now you have a kid or something. So it's like, oh, your financial situation's changed. But that doesn't change anything. But I don't know what the fuck that's about. That's some crazy English shit. To me, anyway. This is so funny. In Ireland, it's like, you got the money? Here you go. Brown envelope. See you later. There you go. Move in. You can move in by tomorrow. That's like how it's done. Basically. But over here, it's like, computer says no. Like a million times. Random things. And then everyone's like, oh, I'm on holiday now. Sorry. Oh, I'm doing mandatory training. Sorry. Can't reply. Alright. Alright, gotta upgrade these belts. Enough complaining. That is crazy. Yeah, I think it's actually like an infringement of like, I'm not a private person, you know, I don't really care about data privacy or anything like that, but I actually think it's like a real, it's just like, why? Like, why do you care? Why should I have to tell you like who's living with me? Or if I have someone staying over or whatever, like it doesn't make any, I don't get that. And I'm, you know, we're paying like over, it's not a huge, anyway, it doesn't matter. The mortgage will be like half what I'm paying now in terms of rent. So there's no question about like, is this going to affect your affordability? It's like, it's not even about that apparently. It's like, no, we just need a record of it. It's like, okay. It's called an occupier's consent form. Well, I don't consent, but then I guess it won't give me the money. Alright, is that it? We're Mark 5 out of our minds. We're gonna be flying into this thing now. They'll be fine. These guys are fine. Alright, cool. In Canada, if you lived with your partner for a year, you're automatically in a common law quasi-marriage, and different tax rules, etc. Might be related to something like that. Nope. That'd be fine. I'd be okay with that. We've been together for 13 years. It wasn't about that. They were, because like I just said, I was like, okay, what if I was single right now, and in 2 months' time, I get into a relationship, and in another month or something, I decide this person's going to live with me. They were like, yeah, you'd have to inform the bank. That's insane. I think that's crazy. I don't get it. I don't get why you have to do that. I understand, like, they're giving us money that, I shouldn't say us, they're giving me money that I'm paying back over time. But that seems like a bit of a far stretch to say that, like, well, that gives us we need to now know, like, your exact living situation. Like, I don't know, man. Doesn't seem right to me. If it doesn't affect the cost of the, like, living there, then I don't think you need to know. But That is insane. It makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know if it's just Barclays or something. That's the bank we're going with. But our solicitor was just like, oh yeah, like, they really should have pointed this out at the beginning. It's kind of the solicitor's fault for not noticing it early, but they noticed it and they were just like, oh, this will be one last thing you kind of have to do. Because this wasn't written into your original agreement that someone will be living with you. It's like... And I was like, oh yeah, but don't worry, like, I'm paying everything myself. It's not like a... I need that person to pay it or something, you know? It's all based on my income. It's my apartment, it's my name on it, that kind of thing. And they're like, no, it's not about that. It's just we need the record of it. It's like, what? You just need the record of it just because. Like, yeah. Like, all right. Which means they need to redraft the whole thing. So it took like a week. It's like ridiculous. Anyway, sorry. Damkara with the 5 gifted memberships. I don't deserve a membership. I'm ranting and being very negative. Thank you very much, though. Sent out the 5 of them. 1 to Ancient Hero. Shout out. And Dr. Helfenstein, Luke Bain, Funky Rude Dude, and Duck Barrel. You've all been gifted by Damkara. Thank you. How much power are we working with at the moment? Good question. Don't know. Hey, we stabilized our line. It worked. We're looking at 72,498.1 megawatts. It's a very odd number because we're making a lot of extra rocket fuel that'll eventually just be packaging. Well, that number will come down to a more even, like 72,000. But that's what we got right now, looking nice and straight. We know exactly what it's all doing. Just like the bank with me. Now, what doesn't look so good is... Well, yeah, let's give it some time. So we have to turn on all these machines. They should all be able to ramp up now. We shouldn't see any yellow lights. I'm a bit concerned that we're seeing yellow lights even before come further down the line. So that's the goal now, is to stabilize all of this place. So we've increased the miners, so the quartz and the limestone that comes into these machines is now fully operational. Fully expected throughput, so it's just about whether or not we're actually delivering the correct amount in and logistically providing it, I guess, or whatever, so that all these machines work. Just check the thing. So the target for each of these for quartz coming out, so 24 assemblers, number 24 at 11.111%. So I haven't clocked them all evenly. Instead, I've clocked just one down. The 24th assembler on each line is underclocked to 11.11%. Okay. Damkar as well. 11 months in, one more to 12. One of the best months with this amazing channel. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And thank you for so much support as well. Damkar gives tons of support. I bought a house here in the US for me and my fiance to live in, and they never asked about anything aside from financial stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think... Look, I don't know, and I'm not trying to get political or anything, but in my experience in the UK, they're overly bureaucratic with certain things, like overly like analytical about all your data and all of that stuff, and everything has like multiple extra steps to it to do anything when it comes to anything administration or government level, like purchasing something. Even renting was crazy over here when I first moved here, compared to what I was used to. Like in Ireland, it just is as simple as, do you have the money? Where do you live now? And what's your name? Cool. And what's your job maybe, right? You know, do you have income? So we can be safe enough to say that, like, you'll be able to pay this. It's like, yep, great. Move in. See you tomorrow. I mean, it's literally like, see you next week. Like, it's that quick. It's been 5 months. We haven't done anything wrong. There's been nothing like... There was one holdup that wasn't our fault. It was on the other side where they didn't have something written into their lease. So that added like 3 weeks. But discounting those 3 weeks, we were told from the beginning, it's like, this is going to take you 4 months. It's going to take us 4 months to purchase an apartment. It's like... And they're like, yeah, apartments take longer. It's part of a bigger building. So it's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. But it just seems like you have the money sat there, ready to go. I'm approved for a mortgage. That's ready. Why does it take 4 months? Like, why? What's happening? Really? Like, what's going on? There's so much, like, I can't believe people's jobs are to do whatever it is that takes this amount of time. I know they're not actively doing it 24 hours a day, But it's like, even if it was an hour a day, I can't believe it takes this long to what should just really amount to handing over a deed that says you own this thing in this location. But it's just not obviously that simple, and there's just rules upon rules stacked on top of each other. But in Ireland, it really is that simple. My father, like, can't believe how long it's taken, and I'm telling him, it's like, yeah, they're telling me this, and this is why it's taking this long. He's like, this is crazy. He's actually like furious on my behalf, thinking like, he's like, but you've got the money, like, what's the problem? like they don't want you to. Anyway, it's just weird. That's just the way it is over here. Maybe it's like that in other countries, I don't know. Just coming from Ireland, it's a very small population, there's just not much going on, so I can see why it's a bit easier, maybe. But over here, it's like, yeah, people must have been abusing systems, and they added all these rules, and it's an older nation where things are just stacked on top of each other all the time, so I kind of get it. Right, so at the moment, basically, I'm just waiting for this manifold. So what are we doing? Just again, to focus back on Satisfactory for a minute. Trying to get these Silica machines to run correctly again. Oh yeah, we need to increase their outputs, actually, thinking about it, to Mark 5 belts, because we're doing 600 on the line. So one of these machines is underclocked. And that's this 22. It needs to be 11 now. And does this look like 24 machines? 1, 2, 3. Why does that have such a big gap there? Oh, these are blue. Oh, cool. I didn't think there was blueprints when I built this place, but I guess there was. This is update 8. So this, yeah, it's 24 there. Okay, so it's accurate. So 24 and 24. So they need 11%. It was probably 22% before when we had 480 per minute, but now that we've got 780 per minute, we'll clock that one on the end to 11. Alright, just copy that. We'll paste that onto each one. I'll just do the top layer first, then the bottom layer, and then we'll upgrade the output belts to make sure they're going into the awesome sinks quick enough. In the Netherlands, it goes way faster as well. This is the same save as the Update 8 series, Jan? Yes. Yeah, we're trying to get the CCF fully operational as well. So this one is built off of that factory. Ah, ran out of quartz. The delivery is just coming in now. 3,600 per minute. Next truck is right behind it. But we need these to never stop flowing. If they ever stop like that, that's a problem. But if this 1 or 2 cycles here is fine when we're beginning things. We'd expect to see these now that they've ramped up, like, yeah, okay, that's good that you had enough time to fully empty. Alright, so you can't unload anymore, but you actually unloaded everything, so that's pretty perfect. We might need a third truck on this, you know, I don't know. Just yet. If it runs out again, probably will throw a third one on. Alright, cool. Anyway, sorry, I was just saying that this is built off of the copper caterium factory, so we need to get this up and running first, and then we can work back and make sure that all the copper and everything's flowing out of that one. You might think it's the other way around, but it is this way around. This will be easier anyway. Ah, that was 10 minutes, man. Time flies. What do we get? Nitro rocket fuel. Interesting. Seeing as we just built a rocket fuel factory. Hey, little Rex is here. Here. Hey, come up. He's so cheerful as well. He's like always meowing at us, like real happily. A big boy. Who's the biggest boy ever? The boy. Ah, he's just in there now, next to me. Good boy. I just turn his little steps around so he can walk up and down here. Loves it. Alright, anyways. Have I tried Satisfactory Modeler? No. Yeah, I'm just not interested in it. There's nothing against it. I'm happy with how I plan my factories currently.
When we bought our house, took several months due to the mortgage company wanting different things. Paid off first. We lost the house. Ah, such a shame. But re-offered, and even though another bid was higher, we still... Oh, nice. Okay. At least it worked out in the end. Yeah, that's the other good thing for me anyway. I've got no financial debt at all. Nothing. Everything's paid. Paid off car. Everything's paid. And we just have money waiting to... I just don't like owing anything. So I always try to be paid off on everything. So there was no problem there. Credit-wise, I recently hit an excellent credit rating. I don't even know how or why, but that was nice. And I got a little message update saying your credit rating's excellent. But yeah, so it's nothing to do with anything financial on my side. It's just all litigious, bureaucratic, like, just takes a while. You have to do searches and get approved by councils and all this stuff. In fact, one of the things that did take a while was they had to settle a lot of finances on their side. They still owed like electric company and stuff like that. And it's like the management company that owns like the broader estate, I guess. It's like they had fees to pay with them. They hadn't done it yet, and there was all this like back and forth like who should be paying it. And they're like, that's for the new people to pay, not for us to pay. Turns out they were wrong. So I actually got a shout out to our solicitors. They do seem slow, super slow, but they actually are pretty good, like with figuring stuff out, and they have saved us a lot of money actually so far, because they figured out a lot of things that we wouldn't have, that we were moving forward, and then they're like, oh, hang on, there's a problem, and then they weren't sure, and then the other side ended up like paying up or doing something, like making adjustments. So at least I think they were correct in doing all that. Anyways, let's upgrade this belt now. So did I definitely set the bottom row, right? I think so. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, so in order to get this manifold fully working, now I just need to upgrade the output belt. This could be why they're actually backed up. That would be great if that was the reason. Oh yeah, it does seem like it actually. Not these ones though. They just haven't got what they need yet. Okay. Right, so Mark 5 out of our minds. It's 600 and something per minute, so these should empty out eventually then. They won't just permanently stay backed up. Yeah, what are we going to do with all the silica? I have no idea. Do something with it though, I'm sure. This one will probably stay backed up for a little while. Oh. Waiting on the quartz. Yeah, Farmer Scott, if you want to, I'd have to load into a different save, so I'm not going to do it now. But if you notice when I'm talking about that blueprint, right, you place the bottom down, let's say the machines, and then you want to place the floor, right? So you just place that normally on blueprint mode. It will snap to the height it needs to. But then when you're putting the machines on top of that, you have to turn off blueprint mode, select default mode, and make sure you land it on the correct height. So it's a bit awkward that way. Dreams Cac. No, they fixed that bug. I think that's just lag. How do you make the lights panel? That is a small billboard set to emission strength 3. You want to place it on something. Like let's say you want to place it on the roof. Hold control. It'll snap on. If you want to do this one, this is a blueprint I have called Clean Ceiling Light. All my blueprints are available, so you can just go get that. But it was done in the same way I just showed you. It's just a bigger light wedged between two foundations. Has to be 2 foundations thickness though. Can't get it thinner than that. My dad built the house I grew up in the US. As soon as it was done, we moved in. I doubt we were supposed to, but I was 2 years old. They still live there. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, my dad built the house I grew up in actually as well. He wasn't a builder, but he designed it, and his father was a builder, and they kind of like worked on it together. And then
Yeah, when I was about 17, we moved not far away, just a few miles away. My dad inherited some land, and then he built the house he currently lives in there, which is much bigger and more custom to what he wanted. And he did architect that himself, which was pretty cool, actually. And he did all the wiring himself. I think, anyway. Alright, so that should drain out now. Go do that a couple more times. Yeah, there's like a natural hitch when doing this. It's not getting worse, it just seems to be always the way. I think it's whenever you replace a belt with something on it. It's only 780 per minute. It looks almost like it's doing 1200 how fast it's going. I think my frame rate's just dying. I'll have to keep an eye and see if that station's going to empty completely, because as long as it doesn't empty, this will work. But I guess I'll just upgrade this then. Where are you trying to go? Oh, a little bit for me. Okay. Sorry about the noise of this. Alright, that's that one done. Just one more to go up here, right? I think. I think so. Oh, I'm actually out of Alclad. There we go. Need 16. We'll have to go get some in a minute. It's as loud as ads could be. Thanks for the tip. I'll try it out. Wasn't sure if I was getting the beam height wrong. No, yeah, it is just a little finicky because the frame foundations are like a 0.25 height. A real awkward height. So yeah, if you look at the videos when I do often cut past it actually because it can be finicky. The main reason it's annoying is actually because the center of that blueprint is hollow. So it means you have to look at right in the middle of the this thing. This. So when that's there and you're trying to place the machines on top of it, you have to aim right at the center. Because if you're aiming here, it obviously falls through. And you need blueprint mode off. It just needs to be default mode. If blueprint mode is on, it will be slightly higher than it needs to be. Just because it's the way it is. So, I like the look of it and everything, but it's not the most practical because you do have to watch out for little build inconsistencies. Alright, so we're Mark 5'd out of our mind on those two. That one, that one. So, yep, that should be all done. Oh, and these two as well, right? No, so this top layer I haven't done yet. Or did I? I did, just not this. So some of that's going upstairs. I can't remember what these go into. This is what we're going to be doing today, is figuring all this stuff out, basically. Riveting. But good when we get it all working, hopefully. So is that smart splitter? Yeah. But yeah, I might go steal some Alclad again. I'll keep myself going for a while. Although I don't think we have to do much upgrading for a little bit now. Mark 5 dead on my mind. Love the video so much. Never catch the streams because I'm usually in school. A rare find. Hello, Noah. I thought your last name was Heckler there. I was about to be insulted. Yeah, so the lifts that look backwards, that's a so when moving from 1.0 to 1.1, there was a bug in the game, in the experimental version, where lifts were the wrong direction. And then they fixed it, but they said if you want them to go back the right way, you have to rebuild them. Is there a floor hole here? There is, so I could rebuild this one. A lot of the ones that are just, those are kind of, I don't care about some of them. But if there's a floor hole, then we'll do it. And then they work. They do work logically. They just graphically look like they're going the wrong way. I'm doing good, Brian. Thank you. Up since 2 a.m. Oof. But I drop in and say hi. How come you, could you not sleep? An early time to be up, man. It's the time I go to bed. Heckle when you Mark 5 out of your mind. Can't. Thank you. Indeed. I could get heckled. There's a lot of yellow lights here. Not everything's running correctly yet. So you're short on limestone. So how much limestone is supposed to be moving along each one? This is our complicated, like, setup here. 433.333. Alright, so let's check if those are running empty. I've just seen the truck phase through. This is why in the latest video, by the way, I've designed truck stations differently to be not in a line, because I keep seeing them do this, and I don't know why. Like, why that would happen. Like, they obviously correct themselves, but it's obviously weird, so I'd rather they didn't. Okay, so my goal at the moment is literally to just make sure neither of these run empty before the next thing gets here. So this is on 2000, we'll just wait. It'll only take a minute and a half to see that. It's draining at such a high rate. 1,560 per minute. And if that's the case, it likely just means we need more trucks, that's all. If I recall correctly, one of these goes, so yeah, I'd have to look it up. There's a limestone extraction node here, number 1. This actually has 2 miners attached to it, and then we've got 1 miner attached to this one and 1 miner attached to this one. So the one that's close, I think that just has 1 truck that comes up and delivers into, like, this one. So just 1 truck doing that one. And then I think there's 2 trucks that go off and get the other 2. They hit both, but because it's a longer journey, I think I have 2 trucks doing it. So, are you empty yet? Oh, you're really close to being empty. Damn. This one's gonna run out, I feel like. Let me see if I'm right about that. If this truck drives forward and just unloads at this one, then I'm wrong, but I could be right. And we're just about to run empty. You've got more than you can even unload, though. You've run empty. Run empty. Next batch coming in here. Why are you waiting here for so long? That's too long. Let's say 16 seconds. I'll just get him on his way. Alright, so you got there pretty close to the time you needed to get there, but you're obviously waiting a bit too long as well, I would say, so... Show me the nodes. I don't know why it's set to that. I didn't set it to that. Let's just say 16 seconds should be more than enough, I think, to empty everything. Upgrading to trains would mean changing so much about this factory that that's not going to happen. That would just take so long. Also, trains wouldn't really solve anything here anyway. If I just need to add 1 more truck, that's a lot easier than building a whole rail network. Now, trains will be added to this factory pretty soon. They'll be added up there.
They're hugging the station like they love it. Yeah, another thing I've started to do is move this out one tile rather than back one. So these have a weird bounding box. You can see it's one tile over on this side. But on this one, it's okay. It's in line, I mean. I think it's actually meant to be kind of placed the other way around, because it does seem like they keep wanting to drive through. Also, another great point. Well, kind of. With a train station, I would need not just 1, 2, and another 2. I would need buffers, and I would need 6 outputs rather than 4. Good thing with trucks is they don't stop flowing when the truck arrives. So I don't need a buffer, and I can actually get the full throughput. I can get 780 out of both of these. Can't do that with a truck or a train. Without buffers, or another freight car. We need it's just a whole thing. I'd rather use trucks. You're empty. That was nice and quick. Good. That one's fine. It's just this one. It could be that I have things the wrong way around. I might see who's on what. It's tempting to... I wish I could name these so I could just see them. That's a good thing that you have with trains, actually. Let me see where you're going. Oh my god, I'm such a bad gamer. The frame rate, I promise. That was my fault. So you're going... If it takes a left down here, then it's going to the one that's close by. No, so it's going to the far one. You're going to the close by one. Okay. I was trying to get in just to turn off those nodes. It's fine. Get it on the way back. God, my frame rate, man. It's so rough here. To turn off some of these websites. I think if I have Satisfactory calculator open, that can be pretty heavy. I'm streaming and everything. Whoop. Not much better, to be honest. Turned off Discord and a few things. So this one's the short distance, and the short distance goes to the furthest back one. So this running out, and that is really crazy if it runs out, because it's just such a short distance. But I suppose I'll just watch it one more time now. And if it runs out, it runs out. It kind of makes sense, because there's 2 stations it has to pick up from. This one's not running out, despite it being a much longer distance. So I'm actually totally fine with that. So we'll just follow this one truck. I mean, it's not a big deal. If we have to add another one to it, no big deal. Thought we could get away with not having that on. So he just rolls down here. Turns and then goes into this area. Pick up from both. It could be the case that his wait time is like way too long or something. And that's okay. It'd be the same whatever they are.
What are you running on, coal? Yeah. Probably need more coal than that. I don't know if I've any on me. What would be the route called? So let's see. Silica limestone extraction. Is that the one? That's the one. Alright. I think that'll fix it. We'll see. Oh, you have to do the same for the quartz. I love my wobbly trucks. Alright. No, I did the upgrade already. They have, I made them Mark III miners and 780 per minute, so they should be okay. Just, yeah, it's not getting up here quick enough. We need more trucks. It is a really awkward road, though, as you can see, as you get down to it. That's why I think even having 2 trucks on it might be a bit of an issue. Oh, it actually might be. I might have to look into that, if the paths cross each other. Right, we'll be back here in just 1 second. I'm just gonna check that one more time because now I'm starting to think like, actually I feel like I remember thinking like this has to be done in one. You could almost do it with tractors rather than trucks though. They might be more reliable in a small space like that. I feel like you're more personal with your content. It hit me when you lost your cat. I'm excited about when you're buying your new home. Oh, thank you. I probably overshare, to be honest. Not that I'm private, it's just people are probably like, just play the game. Put the fries in the bag. Okay. Yeah, so this like little tight space here makes me feel like with a tractor there'd be no problem here. I might just replace these and do tractors. There'd be no issue. Because then there'd be room for both of them to circle around and come out and everything. There'd be, yeah, no issue. And tractors are really nimble. Trucks overshoot their turns after you drive it, so you have to be careful of that. Let me just check the nodes one last time, just see do I need to bother doing that or not. Like, I'm just not confident with that. That seems like that's just like waiting for a deadlock to happen. Because they're all over the place. With 2. 1, obviously, it would have been fine. So hide the nodes, delete the path. Forget this. Get a tractor to do this. And we know which one it's going to now. I'll have to wait for the other one to come down here, and we'll just delete that one as well then. Okay, are you empty? You're actually not empty, which is surprising. Okay. The only problem is, yeah, 15, it's a lot for tractors, but I don't know, 3, 4 tractors should be fine. Hate this fucking bug where you have to get in and out just to make it activate. Like pressing F just doesn't work sometimes. I don't know. Oh, it is full actually. That could be part of it. Let me just... There we go. Uranium is an interesting logistical challenge for me in my game. as it has a cap. I have not reached it yet. Math the power efficient. As often you're wanting to use less power. You can make, I could be wrong. Don't people make uranium through the converters? I thought people do that. I was thinking just have them do one stop. I'm still going to try and make them do two to make the route so I don't have to do two separate routes. But then I'm just going to put loads of tractors on it. So a constant stream. Hey, Pee-wee. I think you're right, though, to think that, though. I'm maybe cutting a little corner by saying, let's just drive one route, throw more onto it. I know the inventory size is less, the volume is higher. Oh no, the truck stop loading bug. Yeah, that's instance 1.0. It's quite annoying. Can you build 3 more and just load the route? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So that way I only need to do one route, sign off on the route, and then just add more to it if I need to. Now, I want to clear this place a lot before we do our turn, just not to run into anything else. Hopefully that'll be okay. I actually think tractors are way better than trucks, because they follow the path almost exactly as you drove it. Trucks are like, they need to, in my opinion, need to tweak the physics on them because they overshoot their turns and stuff, and they're way more prone to like morphing through the truck stations, like loads of glitches. Tractors don't seem to do that. I wish I could see what the other routes were called right now. Yeah. So SIL, that's the silicon factory, to limestone extraction 1. That's what we're, yeah, okay. I'll say, well, I was going to say T for tractor, but that's T for truck as well. You can't load routes from other vehicles. It's vehicle specific. I'm surprised it even cared that I had the same name. Do that. Alright. Go. Off you go. 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 Now. Let's just also change the wait time here. You need even less wait time because you're doing like you have a smaller inventory. There's gonna be more of these guys. There's one, just grab him. Need more, I don't know if I've got coal, do I? Enough coal for both of these guys? They get fed at the other place though. Alright, so load the route. That's the one. Load it. Enable. See you later. Godspeed. Load it. Enable. We'll wind them up. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Wait for your buddy to be done. That one's just a ghost truck apparently up there. Alright, great. Alright, so now we'll just monitor on the other side if the correct amount is coming through. That's 3 tractors now. It was 1 truck before that was tested. We had 2 on it, just briefly, but really it was just 1. I'll just see if these little guys do the little things. Lowercase t, yeah, that could be a way to do it. Actually, just a little t. Oh, actually, the bottom could tell me where they're going. I might pop that in future. So let's say 3. And it's not this symbol, it is the tractor. Okay. So they're going to, does it say? Oh yeah, Limestone Extraction 1. Nice. That is basically the name of the route. Great. You empty out? You did. Alright, so it's just a matter of not letting this ever run out. Let's see. How much you got on you? 20. They're always dropping in 2,500. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, while we're waiting, I'll catch my chat now a bit better in a sec. Let's go grab a bottle of water. How long have they been told to wait here? I think 15 is probably fine. I should really time it to see, like, how long does it actually take to unload? You're gonna still have stuff on you for a little bit. 10 seconds might be enough, really. I know I've told them to do 8 to load each time. I'll be back in a sec then. I'm just going to get my water. You let me know if this runs empty. Using a converter to make uranium is an interesting idea, but I would rather use the converter to make coal for fused quartz crystal. Oh no, yeah, I wasn't saying to do it. I was just saying you were like, oh, there's a finite cap to it. I mean, it's true. There's only 3 deposits or something in the world. But I think if people want to get, people are basically trying to one-up each other with bigger and bigger nuclear power plants. And the way you do that is you use the power from the plant to make more uranium, to make more, yeah. Well, does it scale infinitely? I wonder. That'd be an interesting thing, actually. Obviously, you need materials, but it's like, how many if you convert something to uranium, does that outweigh the energy you'd get out of the uranium? Otherwise, I guess you can make energy in the game. In some ways. Like, you wouldn't be able to do that in real life. It's like the energy to get something out of something else wouldn't yield more. Well... Actually, no, that's not true. You'd always say the energy is contained within it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I've just seen that where it's like people are like, oh, I've built a bigger... Like, I'm using more uranium than is on the map because I'm making it through other means. Factor's here already. Look at that. Look at that. We're at 1,900. So brilliant. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. Just going to go to the bathroom and get some water. And then I'll just chill here for a few minutes and catch up with some of the things I've missed. Sorry if I've missed your inquiries for a few seconds. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Nice. Looks like it's working well. Quicker than building a train, at least for now. Maybe less satisfying though. Do you have an endgame build that you're shooting for? Or... No, just having fun, yeah. Just having fun. Beat the game not that long ago in our other stream series, so now it's just like getting these factories up and running. These were designed for Mark V belts, when that was the best belt speed, so it's like, yeah, let's just try to get all this stuff working. I have built a huge aluminum factory, so I don't necessarily have a target in mind of like how many per minute, how many ballistic warp drives per minute or anything like that, but I don't know. Kind of playing for the fun of it and exploring some of the recipes I haven't done yet. So Fixonium would be nice to do because I haven't done it yet. Rocketfuel I never did, we just completed that. So my next task was, you know, getting all the bauxite out of the pink forest in one area and making a big aluminum factory. And the process there is pretty much done. We'll go check on it and make sure it's working, but it's like, yeah, we're making like 14,000 scrap per minute. Now it's just about turning it into ingots. That's kind of the general goal I have, but this is more just like an aimless kind of playthrough now. I'm not really worried about like advancing or anything that much. We've had continuous flow. Thank you, Saul. I've said that name right. Spiders. Where's this? I don't like... Why spiders? Kill spiders. My cam got a bit darker. It has, yeah. The sun is going down. Give me a second, then I'll brighten it up. There we go. Right, so we need to make sure Quartz is doing the same thing. And everyone's getting everything. So you still don't have any limestone. Tempting to feed you the limestone I have, but I want the true results. Do that away. Didn't I not? I guess we've just been picking that up all the time. So it's a manifold, right? It's gonna take a while for this to make its way down. Who's doing top layer? See, the one thing I'm a bit confused about is there was all sorts of like... I was trying to prioritize going into that group, which I guess... I still kind of want to do that. That group at the back goes upstairs into other things, so it's like, yeah, it had a priority. But I don't know if we need that anymore. So 780. 433 goes into this. And then the overflow... Okay. Overflow from that merges onto this line. This is evenly split. Yeah, it's weirdly done. It's not that weirdly done, I understand, but it's been done so that I obviously had a plan in mind, and then I amended it to make something else work for a while. Why the clock speed numbers are different. $260. To make it all even, that should just be a regular splitter then. Here. We'll just set this to any now. Just operating like a normal one. This is looks like it's backwards, so we'll just fix that. Wow, that was a weird bug. One as well needs to be adjusted. Now, almost the wrong way around, really. This should be overflow and that should be Annie. And that could be a Mark V. This is priority now. When eventually these all get backed up, then we send stuff upstairs to make heavy modular frames. That's Mark IV. Is that correct? I think it is. Yeah, because no one ever wants to receive more than 433 once it's on the line. That's fine. The 480 there. So a 4 and a 4. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, and that becomes like natural overflow or whatever, so that's all good. These are operating great. No issues. We turn off these nodes now. Yeah, like more knowledge about kind of mid to late game would be good, because I've only ever beat the game once, and I didn't really build big for any of those late game things. So it would be nice using more alternate recipes with late game stuff, because I really just kind of mainlined it through the game in a way. But now I can explore like more unique setups and efficient like recipes and things. I don't think I'll be putting the space elevator down soon. When I do, though, it'll be all about like trying to make it into an area that looks cool, maybe has its own train station, and that's where we send in stuff. Something like that might be nice. The next thing for me, we should really look at the milestones, actually. There are some still to be done, I think. And then it's the next space elevator parts. But we need the aluminum factory up and running first. The Darn of the past was thinking about future Darn's job security. Yeah. He did a good job. It hasn't been too bad reading over that stuff to figure out how to get this working. So far, so good. We're getting green. So it is a manifold, but it's been manifolded from both directions. So the quartz is making its way down this way, and the limestone from the left to the right. So it's kind of interesting seeing that. Quartz has made its way here first. Want to make sure that doesn't run out either, so I guess we'll just hang around up there as well. That'll be the next thing. Just make sure that these don't run out. As long as we know that they're not running out, we know that 1560 per minute's coming in on boats, which means this should work. Just give it some time. In theory, we might be able to see the points per minute going up slowly as we make more and more silica. Not much though to points, but you know, something, I guess. You on 2000 left. Let's see, where are your trucks? Got one coming back right now, and another one currently at the raw quartz. That's good. Arriving before it runs out. We'd like to see. I only ask because I think it's what you need to have more milestones. I'm pretty sure you've unlocked all the milestones. Oh, maybe I have. I thought there was still one or two. Yeah, so I'd like to... Then we will be building it then soon enough then, if that's the case. The only other things I could think of was drones. I wanted to get drones working for my biofuel and supply that into different places. And just get the existing factories up and running. And then once that's done, it's like, this might as well be a 1.1 playthrough then. There'll be no more remnants of old stuff. I also want to make the aluminum factory look better. I did say that we're going to spend more time on like making things look good in this one, rather than the last playthrough. Right, so it really does seem like limestone is the thing that's taking the longest to make its way down. I'm just going to double check the numbers. 37.5. This doesn't seem right. 37.5. And there's 24 machines. Who did the math on this? 24 assemblers. And I've written it as 433.33. That ain't right. Problem here. Cheap silica. The 24th assembler is at 11%. What are we trying to get out? We're trying to get out 606.667. I don't know why, but that's the number that I've written down. 606.667 divided by whatever they put out, 50 something, isn't it? 52.5. Yeah, oh. You, well, this is strange. Very weird. So that's the output that we are aiming for. That's the output of each machine. This means that you need 11 machines. But if we times that by 2, it's 23.11. I've written down that you need 24 assemblers, and one of them is at 11%. Okay, so that's true, right? But not for... That's for the output. If you've got two groups. Am I supposed to have 11 and then 11? I accidentally built a full... Like, is it supposed to be 12 on the bottom and 12 on top? And I built 24. I think that might be what happened here. This seems like... there's no way you can get this all to run. Did the recipe change? I don't know. The numbers are working out pretty well if I just had half of what I have here. I'm thinking I made a mistake. I'm thinking that when I wrote this out, I should have said 12 and 12 for a group of 24. You know what I mean? Well, I could get more materials and try to... but that was such a pain because the belt, I can't support that amount on a belt. I could in the future with a future belt, Mark 6 belt. Or I could just disable like the entire top row, for instance. Everything on the top row of each of these could go, and it would all work then. I've been making less silica, but I don't have any need for all the silica, so I don't mind doing that. It just seems like the numbers are off on this one. I would almost need to look at my video. See, what the hell was I thinking, you know? My bad. Yeah, that's no worries. Let me see. When did Darren make this factory? $3,640 silica per minute. Something doesn't sound right, Darren. Outlining the plan and why.
Thrown into something. It's a resource you kind of don't really use that much. So we're
Whoa,
over
whoa, 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 whoa.
here mixing.
They did change the recipe. They doubled it. 37.5, 22.5. That's 11.25. They just doubled it. Son of a bitch. That's cool and everything, but I feel like something's still wrong for me, or maybe I'm making a mistake, which is 606. Am I getting twice as much out now then as well? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. All right. Cool. So we just get rid of half the machines. Or we could keep them there and just put them all down to 50%. That might be the best thing to do, is just clock everything down, because all the infrastructure's there now. Maybe we'll just clock everything down. Or just disconnect them. Yeah, just one or the other. I kind of like the idea of clocking everything down, because at least they're there now. And we can still get them to all run. Interesting. Okay, we'll just work with our new numbers then. Whoops. At least I'm not... That was cool to be able to just look that up and see what was true of the past. I'm glad I wasn't completely wrong. Like, I didn't build the whole place wrong. Right, so I could work back from the target again, I guess. That makes sense. 606.667. A Mark 6 belt would allow me to do it eventually. We don't have that though, and that's not coming anytime soon. So I'd rather actually just get everything up and running properly today. And if we need to overclock the machines in the future, I guess we could do that. Or like clock them back up, that'd be fine. But if I really need more silica, I don't even have a destination for the silica at all right now. But yeah. I'm just still a little confused. But I know everything's just doubled. That makes sense. 606. Still feel like I've written down more than that's what we would have been getting though. Maybe not. Music back on. Okay, so it was 606.667 and it's going to be times 6. So it would have been 3,640. 3,640 divided by 6. So that number there. Okay. Well, if that's our target out, 52.5. That's how many machines we actually need. Okay. But I've got 24. So this number divided by 24, that's the clock speed. If we times it by 100. Wait for the autosave. 100 times that, so there we go. 48.148 recurring, I assume. .148, etc. Copy. Alright, just paste this all the way down. Seems correct to me. A 1.1 bean counter would be nice in this situation. What does that mean? What's a bean counter in regarding this game? It is the same output, but I was kind of thinking like, did I accidentally double my number back then by accident? That's kind of what I was thinking. It's 616 high, but I guess it's not. All right, so we expect to see these all go green. Whoops. And then their outputs could actually merge onto just... Oh no, they couldn't. They need to stay separate, don't they? Yeah. Oops. Take that. The funny thing is, though, even though they're fluctuating on and off, they're probably making 606 per minute. Just this way we can tell for sure. I suppose we could always do one of these. What are those? So we'll look back on that in a minute. Did I do the top and bottom just there? Yeah. Alright, let's keep going. I feel like those things will just break though, but we'll see. The belt counter is a bean counter. Oh, I see. Alright. Going. This is not the sand desert save. Nope. My stream world is different than the desert version. Stopping one line would just work? Yeah, we could stop the top line on each one. I'm okay. I think I'd rather just have them all work when they're here, rather than have a bunch of things that look like they're off. That's just me though, you know. It's definitely quicker if you just disconnect. I could just cut the wire to an entire row, and it would be exactly what you need. But I prefer this. I know it's a bit repetitive, but at least they'll all run at the end. You guys are missing quartz, are you? the other lines were. Check on that. These ones aren't getting out. They must not have a proper overflow setup. Check that as well. There's so many issues. You're trying to go up somewhere. Just don't stop. Don't ever stop believing. Kinda can't believe that worked. Right, cool. Right, it'll take a while for that to drain, but it should work. Alright, so why is not as much quartz coming this way? They're all looking to take 260 each. Really, you can make them all Mark III belts. We'll just leave them as they are, but yeah. 260 on each line, so that's 260, 260, 260. Going in there is 780. Divided by 3. I'm just surprised they haven't got backed up yet, but okay. Alright. Look at the time it takes to output. Hi Darren, first time live viewer here. Hey Hans. Just wanted to thank you for your YouTube videos. Been enjoying the series a lot and learned so much. Awesome, thank you. And thanks for the kind words. Thanks for taking the time to vocalize that. Is the belt above the floor hole upgraded to Mark V? Probably not actually. Yeah, well I don't even know what this is doing yet. I have to look that up, so do that while we're waiting on other things. We've solved the truck problem, right? We know that we're bringing in 780 now on each line. That's good. These have now been clocked evenly to whatever. Using a new recipe. Maybe I should update that actually. So 48.148148. So you just copy and paste it into the other one, but let's just say 48.1481. Alright, so we expect the same results out of that though, right? I think so. My math isn't terrible. Just using half the assemblers, basically. Okay, so apparently 606, which is now Mark V, which we have to update upstairs as well, goes this way into 23 assemblers doing circuit boards. So let's do that then. Again, it might be worth finding a place that we can actually build a lift or an elevator or something. Because at the moment I just have one way up, which is all the way back down here. Things are moving though, which is nice to see. Yeah, so these are disconnected, are they? Oh no, they're just not. They're just full. Okay. What are we making? 275.5.75 circuit boards. They take in 606 copper sheet. Again, that would rely on having. So they're receiving two things from opposite sides and they're sending out. Okay, I see. Copper sheet, apparently according to this, comes from the copper caterium factory with overflow splitter set up so that when 780 belt gets full, the remainder stays in the factory for further use. Okay, but it needs the belt, so we'll have to improve that next. But we'll keep working our way back. I might actually take some alclad out, or maybe we'll have to run up to the facility 600 because we're going to need a lot. And this is the silica that we just looked at. So Mark V. do this one first, I guess. Oof, that's getting a bit rough now. Maybe there is a new memory leak. Alright, we need to do the same for the copper sheet. He's back! I'm back. Hey, thanks, Tim. This seems to be an old factory, so still time to rebuild it. At the point of phase 5 where I'm struggling to get materials around in mass. Won't be afraid to use tractors or trucks, but obviously trains is the way to go if you have to do things in mass. Yeah, I might just make a quick save just in case. Stream 10 in this world. Just to be doubly safe because it's hitching a lot, I'm just going to do a quick refresh. I'm at the point in phase 5 where... Oh, sorry, I read that right. Darren, would you ever upload a full VOD of each app for the Oasis series? Like no. No. Nobody would want to see it. Plus, I'm not talking for 90% of it. I can show you, I'll show you, like, the last episode, just as an example of, like, what that would look like. I'm, like, a terrible video creator. Like, a lot of what I do is, I'll do something, and then I'm just not happy with how I said it, and just repeat it like 5 times until I'm happy with it. It doesn't always happen, but sometimes I do get stuck in ruts like that, where I'm like, just say it again. Or like, I'll go 10 minutes further into the video, and then realize everything I've been saying is wrong, or I did something wrong. So I just delete it all, go back, start it again, you know, just whatever that section was. Like I built the concrete at the beginning of the previous video. Not only did I do that in a whole different video that I completely scrapped because I wasn't happy with it, but I did it like 3 times until I got it right. It's just embarrassing, frankly. So I would obviously never show that stuff. Well, it's not even that. I don't mind telling people, but it's like, you'd be just wasting time. No, I know, Ace, yeah, I'm not saying I'm like super... I know not everyone has like immediately amazing plan, just builds amazingly, like all the time. But I'm saying I wouldn't release like the VOD of me doing all that, because like who's watching? Why would you want to do that? Episode 14. This one I think actually only had maybe 1 file. I was in a real rush to... Oh no, it's 2. Yeah, it's quite not that much. And what do we have? It's a 4 minute... It was a 4 hour 40 recording. Total. Sorry, my computer is lagging out because stream and everything. So that'd be the actual length of the entire thing. And then if the thing I actually wanted to show properly was just how the audio compares, like how much of that would just be dead air. So that's the dead air, like the gaps. So I didn't say anything for nearly an hour. And what was I doing in that hour? Let's see. I'll just turn this down to quarter quality as well. So I was building, yeah, so I'd done 1 truck station. I was like, I'm just going to build the next 6, right? So I built the next 6. But then what I was doing was playing around with patterns and trying to make it look cool. And then I was watching a video on the side. There's all this audio here. Most likely from the video I was listening to or just watching. I was watching streams and stuff. And then I started playing around with the idea of doing like a very bold colors. And I was inspired by Marathon. People were wondering what game was I talking about. It was Marathon. I thought that was actually kind of obvious, but I didn't say the name of the game. Because I kind of wanted to see what people would think it was. And some people said, you know, Mirror's Edge because of the red and the white, which is fair enough. But it was Marathon. It was what I was going for anyway. Which is more clear on the later in the video when I start using green and stuff. And then, yeah, I kind of come back after an hour. I'm like, hey, let's, like, this is what I've got so far.
All right. Okay, so here we, you know, there's a lot of that where it's like, all right. And then it's just, okay, let's do this again. And I must do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Nope, not that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Not that time. I love this. Nope, not that time either. All right, I quite, you know, you'll get it eventually. So that's, you know, that's me in a nutshell. It's many takes. And is it all the same? It's basically all the same, but I don't like it and I can't deal with it. So it's like, I just feel like a constant failure. So I'm like, let's just do this again, get this, you need to get this right. So there you go. You know, that's me being like quite honest and open with why don't you get a 4-hour VOD of a video? And why does it take me long to make videos? Because I've crippling shyness and lack of confidence when it comes to like how I present things. I would much rather be a video editor than someone who's actually on camera doing things. It's not really what I like to do, but I'm here nonetheless. I just sort of fell into doing this. I didn't really have ambitions to be a YouTuber. Yeah, that video is probably like 80 gigabytes or something. They're quite big files. They can be. Let's see, 70 gigabytes for 4.5 hours. That one. That's actually not that big. I used to record using NVIDIA Broadcast and or NVIDIA's built-in thing. The files were way bigger then. And before that, what did I use before that? Actually, can't remember what it was. It was just a custom sort of thing that you could pay for. And the files were giant when I used that. OBS now is pretty good. The files aren't too big with the bitrate I've set. But this was not that bad because it was done in pretty much one video. The ones that are taking me like that didn't go well. It's like that was 2 hours. It's an hour 15, an hour 16, 33 minutes, 9 minutes, and then 30. No, that doesn't count. It's 35 seconds. So yeah, the reason things could. It's better, obviously, if I know I'm going to have a stop point, I'll try to stop the recording. When I was doing the truck stations there, I thought like, oh, I could maybe time-lapse it or something. But I realized like it took longer than I thought and wasn't very interesting, so just ended up having an hour of dead air. This one here, so that's an hour 20, 15 minutes, and 20. That's not too bad either, actually. It's pretty good. Because sometimes these take like 6 hours. This is 2 hours 40, 1:15, 2 hours 40 again. 5 minutes. Extra footage probably for the beginning and end, I guess. Yeah, just a bit of 10 minutes there. So, you know. It is what it is. Why it's kind of unsustainable, to be honest. But we'll see. But you get the unedited raw version here on stream. How many fuel rods does a nuclear power plant use per minute? 0.4 per minute. Oh, actually, no, I don't know. Your manufacturers make 0.4. I can't remember exactly how much they consume. I made 4 per minute, and I divided that into 8. So is it 0.5? It must be 0.5 when they're fully overclocked. That'll be off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure nuclear power plant fully overclocked will consume 0.5 uranium fuel rods. The plutonium ones are different. Rip disk space? Yeah, I delete all that stuff after a while, the raw footage files. I keep the last 3 or 4 episodes because I might use it for cinematics or something, or references. But usually when I'm 3 or 4 episodes out from an episode, you don't need the footage anymore. Alright, Mark 5. Yeah, right, cool, we did that. Okay, so now we have to follow back. And what is this? This is Mark 4, so that's plenty. So why are you stalled? Why don't you have anywhere to go to? So, you're going into a dimensional depot in a very lazy... Why would I do that? Why there? Why wouldn't Darren just at least do this? And then let it go that way as well or something? Maybe because he wanted to prioritize... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It works out the same then. So, overflow out the right, any out the center, overflow out the left.
You don't need circuit boards anymore in a dimensional depot. They're not needed. They're not used in building anything anymore. So that's irrelevant. That's gone. But I must have built that in this update. Why would I do that? I don't know. Anyways. Some of you are going down that way. Do I consume all this, I wonder? 275 per minute, 92 overflow into storage. So 92 is unaccounted for at the moment. Alright, so we need an awesome sink, just sending it somewhere. Just for now, to keep everything running, like as we're testing, let's just get an awesome sink even like here. But I would actually say any out the right then. You just wait until everything gets backed up. But then whatever does get backed up, send it out the left. You only have so many read writes before she dies? Nope. Oh, well, I've got an SSD. I don't know if that makes any difference, but... Do I have an NAS? I do have an NAS system thing, yeah. I don't really use it very much, though. I want to make Rosie record the videos and you can just be her editor. Dude, I would love it if she was doing something like that and I could just be the editor. It'd be amazing. If I could earn as much as I do now, I guess. Yeah, like earn the same. I'd totally be down for just being an editor of someone who's, frankly, far more talented. If I got paid well. Although at this stage, it would be hard to walk away from, like, the audience I built. But I mean, like, in the beginning, like, yeah, I would have loved that. What are you lacking? Why aren't you running fully? Quick wire. Okay, so both problems now seem to stem back to the copper caterium plant. So we'll start upgrading the belts out that way now. SSDs do have a max read-write number, but the number now is exceptionally high. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it then. It is new. It's experimental still. Yep. Okay, so what we got to do is work out a Mark V belt all the way back with this. And it does seem like it just hitches the game doing it, so... It is what it is. Or sometimes. Alright. That's very inconsistent, that pitching thing. I wonder what's doing it. Is it because there's stuff on the belt? Length of the belt? You know? And then the next thing is to get this place up and running fully. This will be a joy, I'm sure. It actually will be a joy, because I've been wanting to have it run fully for a long time, and now we have the power to do it. Just need a lot of alclad. There's so many belts here. I just feel like it would have to be... We'd have to have alclad production up and running properly, I think. At the moment, I think I just made a batch. We're just pulling out of the container for it. I think that's how I do it. Now, at least we've 606.66 recurring coming from the copper caterium factory, so that's correct. So copper caterium factory, then we need copper sheet logic here. These are the blocks. Maybe we could darken the background a bit. So it comes out of block G and a little bit of block N. NG. Only if they're doing 487.5, which they're not currently, but they could be. We could make them do that. I'll likely create a large storage container here, where both the 487 and the 375 go into it, and out from it would be 431.25 in each belt. This way, a single large storage container can act like a belt balancer. Oh yeah. Clever. I guess. Although we're just sending one belt out from it now, but I see what he's saying. He being me in the past. I wonder how much we're doing right now. It's obviously full, so there's no problem getting the 606 out. Right, let me go find those copper sheet refineries, which are down the other side of the factory. We'll see what they're running at. And we could maybe upgrade their belts to at least, if we don't do the entire chain of everything in the factory, we could at least get those to be Mark 5s, just to make those all run correctly. They're sort of separate from the factory. I mean, they're doing copper like everyone else, but it's just 3 blocks. Alright, so these are the copper sheets. Running at 100, I hope. What's your problem? It's full. Can't get out. That's fine. Copper sheet logic. 47, 47, 47, and they're doing 487.5 out each. So each of them need their Mark 5 belts to get out. Some of which will go into AI limiters, some of which are going out this way. Now, in order to get that, they need their 487 ingots in. So it's a whole chain. We got to go all the way back to the beginning. These are the ingots coming in. They come from blocks N and G. So we got to go down to N and G. So N and G. Check one thing real quick. Make sure they're all running. Block G is on. And block N is on. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So N2 G1 G1. Gotta make sure I know that. Why not use plastic AI limiters? I don't remember building this factory, honestly, at this point. Either I didn't have the recipe available, or I didn't want to use oil. Might have been the reason. In this place. This place doesn't use oil. Don't have to worry about it. Yeah, just from my own personal feeling, why? Yeah, don't want to use oil. That's probably a better reason than anything. Let's see. So N2, G1, G2. So I'm just going to upgrade those belts because we're limited for alkali. If we get those up and running, that would be fine. It does mean just checking on one thing, I guess. Because I used to list which one went where. I had little signs, but I don't think I have them anymore. Unless they're down at this end. If they are, then great. They're either on the 2 on the top or the 2 on the bottom. I just don't remember. Yeah, why would I get rid of the signs? I had little signs on these telling me which belt was which. In some reason. I don't know. Alright, we'll have to go to the other end, see what ones we need to trace back, and then follow them back that way. Oop. You're insanely organized. Past you, new future you would appreciate it. Yeah, I know. And even then, still, like, there's still things to figure out a bit. Anywhere I wasn't organized, it's like, oh, I gotta figure that out, because he didn't add the new information into his old document kind of thing. Alright, so we have the letters down here anyway. They are the ones on the end, but that means they are the highest up belts actually then. N. Alright, cool. So we'll make these all Mark 5. We'll start with their inputs though first. Hang on a second. Oh, right. I didn't know there was another group all the way down there. I was like, where's that going? If that's F, G is actually all the way down there. Cool. Alright, so this is what needs to be upgraded. I think it's just the input belt. I don't think these need to change, but let's just double check. So it's 390 go into a group. Oh. Put this here for a second. Whoops. This gets split once. I don't recall that being a thing. That's what it says. Hang on. One of the belts that comes out of the truck station is here. This rolls down and goes into one splitter, which goes between 13 refineries each. Yeah, that's fine. But on my document thing, it says it's supposed to go into a different group. It could be the ones on the end, I think, were shorter than the other ones. Let me just double check that. I think literally N and G have less. Yeah. You do. Every other group has a split point first. So this needs to be Mark 5 up to there. You know, for this, whatever this group is. But it actually is interesting. It means that we could maybe run this without having to change the belt speed at all. It is just doing 390 per minute. This could stay as a Mark 4. So 390 per minute rolls down into Group G and Group N and gets split. It's just a matter of turning on all the refineries and making sure they all have water. And they'll be fine. As long as they don't run out of ore. We have to go back to the source of the ore and make sure it's increased, but yeah. That'll work. Alright, sorry, I know this means nothing to people who just maybe are tuning in or don't know what's going on here. I mean, I'm figuring it out. You can if you stream it and have fun. Oh, sorry, I just got to the heavy modular frame episode in the Oasis. It took me so long to get it right as I kept hopping back and forth between my world and yours. Yeah, I would also say, like, you know, I know it's difficult for some people, but... And it depends what the issue is. But a lot of people get really fixated on the exact placement of things. I would really encourage people to just, like, say, like, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm 1 or 2 foundations off, or if the height is a little different than in his video. The logic is probably the more important thing. How it's all structured isn't as important. So as long as you're getting the machines fed right, you're all good. And as long as you're not, like, massively off. I worry sometimes when I see people in the comments being like, can't watch the video anymore, man, because, like, my foundations are... I'm, like, a whole foundation off and you don't show how you did it. And it's like, don't worry about the foundation. Like, what does that matter? Really? I know... It's like, at that point, you're not even playing a game. If you're just recreating exactly what you're seeing on screen... I mean, I guess you are. It's kind of like... I was going to say, it's like playing Lego or something. It's like, yeah... I guess people do build Lego the exact way they see sometimes, but... And I know there's a certain zen quality, but I would kind of just look at it and be like, okay, someone's done the planning for me. And I'll try to make, like, that factory, but I can dress it how I want. You know, the shell can be how I want. I just hope people don't lose too much time with the very, very minute details, you know, that's all. It has to be exactly like mine. Well, then why not just load the save and just use it? You know, I don't know, because then it's like, okay, there it is. It seems a bit strange to be like... And again, I really am judging, and I know a lot of people watch this way. I just worry that I'll do something one day and people will be like, "Ah, I can't do it now." I just kind of think if you just have to build exactly what I've done in the exact same way, I feel like there's a certain part of the game that's lost to you then. I'm all for guides and helping and stuff, but part of me just thinks at least the things that aren't part of the actual planning of the factory don't matter as much. Like how you do your stairwells, or how you get around, or how you colored it, you know? At least a little bit of customization, no? But maybe not. Maybe not. 'Cause I could totally understand being intimidated by the planning of factories, right? That is difficult. So it's like, look, someone else takes care of that for me. Great. Sorry, I was just checking. I know what we need to do now. I'm just going to follow one line at a time so I don't get confused.
Right, we're gonna do, so it was N2, G1, G2. Yes, the N1's actually disconnected right now anyway. These need to be hooked up to be Mark 5. We'll start from here. Anyway, again, it really, you know, I don't mind. I just worry that I'll screw something up for someone sometime and they'll find it really difficult, you know. I feel bad when people say, like, oh, I've been pausing and it took me hours to get through one video. It's like, as a YouTuber, that's great. You know, you're spending tons of watch time and you're going back and you're playing the same segments. Trust me, as a YouTuber, great. I got no problems there. But just as a gamer, I'm like, man, is that enjoyable, you know? Could it be better? What the hell's going on here, huh? Get this to look a bit better. Alright, so that was N2. Let's do G2. Me, my plans rarely survive contact with reality. This game's not that hard. It's not. I don't think it's hard at all. It's not hard, it just takes a lot of time. A hard game has, it's like, it's really difficult to progress. This game's not that difficult to progress. You can just always progress, you know? It might be hard for some people to get like 100% like running factories at 100% and planning things out. Like, I get that. It's time consuming. It might be a little difficult, but there's no fail state where it's like, oh, you just can't progress now. It's like, you could just make things in low volume and progress. You don't have to worry about it. And things can turn on and off and just get made as they are. And it still works. If the game was like, you have to hit 10 things per minute, it's like, okay, now that might be difficult. Because it's like, it's not just about getting it all done on your own schedule. It's like, you actually have to hit like a production capacity. Anyways. But I look at it as like a City Skylines or something. It's like a creative game. Less about the challenge and more about like playing around and getting there creatively how you want, you know. Factorio, I think, is a hard game. Super difficult, in fact, in my opinion. Because if you play in normal settings, you just like fight the aliens and stuff, and if your production starts to fall or slow down, you know, they overwhelm you, or you run out of resources and you have to move your base, but maybe you don't have the technology to move it yet, so you're not ready, and you just have to start over again somewhere else. It's like, I've lost that game many times. That's why I don't play it. I'm not very good at it. This is way before I ever played Satisfactory, though, so I'm probably much better now. Back then, though, it's like really not good. So there's 4, so it's from this perspective, bottom right. There's no problem doing them all, I guess, but yeah, there's only 4 belts here. All the others have 8. So that was the difference I was getting confused about earlier.
I don't care how your factory looks, just make it efficient.
Change that to-do list. I recreated exactly at first until I understood how the logic works. Now I'm doing the placing that I like. Nice, that's awesome. Trial and error, find your own voice and style, it's part of the fun. Is someone asking about like being a YouTuber or something? Did I miss that? Was it Narita? Or someone else? My best is 68,000 signs per minute. Yeah, so way back when I played Factorio, I mean, this is literally before I played Satisfactory, and I played Satisfactory like 6 years ago. So it's a long time, really, since I played it. But I really struggled. Like, I loved it though. I thought it was awesome. I really liked the single player, and then they stopped doing that, which kind of disappointed me. Keep dropping crates because they were upgrading these belts. Get them in a minute. I remember the first thing I did, so I was building up and I was like making progress and I was doing fine. But then like I kept getting attacked and I wasn't making ammo fast enough to like keep my turrets going. And I got overwhelmed. I was like, damn, lost. But I had learned a lot, so I was like, okay, cool, let's go again. Went again, and then had a really good base going.
And I thought, this is great. And I had trains and I was going off to get different things from further away. But all my core iron or whatever ran out. You know, it's like 2 million or whatever, but then eventually it runs out. And I couldn't relocate my base fast enough to somewhere else or get more stuff brought in fast enough. I was like, oh, like, I just can't expand as fast as I'm consuming stuff. And then again, I got overwhelmed by monsters and stuff. So I was like, okay. And then one other time I played... I'm trying to think what happened. But something, I made it further. I think I got like a certain science pack. And I was like, I literally don't know how to get this into the machine. Like I had like 4 or something. Or maybe 5. And it's like, oh, I've got a short arm and a long arm. And I just can't figure out how I'm supposed to get this in. Couldn't do it. Had everything I needed, I think. And I just looking at it, just logically could not work out how to feed the 5th science pack in. And I was like, well, I just guess that's it then. So I just stopped playing. So anyway, but it'd be great to play it again now knowing everything I know with this game. And like, I never thought about like production per minute or anything like that. Just kind of building like randomly. One thing I really didn't like though was like blueprints. I don't really like the game in how it does. Like you have little robots that go out and build everything for you. I know everyone does that, and that's what the game demands of you. Once you get to that point, I'm like, I lose interest because I'm not. It feels like I'm not building anymore. It's like the game is building for me. And I don't know. Just I know it's a weird hang up. I've got many weird hang ups. But once it gets to that point, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm gonna stop caring. There's a reason I came back down here for something. Oh yeah, the dismantle crates. Where are they? Oh, they're way over there. Okay, I thought they were here. Is that it then? Did I do Mark 5 on all of these? Yeah. Okay, cool. So we just have to go upstairs now. Continue the Mark 5. I'm gonna have to build a container or something, or just an awesome thing, something to get rid of all these encased industrial beams we no longer need. Collecting them from deleting the old belts. Factoria's newest DLC needs the robots so you can build remotely on different planets you need to fly to. Yeah, no, I've seen it. I've watched a lot of Space Age. It was cool. I used to watch like videos on it when it was like a mod or whatever beforehand. But yeah, I don't know. I just didn't like the robot thing. I know it's a weird hang-up, but I remember going into an area and all these robots like fly out and like start repairing everything. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I almost wish you... Can you do this? Can you put down like machines that repair things for you so that you don't have to be there? I'd be okay with that. It was just like the spam that came out of me on the screen. I'm such a weird gamer because I also played without the icons on. I like the art, the buildings. It's clearly why I like this game, right? It's a good looking game. I don't want just the raw information. I like the world. I know I'm a 1% minority, I suppose, on that, but Factorio looks really cool. Like, the world is really cool. Seeing the creatures is really cool. I don't want to just have, like, Linux UI everywhere with, like, a million repeating icons in my face. Like, I know what they're doing, broadly speaking, these machines. So I was happy to, like, because I used to stream it, and people were like, turn the icons on, bro, and I'm like, I don't want them on. You know, so nobody would want to watch me play that game. I'm a freak. You said 5th science fact, not late game? Yeah, whatever it was like, I had a long arm and a short arm. And I remember feeding from the top and the bottom, and being like, I can't get the 5th thing in there, because where can I go? And I had underground belts and stuff, but I guess I just couldn't work it out. I love Shape C. Shape C is awesome. Just bear with me one sec. We're waiting on this thing to drain anyway. This will be a terrible example. And remember, I haven't played in like 6 years, so I'm probably just not remembering exactly. But if this is your science machine thing, right? It's like a circle, isn't it? But obviously this is it in a grid. And I had a belt going along like this way. And I had another belt going along this way. And then I think I had one going along the bottom. And another one going along the top. Or, yeah, the further on the bottom. Right, so 4 belts, 4 signs, colors. And you have a different arm that brings them into each one. Yeah, so it's something like this connected into there, and then this connected across. Couldn't have a belt here, because I didn't have an arm long enough to get in. I don't think, anyway. So it's like, cool, I'll do that one there, and I'll do this one here. You know, great. I've got my 4 belts are feeding in here. And then I needed a 5th thing. Now, you might think just use the sides. I had these laid out next to each other. Like, just loads of them. Whoops. In a row. So, oh my god. You know, just had loads of these in a row. Over and over and over again. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I can ever get anything in there now. Like another one. So I started trying to feed multiple things into the same belts. Right? So it's like, try to get one blue, then one red. One blue, then one red to go in. I was like trying to do all these different things to like have priorities on which ones go in. But then I was making such low volume of other stuff, it would take forever. And I was like, oh, and then I just probably lost, you know? Like I probably got attacked again or something before I could advance. So I was like, oh, forget it. And I didn't hate the game for it. I was just like, oh, I'm just not good enough to do this. Like I'm just not good enough to figure out whatever the problem was. Put things on different sides of the belts? Can you? I can't remember that. That might be what I'm visualizing though, but isn't it that the arm will grab the thing closest or the longer arm grabs the thing furthest? I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a goal where if I hit like a certain sub count or something, I'll do it. I just know what that would be though. That would be the biggest backseat stream of all time, you know? And I don't mind people helping me, but I just know it would be like the worst. Alright. These are the ingots that need to go to the copper sheets. Make them all 5. Alright, so they're all 5 now. Good. Make sure we continue that along. Quite nice doing this. I'm about to run out of alkalit though already. I have to go get some. And I'll just stop there. There's a tower here, so I know that it's at this tower. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to make a run, get some alkalit, because the amount of belts that we need. Crazy. Like this chocobo music. Anyway, like, so what I'm saying is I'm probably wrong in whatever I was thinking, but back then, that's how I was thinking. I was like, oh, I just can't figure it out. Whatever it is, I can't figure it out. It's not that, obviously there's a way to do it, but I couldn't work it out. I struggle with the 2D aspect of Factorio? Oh yeah, I didn't have a problem with that, or struggle with that. Personally, anyway. I like this 3D aspect of this game, though. Don't utilize it as much as I should. Have I played Starground? No. Never heard of that one, actually. I have played Dyson Sphere Program. That would be fun. I'd be much more open to trying that out on stream than Factorio. Just because the Factorio community is so, like, hardcore. I just feel like I'm too late to do anything. Factorio? Yeah, I do think it's like almost a perfect game. I think its UI is trash. Like, it's functional, but it's not good. So that would be like one of my kind of complaints, but I don't think anybody cares about that stuff. And its tutorial is like non-existent now, so those would be two things. But in terms of everything else, like it runs amazing. It's got a cool art style, and it's super deep, very moddable. What about Desynced? I played that a long time ago when it first went into early access. I think I liked it, yeah, but I can't remember too much about it. I don't know, at the time I remember, I guess what I remember overall didn't really do anything that unique. And I liked that Foundry game because of the voxels, although I think they underutilized aspects of it. I think it'd be cool if you set up big mining drills to go really deep underground and get rarer minerals and stuff. Like that's surely a voxel world, that's the draw. And there's a little bit of that. Maybe they will expand that with the next update. There's a big one on the way or something, but yeah, not sure. Used to dream about that game? That's funny. When I was a programmer, I used to dream about programming. Oh, these have all stalled. Is it water problems? My setup here might be screwed. Maybe I've done it wrong. Back here later though. For now I just need because I'm pretty sure, didn't I say, yeah, I wonder why that's happened. The water that comes out here should be recycled back to these machines. And I thought we reset it and gave it a good run to see like, okay, this should be it now. But I need to, when we're doing the cosmetics of this place and building the smelters, I can be up here and actually find out whatever the exact issue is. Because it could be, I don't think I increased the amount of coal. It could be that we're not bringing in enough coal. And then it got delayed. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Are you going to play Modulus? That game looks cool, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to. It had a demo and I didn't even know. I just saw something recently about the fact that it had one. Is liquid biofuel the most efficient fuel? There's none that are more efficient or not. They just do different things. Liquid biofuel might be the slowest burn, so it allows you to go the furthest. But like turbo fuel and rocket fuel have a very fast burn. It doesn't last very long, but it sends you really high. You won't go as far horizontally with it, but you'll go way further vertically. So it kind of depends. Anyway, I came here just to get some alclad. Do we have any? Oh, I don't have any. Gone. Oh, it needs copper, does it? Ugh. The alclad needs copper? I always get those mixed up. I always think casing needs copper, but alclad does. Alright, I'll make another batch of it. Just gonna go grab some copper, we'll throw it into a container and then just make it manually here for a bit. These will all run fine, but there's obviously a problem if they're getting, the water recycling must be like slowly getting backed up in the other machines, so it's not fully working. It's a shame. Because the numbers work, but I imagine it's just the liquid recycling priority of which one goes into which is incorrect. I burned out on the game a long time ago and I want to play it, but I can't. Any recommendations? I'm not sure what you're asking to be recommended though. You say you want to play the game again. Well, I don't know. Like if you actually want to play it again, then just play it, I guess. If you're planning on playing it and you want to avoid burnout, try to log what you've been doing
So either in a notepad or just something to say like, okay, this factory does this. It takes in this and does this. That kind of thing actually really helps. If you stay just a little organized, that means if you do take a break or you get sick of things, you can kind of come back and it doesn't feel so daunting to pick up where you left off. Another thing would be if you build to the belt speed that's higher than the one you're on, it makes building similar factories a lot easier because it's like, oh, you know, I'm making like, whatever, let's say you're doing 5 computers per minute because you only had a belt speed of 480 to bring in whatever materials. Right, so you're doing 5 per minute. But if you built that to the belt speed of 780, right, the next belt speed, it'd be nice then if all you had to do to get more computers was just upgrade the belt when you get it. So you go back to the factory, instead of going like, oh, now I need, instead of needing 5, now I need like 20. It's like, well, now you can easily get that. Or easier way of getting it is just upgrading the belts. You're already planning ahead. It's like semi-planning ahead. You just turn on the extra machines when they're needed. So that can help. You know, it's like, okay, I need... yeah, I'm going to make 100 iron plates. And then eventually you'll find out you need more iron plates. But if you spec the factory in the beginning for the next belt speed, that'll be your target, right? It's like, oh, instead of using 2 iron miners, and, you know, you might not have had the power for any of this yet either or something. So instead what you could do is just like go like, well, I'm going to build it assuming in the future, like my belt speed will be this. And then I'll have the power to turn this all on and use it, you know? That can help. I actually genuinely think that can help burnout, because I think what causes burnout a lot is feeling like you're doing the same thing, or you hit that wall of being like, oh, now I need to do the thing I've already done, but I need it in a higher volume, and that's a pain. I have to figure that out. And a lot of people go into their old factories and it's all messed up and stuff. So yeah, if you could somehow just try to... Why is this a Mark III belt, by the way? I don't know. Maybe it needs to be. Anyway. Those would be my 2 main tips. So try to remember what you build in the game, either by leaving signs for yourself in the game or even using like a little notepad or something, like virtual notepad or not. Steam now has a function where you can take notes. So when you open up Steam, you just click this and you've got a notepad right in here, and you can make loads of different entries. You just go like, yeah, this is satisfactory or whatever, like title the note that way and log a few little things. You don't even need to worry about it. It's cloud saved. It's all good. I'd recommend doing that. If you play on Steam anyway. I just put everything on screens in-game. Yeah, I would recommend doing it in-game as well, but the problem for a lot of people, especially if they don't play it a lot, is they might not have Quartz and all that stuff set up. So it's like, you could always use the note functionality or something, but yeah. And yeah, if you're trying to reinvigorate yourself to play differently, yeah, play in a different way. Set yourself some different goals. But I would honestly just say to people, if you're not feeling it anymore, just play something else. It's okay not to get tired of a game. Playing multiplayer is a great way to get into it again as well, actually, yeah. Basically, I just need a bunch of copper to bring with me up to this factory. I thought this would be quicker than this. This is Mark III again. Why do I keep choosing the worst belts? I guess I must have only upgraded the ones that are actually active or something. Oh, we'll just wait a couple minutes, whatever. Couple thousand, then we'll get going. The problem is I'm stuck at the heavy modular frames. I just don't know what to do. It happened to me 2 times in 2 different 100-hour saves. But thanks for the help. Stuck at heavy modular frames. But what are you stuck with, you know? I guess I would need more info. And it's okay if you don't want to answer any further, but Like, what's the thing that's making you go, like, I just don't want to do this anymore? Like, what is that thing? Is it the volume of screws, the amount of heavy modular frames you were trying to make? What's the roadblock, I guess? You can also try alternate recipes. Heavy modular frames as an alternate. I always use. Yeah, if a lot of people, it's screws, right? Volume's high. It's awkward. Causes issues. So people use the alternates to get rid of the screws, or use other alternates to make screws easier. Can work too. Very good. This is probably enough for a while. Goal will be eventually to obviously set a proper lineup and send this to factory itself. One of our many other copper lines. And hi. I don't know what to do next. I think I find it's too complex, but at the same time I love it. Might be confusing. No, I get it. I do get that. In some ways, I mean it does, but in some ways it doesn't get too much more complex than something like heavy modular frames, because it is just 4 inputs. And it doesn't really get much more difficult than that. It just becomes longer chains. Another thing I would recommend, the way I actually got through the game for the first time was, because I'd played hundreds of hours as well, never beaten it or anything. Technically, I played thousands. When I actually beat the game, I just tried making things in low volume, so trying to make it much more easy and doable. So space elevator wise, it's like, oh, you need 500 adaptive control units. Like, yeah, you could try spend many hours working on things so that you're making like 10 per minute or something. Or you could try just make one per minute, one machine. That's 500 minutes to get it done. Or 250 if you use like a summer sloop or something to double your output. But at least while those 500 minutes are going by, you can do other things, you know? Build other factories, keep moving forward and doing other things, or build rail lines, like get your infrastructure ready for something else. I think you'll find it goes quite quickly. So I often say that as well. It's like, yeah, just if you're intimidated by the game or whatever, or you get burnt out, just build small. Set yourself small goals. Because you don't need much to beat the game. When it comes to the space elevator parts, you can pretty much do any space elevator part. You never need to go more than 5 per minute with any of them, in my opinion. Because later tiers will use like 1 or 2 per minute of the previous tier. So if you'd always done at least 4 or 5, you'll probably be fine for like getting things done in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I don't have any issues with screws. I don't really see. I mean, yeah, they're bigger volume or whatever. I don't get the complete hate. Figure this problem out at some point. Obviously the intention is not to have to do that. It's something fundamental wrong that we'll have to look back on later. We do that tomorrow. Sort this place out and build the smelters as well. It's all scrap at the moment. Right, so you guys can go. I don't have my hover pack anymore.
this might be built a little bit too close. Oh. No, it isn't. Dang. This is the one that needs the splitter. Might be a bit close there, but whatever. It's fine. It's all temporary anyway. Thank you, Delroy. 12 months as well. Full year. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Love the episodes and live streams. Keep it up. Thank you. I will. Alright. Got what they need. Alright, good. Okay, so we're getting alclad again. In the worst way possible, but it at least is coming in. And yeah, we can use that to upgrade the factory further. We got water problems. Don't like it. Don't like it one bit. I wonder if all the pipes are reset. Anyway, I shouldn't focus on that now. I'll just do another flush one more time. Basically, what the problem is the output water is struggling to get into the inputs because the input is too much for some reason. So it's like something's going wrong. And there are valves helping the direction of everything going back. So the recycled water comes back out here on a straight pipe, and then the water that is coming in here. So this is the one from the water extractors going that way. And then it hits this junction. And then the water that's coming from the recycling is coming this way, hitting this junction. And it's supposed to go up that way. And the numbers are accurate and everything, but that's the kind of issue with this. I think it's taking from this side as a priority. And therefore this is getting backed up. That blocks the machine, which stops this one from putting out, and then this all gets backed up. So I might have to figure out a better way to separate it, because I've done recycling systems before. I've never done it like that, so this is a bit reliant on like trying to make sure a certain amount that's going in works. You know, I don't know, it's a bit messy that way. Well, it's actually really elegant, but it's messy for the game to do it that way. Would be nice if it worked, but if I can't make that work, what I'd have to do instead is the recycling would feed into their own refineries, and the non-recycling would just have their own refineries as well. So it's not a big deal. It would just mean separating the two pipelines. Yeah, that's a sloppy Illumina setup. So this build, or that one there, it's all the bauxite in the pink forest, I think. Oh my god, wow, just saw that come at me. So a rail line goes around and collects all the bauxite and loads of coal and just delivers it into there from every bauxite node in the pink forest. The only other bauxite in the world, I think, is in the swamp, which I decided to leave for this. But it's not the most efficient recipes, that's for sure. We could be doing more with it. I really wanted to. It just seemed like enough. I think I'd said when we get more recipes later, we'll use the remaining bits in the swamp. This is the one? Alright. Right, back here we are. Mark 5. Actually, I should have taken some alkali with me. Damn. I'm still waiting on the upload speed, I guess, ultimately, to do it. I've got a while to wait. Well, while we're waiting, we could go back and check that the Silica factory is not working. Could also build the elevators I was talking about. Let's just do one right here for fun. Is it the stop that goes down first? Nope. Well, I guess, whoops. Oh, there's a doorway on both sides. Okay, cool. Start there. I'm not pressing anything. Sometimes I don't know what that is. And it's gonna go like bloom, say something broke. I don't know what it is. It like takes over my keyboard for a few seconds, and then something says it failed. I'll show you in a second. And it happens every time I stream, but it doesn't happen when I'm not streaming. But it's not OBS, so I don't know what it is that's actually saying that's failing. There it is. Let's see what it is. Microsoft Visual C++ Runtime Library. The MSI Center Game Bar Trace FPS Abort has been called. Okay. Alright, there we are. Nothing that we have, but thank you. Just for now, I'll just plug this in here. And I have to build stops, right? So stops won't all perfectly line up, I don't think. There's one floor that's really irregularly placed against the stairs. This one, yeah. If the door was on the side, it'd be okay, but it's not. So do that for a minute, see if we can figure out a solution to that. That's gonna be the same with every tower. Ooh. You have an MSI peripheral. My motherboard or something is using MSI, something like that. I have MSI Center, so it's something to do with that probably. It only does that when I'm streaming though, so I'm not sure what that's still why that's happening. Hey, thanks so much, Bogdan Wojny. What do you mean by poor super chat, gang? And how am I doing? I'm doing very good. Thank you for the 7-month membership. Abort, retry, ignore brings me back. Yeah, I don't know. I only have that with... Well, I was going to say with this game, but that's not true. I only have it when I'm streaming. I just happen to only stream this game. I have to remember what each floor does. So number 1 is logistics. Guess I could just call it up to me and then edit as we go. This is refinement. This is fun. This is fortunate. So I suppose what I could do, I don't have to rework anything else, is just build a little thing here. And just have that be cut off, right? So it's like, yeah, sorry, man. Little T. So it's a tiny bit inconsistent, I guess, but at least it gives us a platform. And what is this? Maintenance. So this was also called ventilation before, but there wasn't vents in the game. I just built them myself, then I changed it to maintenance. Is it number 4? No. Someone wrote a poem organized like The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. But abort, retry, ignore. From Old School DS. Oh my god, flashback. That's funny. Oh, you were the one who suggested the elevator thing? That's funny. I was going to make a comment about, like, I was like, oh, I wonder if that guy's still here. It'll only take 2 minutes to do one, I guess. It'd be great if you could copy and paste this, because I have to do this for every floor, for everything. Number 4 is logistics. If I wanted to do colors, it'd be even crazier. Logistics, and then what's the final floor? Assembly or something, I think it's called. Yeah. Cool. Brilliant. I just started watching your 1.0 streams. Got 7 months to catch up, but wanted to say thanks for the content. No problem, TGR. Tiger Bill. Is there no Major? Uninstall MSI Center. MSI Center controls the RGB in my computer, so I wouldn't want to uninstall it. Like I said, that only happens when streaming. I play games on this plenty. It never pops up. So I'll deal with it as just an awkward, annoying thing. Just PC gaming, doing PC things, as always. I did know you could dismantle crash sites, yep. Sometimes I just leave them there. I think they look alright. People often see things and they're like, oh, why don't you dismantle it? Dismantle it. It's right there. Get rid of it. I'm not harming anyone. We'll all be okay. I don't need the screws or rods. It's okay. We can leave it. I need to actually go maintenance, I think. Alright, great. I wish you could put the numbers on the buttons. That'd be awesome if you could do that. You almost got me that little bit before we had straight belts. Damn, man. Sucks that I've got barely any of this stuff. Got sand fluctuation. Could I increase the speed, maybe? Oh my god, we're only doing 30 per minute. Come on now. I hope I built... Yeah, well, I was going to say, even if it was a Mark 1 belt, it'll fill faster anyway now. Oh. The hell is this? Oh, it's a light. Okay. Oh, that's the control room lights. Yeah, I thought I could almost see through for a second. Just a reflection. So Mark 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. 5. Any more 5s? Alright, so just change these. I like that the copper ingots are 90-degree angles as well. Let's just get rid of these. Place fresh ones down. All right, almost there. What's my favorite thing about 1.1? I'm struggling to even remember because, like, obviously I've played with it for so long now. I'm trying to think, like, what's the new thing. So, honestly, the thing that keeps coming to mind is just being able to look at something, copy it, and it has the color or the pattern that it had when it was an object. Although I was used to that with a mod, and it's slightly better with the mod. Maybe they'll update it, I don't know. But that still does make things building a lot quicker. Like, you can actually even copy machines. So it's like, oh, just look at that machine, copy, place another one. And it has the clock speed, it has the recipe. That's really nice. It's a weird one, but I also really like the fact that when you copy and paste a setting onto a machine, it doesn't empty its inventory into yours. It just adjusts. So that's good. Straight pipe. Yeah, actually, okay, yeah, I totally forgot. So vertical nudging is definitely #1 for me. Straight pipes and straight belts generally. Yeah, so straight pipes. Yeah, straight pipes probably #2. The copy of the machine that you look at, probably #3. Blueprint autoconnect I haven't really used because I just don't like how they implemented it, but I think I will eventually use it more as time goes on. I think it's great for building trains, so I haven't got to that yet in a different world. So, and I just built a big train line here before 1.1. So that was kind of I just missed it, but I'm sure that's a great feature. Like, I'll notice it a lot more when it comes to the trains, or just anything that takes like a lot of building. Vertical splitters sort of suck, so I don't really like those, and I think they should be their own item. They just said in a video that they're not going to be their own item. How do I activate 1.1? You go to Steam, right-click the game on Steam, Properties, Betas, drop-down menu, select Experimental. It should download automatically. If it doesn't, maybe just restart Steam, and make sure you're not running the game while you're doing it. Yeah, like things like Blueprint Autoconnect and Vertical Splitters, I was really excited for that, but then it's like how they've done them, I'm not really that into them, to be honest. The same with the conveyor belt counters. It's like, love the idea. Doesn't really work as I hoped, so probably never going to use it. But we'll see. Yeah, back up your save if you're going to go into it. Curved pipes. Curved pipes, I've seen some screenshots of people using curved pipes and they look awesome. I don't think I'll ever use it. I'm not that creative, but they do look really cool.
So no hate against curved pipes. Love having that and having the option. But I typically, in this game, I build on the grid and I typically do right angles with everything. So straight pipes are perfect for me. See, the mod, right? When you, in the mod, persistent paintables, if I copied this and then I changed it to a Mark V and then I applied it, it would retain the color. In this, it only retains the color of the thing you copy if you're just placing it somewhere else. So like this, like if I go like this, right? I just copied it. There's no mods, right? I just copied it. It has the same color. Great. I'm going to do that again. I'm going to copy it. Now I want it to be a Mark V. Loses the color. The mod doesn't do that. So would really like it to be like the mod. The mod also allows you to look at something and just copy the color, which is also great, onto your custom swatch. So I think you take out the color swapper, like so you take out your painter, and then you just middle mouse click as if you were. So middle mouse click now doesn't do anything. Middle mouse click here does if I'm just building, right? If I'm building, I could just copy by middle mouse click. So the mod is great, right? It's like, oh, you've got your paint tool out, you middle click to copy the paint, and then you can paint other things with that color. It's brilliant. Not only that, it allows you to get the color, because maybe you've forgotten or you didn't save it. It allows you to get the color. So, it's like, it's great that they've added a little bit of functionality to it, but they really need to, like, keep it as good as the thing, as the mod. Because otherwise it's just like, we'll just keep using the mod then. They're almost there. Maybe they'll adjust it or do something. I don't know. They seem to... That last video is more like everything we're not going to do. Which is... It's nice to be open and communicate, but it's not so nice when it's like, oh, we've got time constraints and stuff. It's like, well... Like, who put that on you? I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's... I'm sure they'll do things eventually, though. They're a really, you know, fair company, I feel like. So I'm sure they'll get to it if they can. But in that last video, it's like some of the things, it's like that didn't seem like it would take that long. They're like, oh, we just have time constraints, so we're not going to be able to do it. So like, okay. So if nothing's going to change with experimental, I guess it was just for bug fixing then, which is fine. Fine. But it doesn't say. Although they did say more stuff is coming, so I don't know. We'll see. I'll try to be positive. I'm like 50-50 on the patch overall. It's like, yeah, I like some of the things that they added. They're going to be really good. And then other things, it's like, ah, they could have been a bit better. But overall, it's still a step in the right direction, so it's still good. All right, let's go downstairs. Oh, I added a copper belt release room. I was wondering what this is. Okay, that makes sense. Need more aluminum. We're almost done though, so I don't have to worry about the aluminum for a little while. You have to pester them first. Yeah, do all that stuff on the QA side. I never do anything, so I just talk and assume they watch. They probably don't. Still 1.0, but besides vertical nudge, I'm looking forward to priority mergers the most. Yeah, they've been cool. I've used them a couple times. Nothing crazy. I'm sure you'll probably figure out ways to use them that are like far more interesting than me. Okay, sorry, I just got an email with that mortgage thing. Almost there. This just loops back around and goes back upstairs, then that's it, pretty much. I think. Just have to wait for Alclad to fill. We do while we're waiting. I could go over to the other factory, check that it's running, but actually it won't be until this one is done with its belt. You still getting a cut from CD keys? No. I just stopped. I probably still am, you know, but I don't check it anymore. I don't promote it anymore. Got nothing against it though. I would buy my games there if I were you. I use your reference. That's okay, it's nothing lost by it.
Unless you wanted to give it to someone else, yeah. But a lot of the time, the reason I stopped promoting them was like half the time it didn't do anything. Like people were like, I used your reference and I didn't get anything. So it's like, great. And then I contacted them about it, I just didn't hear anything. So I was like, screw this. So I still think they're great and they're cheap and everything, but I couldn't be bothered, you know? Brian with the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Brian Longoria. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. There's obviously too many names to read out there. Yeah, it seems like it's not doing that thing where it repeats the alerts. Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, fine by me, actually. I guess we still heard it go off, and we can see it in the chat. I think that's enough, right? Well, thank you. S-U-S-G-E, Suski? I don't know what that means, Finn. But I'm sorry if you were trying to... I mean, I appreciate it, though, that you were trying to help. But yeah, in future... Or if you're just saying it's sus, I do think it's sus. Like, half the time they just pocket the money. Yeah, totally. Totally. Because there's no proper tracking on it. Like, I don't know. It wouldn't... Yeah, clearly it wasn't adding up, though. For sure. And when we were definitely testing it with some people, so I was like, it's great that I get anything from it, but definitely the link thing isn't always working. I would only trust websites where you actually enter a code at the end if you wanted to guarantee like the creator or whatever gets something. So a reference link is just, it's too unpredictable with cookies and ad blockers and other things that might be affecting it. So who knows, it might not be them, it could be just other things to do with browsers. But I remember asking them, like, can I just get a discount code? They have discount options. So it's like you just add in, like, you know, code Darren, and you get, like, it guarantees, like, I get something or something like that. But they weren't open to it. And frankly, it was so automated, like, I barely was talking to anyone real anyway. I still get $20 cheaper. Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, I would buy from there. 100%. And the main reason being, when I was at a company, they were like, yeah, they use legitimate keys. So it's like, okay then. Because I was worried. It's like, are they pirating their stuff? Like, where are they getting it from? And there's all these conspiracies about everybody. But CD keys is the only one I ever actually was able to look into, because I worked at a company at the time, and it was like, nope, the keys they're using are legit. Because what we did was we purchased 10 keys, and all 10 were from a list that we provided to someone else. I can't say who, but it's like, oh, okay. So they're obtaining them, and they're legitimate keys that we make, and someone's getting paid somewhere. But it's like, well, it's up to us to give out those keys or not. So at the end of the day, they weren't like fabricating them or something. And they were meant to be sold, and we got paid for them. So it's like, okay. It's like, I don't know, actually, well, anyway, I shouldn't say too much because it's not supposed to, but yeah. Basically, keys could be generated for retailers, they were generated for retailers, they were paid for, and then it ended up in CD Key's hands somehow. And it's like, oh, okay. So it's like, yeah, fine by me then, that's all I need to have my conscience clear. That being said, I don't really buy games on PC anymore anyway. But those CK3 DLCs, I'll probably get them. Because I'm a couple DLCs behind now. Right, we're Mark 5 dead out of our mind. Ready to go. Look at honey. The honey thing is pretty crazy. What other people have been talking about. It's kind of like that actually, in some ways, the CD keys thing. Because honey operates on references too. Honey was always obvious to me though. I was never surprised that there was some shady stuff going on there. It's like, oh, just install this extension. And like, who's getting paid then? How can you have a company that makes money? I don't understand why their revenue stream. So it never really made sense to me. It's like a coupon company that saves you money. So less money goes to the people selling the thing, right? For whatever reason. Where are they getting their money though? I always just assume they're selling your data and what you're purchasing, like what people are buying and stuff. It's like, oh, like we sell it to ad companies to know, so they know like trends and what people are buying. I don't even know if that's the case, but it's like something that was always off about that to me, so I just never used it. So we only need to upgrade like 3 of these, something like that. Could go do more, but we don't need to. And the other one is right here. Sorry, I should just float. That's good enough. Alright, so these two can go down this way. Alright, that's that. So, the amount that we're supposed to be getting out of this, for the copper specifically, or sorry, the copper sheet specifically, is here. Sorry. Oh, it's 1-to-1, is it? Wow. You just mix in some water, you get exactly that out. Nice. So that does mean these need to be Mark 5 on the way out as well. So we do need more alclad. Might see if I can make a run over to the alclad factory again. I'll bring some copper with me because it needs some anyway. Only got one crate. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, so we'll just make a quick run up there, grab some alclad, we'll have everything we need to get the belts, and then that'll be it to check if the other factory is now running correctly. If the product is free, you're the product. Oh yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, it's not bad. What's up with Legends starting these petitions for Med 2 Remastered and Med 3? Well, you might have seen what I wrote about it in Discord. I won't go on about it here too much, but I gotta be honest, I think it's pretty cringe. I mean, it doesn't matter if 1 million people sign the petition. They know the demand for it. It's not going to change anything. They wouldn't go like, oh, right, now that a load of people have signed the thing, we should definitely do it. Like, I don't think they're surprised. I think they know. Like, I knew, and we knew when we were there, when I was there. It was very clear, like, what people wanted the most in a historical game. They can see what people want. It still baffled me that they chose not to do it. They would chase other things, but they did know. So I just don't know what how that petition would change that. By the way, I should really just, again, shout out to Brian Longoria. 50 gifted subs, I believe, makes him a Steam Senator. So I'll be etching your name into the website there forever. So thank you, Brian. That's just for people who drop an insane amount of money. If you think about it, 50 times, is it $4.99 for the standard sub? I think so. Just depends. It's a huge amount of money, so thank you. Evan Roach with the 20 super chat. Hey Darren, catching up on the live now, but wanted to say, hey, having a blast on my first playthrough at about 170 hours. Wow. I nearly have the final Space Elevator parts done. Dude, that's awesome. That's quicker than I did it. After I had a 1,500 hours, so well done. Now it's time to play. Yeah, now you can actually play the game. And thank you, by the way, thank you. Drones are hella bugged. Still, what's the bug with drones? I use drones a lot in my 1.0 playthrough. I had no issues. What is CD keys? CD keys, I don't know if they're Polish or not. Finn said they are. I don't know where they're from. But CD keys is like what a lot of people term as a gray market reseller. So a company that sells keys. They're not actually a reseller in the strictest sense. They are. So as far as I know, companies that are like, what's that real famous one? G2A. They're like your straight up reseller. I hate G2A and what they stand for. They're basically like an eBay type thing. You take keys from other people and they sell them. Not take, but they purchase keys or whatever and they sell them. They offer things like insurance that the key will even work. It's like, oh, you could pay an extra £1 to get G2A protection to make sure your key works and stuff. Because they don't even know. They're buying secondhand keys. And they can't guarantee that they've been used or not. CD Keys doesn't work like that. CD Keys purchases keys from the publishers, not from people. That's like the big difference with them. But it is still a bit of a mystery how they're able to offer things so cheap. It's like they sell games and that activate on Steam for like literally like 30% the price. Really early. Like, and they'll take pre-orders at that price. It's like, what are you even doing? You know? Like half the price of the Steam cost, and it's a pre-order, and it's there day one. It works. I've bought hundreds of things on CD Keys at this point, and been using them since 2014 or 15. Now, when I worked at a games company, I was curious. I was like, you know, a lot of people say like these are, a lot of developers even call out these companies and say they're taking our money or whatever. So I wanted to look into it, and I did. I can't reveal too much. But we were doing market testing, because I worked in marketing, and we had the distribution keys for external websites. So I was asking about CD keys, and they were like, the people at Sega were like, no, they shouldn't have our keys. But I was like, well, they do. And they were like, well, they must be pirated. So then what we did was we logged our keys, bought 10 copies of Warhammer 1, it might have been, and we checked them. That's because they were being pre-ordered. That was the thing that was like really confusing. We were like, how can they list pre-orders when we haven't decided where we're going to give our keys to yet, you know? So that's why the guy was like, the head of brand was like, there's no way. Like, it has to be pirated or something. Like, they're not going to fulfill those. And I was like, they always do, so we'll see. So we did see. We bought 10. And we got codes. You get them when the game comes out. If not on the day, usually a day later. But sometimes on the day. And the keys, when we verified them, were from our list. And we weren't sure exactly who they were given to. There was some shadiness going on, because I was like, who are these given to? And the trail went cold, because I don't know who gave the keys out to what company. But you can generate keys and give them to specific companies. Like, you get like lists of thousands, and you can give them to people like other online retailers. Like in the Steam backend, there's a drop-down list of all these websites. You can like allocate them. They're like official partners or whatever. CD keys is even on there. You can literally allocate them keys as part of Steam's internal infrastructure. Like, it's not a hidden thing. Although I don't think it was done that way. Sorry, I meant to go pick up copper. That's what I forgot to do. I'm just thinking, I'll just drop this all in. That's fine, whatever. Alright. Anyways, long story short, I don't have all the full receipts, but we know that the keys came from us, and we know that we got paid for them. So that was all I needed to hear to be like, well, I don't care how they're doing it then. It's the developers being paid, I don't care. You know, it's like, well, how do they afford to do it cheaply then? People say that they offset the prices based on the ads they run on their site. Like, publishers do run ads on their site. They have big publisher takeovers on CD keys, like FIFA and EA publisher sales and stuff. So it's like, are they getting money from these guys? And then they're saying like, well, we just brought in 10 grand. Let's take the 10 grand off of the price of the keys and sell just to get a little bit of profit. Maybe they're doing that. If they heavily undercut everyone else, they drive more traffic to their site, they get more money from ads. They get more money from ads, they can lower the price of their games. It could be that, I don't know, but that's the leading theory on how they do it. But I really don't know. Like, why doesn't more people do that then? I don't know. So as far as I'm concerned, the developers that are like saying stuff about, G2A is different. That is secondhand keys, effectively, and your key might not work. But when it comes to CD keys, it's like anyone complaining about it is being disingenuous, in my opinion. About like, you got paid, you're looking to get paid twice. You don't like someone reselling a key, but you've already bulk sold your key, so of course you've got paid and you're not promoting it. It's just like the way a lot of companies don't promote Game Pass, because it's like, yeah, they don't want you to use Game Pass because they've gotten paid by Microsoft, and they want you to buy the game. It's always so funny when like you barely see any marketing for the Game Pass version. It's always like, hey, our pre-order links now bring you to Steam. It's like, yeah, but you're on Game Pass. Why don't you push that? They don't get paid. It is Stellaris, yeah. This doesn't work either. Damn it, man. I can't remember where anything is in this place. Anyways, a lot of ranting. Thank you, Vin. For games that are high demand, prices are not that crazy. That's true. They have variable pricing. Their prices are all based on demand. That's how markets should be, in my opinion. This will be the last time doing this. After this, we'll actually bring copper over there. But we have to get that factory running properly. I think that's what we'll do tomorrow. It's quite loud though. I'll just turn it down a bit. I haven't played it. Yeah, I love the music. I haven't played in quite a long time, since I don't even know, about 2 years or something. I've been thinking about going back to it recently for they're doing a big update for 4.0. It's like overhauling more stuff in the game again, which I'm up 2 minds about. But either way, it's like, oh, there's been some DLCs I haven't checked out. I think the last one I played was Toxoids, and everything since then I haven't. And then I was looking at, they've like Machine Age, and the music for that is awesome. I listened to the music without even playing the game so far. Yeah, I streamed it back in the day, just real quick. Well, way back in the day. So I used to have a channel called Republica Play. I used to have a channel called Darren Total War. That became Republic of Play. So Darren Total War way back when. Actually, it was right there. Stellaris, Roman Empire, Elysium. Oh, that's 4 years ago, actually. There was one even before that. Like, way old. The Roman Empire. There it is. There's a theme. This is literally just before the game came out. You can hear how I sound, I guess.
Grown, and it's harvesting just one food, and this tile will always produce one food.
Can't speak very well. It was 8 years ago. I was still a baby. Anyway, the game hadn't even come out yet. I got sent it early from Paradox back when they liked me. And I loved this game. I thought it was like so amazing at the time. So I did a full playthrough. Or I think so anyway. I think it ends. And then one of them was streamed. I think the last episode in this was streamed. So I did a little bit of streaming even on YouTube back then. Then I did another playthrough. Roman Utopia. That's when Utopia, the DLC, came out. I think I continued on and did 30 videos on that. And then that was kind of it. Once I moved over to Republic of Let's Play, does this still work? No. Republic of Let's Play is what Darren Plays is now. It's the same channel. It just got renamed. Because I stopped doing reviews. That was a review channel, but I occasionally did some playthroughs. And the playthroughs were always doing so well. I was like, let's do a Let's Play channel. I called it Republic of Let's Play. That channel started doing so well, I was like, I'll forget the reviews. You know, the reviews can be good, but it's ups and downs. Like some get 100k, 200k, others get 1k, 2k. So I'm like, forget this. So I went all in on this channel instead, and I'm much happier this way now as well, because I don't have to give you my opinion too much and cause arguments. But in here, I did another Roman Empire playthrough. Now I've played other ways and my own, but on YouTube, I've just always done Roman Empire, and this one was awesome. This one's a more modern What Darren Plays playthrough, and there's 60 videos. It's fully complete. It's modded, and then all the races, I had like pre-written all the races. By the way, we're waiting on iCloud building up in the background, so don't worry, we're not wasting too much time. Yeah, so I'd pre-written all the races to have all this like lore and stuff. You know, obviously they have their own portraits or whatever. And then they were placed into the world. I mean, they were placed randomly, I think. Yeah, these were random. But I decided, like, I want, like, a hive mind. I want a trade conglomerate. I want, like, all this different stuff, you know. Just to create, like, good variety. And it was sick. It was such a fun playthrough. Especially with the mods. We started having, like, these... I think it was the Giga Structural Engineering mod. Where you had these insane weapons. That you're building, like, systems... Like, system blast-destroying weapons towards the end. It's so cool. And the lore mods were awesome as well. There's all these other ones that add extra events and stuff. I loved it. I thought it was so fun. So this is a really fun playthrough to watch. The only ones I ever recommend watching on my channel would be Frostpunk. It's 14 videos. It's like the perfect viewer experience playthrough for a Frostpunk playthrough, in my opinion. Because I'm not like amazing at the game. So it's always on the edge. So but it's great. It's really good. I know it's weird to talk about my own content that way, but other playthroughs, it's like, yeah, whatever. It was easy. It was hard. Whatever. That was like, you know, it's exactly the intended experience, I think. This, little easy, but really immersive and interesting, I think, anyway, if you're like sci-fi stuff. And there's one last thing I want to mention is that with the other channel, the reason I got confused on whether they were randomly placed or not, I made a mod. I hired a modder as a friend of mine anyway, Starkitech, and I used to run multiplayer games. So I used to stream back in the day, 5 days a week, in my Republic of Play outfit or theme, and we'd have a modded galaxy, or not a modded galaxy, sorry, a custom galaxy. So I would make races and place them in different places, and we give them hidden objectives that people had to do, and then we'd watch it out. Well, sometimes I'd be playing, but we'd sometimes just be watching. It was awesome. Loved it. And then I would condense them down into videos as well. So I loved all that. I used to do loads of these different weird things, but the Kronos Galaxy was the big one because this was modded using a variety of mods, but also our own mod. That is on Steam, I think. Maybe I don't have it listed here, but the mod is on Steam. It's called the Kronos Galaxy. I don't think it really works anymore. You have to go back to this version of the game, and it's probably not possible. But it had 5 stars, and it had lots of people playing it. It was really cool. But it was a custom galaxy again, with lore written into it. So it was like, okay, like, there's the Patharian Council, and then there's the Patharian Dranas, and the Patharian Barentu. These are all the same species, but they're in 3 empires. 2 of them are a vassal of this one, and this one is broken away, but they've gene modified themselves to be like stronger than those. And these will be played by real people. It was so cool to have this like pre-made like lore and trying to like balance it all and stuff. And if a player was particularly good, we'd be like, okay, you can have these guys, and the other ones could be like in an alliance with each other. They had hidden objectives. They earned like ascension points and other currencies for doing them. You didn't have to do them though. And then there was a meta objective between 2 factions that were like one was from the future, or 2 of them were from the future, and they'd come back into the galaxy in the past to destroy or protect one planet. So it was like Terminator, basically. It's like one of them was trying to seek out, they didn't know where it was though, so they had to do a few missions for it to unlock, and then it would reveal itself, all the while everyone else is fighting for all whatever they're doing. But it's like you had these 2 kind of almost fallen empires, like high technology people like rushing to figure out this like puzzle of where this other thing was. It was fucking sick. But anyway, sorry for going off on a random tangent about that, but I love Stellaris. This was before Origins were in the game, by the way, so I like to think I somewhat invented Origins, because I need to have a big ego. And I got blacklisted by Paradox for reasons we won't get into now. It's just a whole nother story. And then they just took this idea. I was working with them behind the scenes to do this with them, actively with them, because I had a sponsorship for a different game, and it all fell through. And then they just took the idea anyway, and I was like, well, interesting how that happened. And the idea of having secret objectives and all that, all my idea. But anyway, couldn't continue that channel after everyone blacklisted me, so I just gave up on it all. They love you until you say you don't like their game. That's what I learned. But now I don't give my opinion on games anymore. Things became infinitely easier for me in every way. And just even looking at that makes me want to go back to it though and play it again. Anyway, that might be my fault. I asked if he ever streamed it. Yeah, sorry. That's okay. I don't mind talking about it. I just feel bad if people are like, play the game now. Put the fries in the bag. Alright, we're gonna make a jump, a warp jump back over to the aluminum factory. We'll toss this copper in. I'll grab as much aluminum alkylate as I can. We'll have plenty to upgrade all the belts then. Be good to get back on actually doing something other than just upgrading belts all the time. Well, that's kind of what today's about. It's about running factories at 100%. For those who've just joined or don't know, the save is from update 8. This is before 1.0. There was no dimensional depots and stuff. The only things we've done to this world since then was we built a new aluminum factory, which is working, but we've just gotten over that hump. So now, with the increased belt speeds, I'm going back to my old factories and bringing them up to the speed that they were built at. So they were built at like 780 before we even had that. And now we're like applying those belts and making sure everything works. So that's what's been going on. Tomorrow we'll actually probably do some active building, which is I need to add smelters onto all of the scrap up there. We'll solve whatever the problem is up there, because there is definitely an issue. But with some pipe shimmying and some clock speed changes, we can make it work. Yeah, so that's everything. I get sidetracked all the time during my streams. I feel bad, but I keep doing it. Yeah, yeah, same. You go take a nap and Darren starts talking about Stellaris. Yeah, I'm really tempted to do another playthrough. I just don't know if my audience now would really care. I'll see though. Think about it. I don't have the time for anything. Busy working on Manor Lords. Did people see the stuff from Manor Lords? If you're into that game, I obviously do work on it a little bit. But the stuff in the latest blog, I think it's pretty exciting. Cool. New artwork, new buildings, progression, rework. New map. A lot of things we haven't even mentioned as well. Cool. Statistics screen being added as well, which is nice. I had a hand in that. In its design anyway. Not much, but a little bit. I made some adjustments. It's funny, Greg was like, there's a programmer working on that, and then he called me and he was like, I think Darren knows a lot about graphs, or would know about like statistics and things, and what the players would want with this. And I was like, oh, okay. The way he said it was kind of like a underhanded factory enjoyer comment kind of thing. But he was right. Anyway, not to stress, but I'm curious about some of your other series. When are you planning on continuing 1800 series on the other channel? Never. Yeah, don't plan on continuing it. So that was a heavily modded series, and I really enjoyed it, truly. But I fell behind for a few reasons. And then the mods kept changing and updating, which changed the production chains, which had me so confused every time I went back to play it. Because I was trying to play it twice per week, and usually at the weekend. So after 5 days, when things were just changing all the time, or basically after 5 days, I would just forget what I was doing. And I had to spend a significant amount of time remembering. And then also some things would change with mods. And I was like, damn, like I just don't think I can deliver this the way I need to with my schedule, I guess. So I stopped. And I was thinking like, I'll do another series. And I'll just do it without mods. And we'll just get something going again. But then my cat died in December. And then it was Christmas. And then in January, I got really... Well, I won't talk about it. But then I started purchasing an apartment stuff. And it just felt like I have no time to do it. Then, in February, I was getting ready to do it. I was like, oh, cool. I'll just start now. We'll start a new series. This will be great. And keep building up until the next Anno game comes out. Then I started getting emails about the next Anno. How we'd be able to maybe play it soon. And I was like, well, maybe I should just wait. And then it got kind of... took a little longer than we thought. Now, I was supposed to be going to Rome this weekend, and I was being flown out to go to an event for it, which is awesome. Although I was thinking about staying anyway, but it turns out you can't fly if your passport is close to expiring. My passport expires in 2 months. And I made it to the airport, and I was ready to go. Other YouTubers and everything, let's do this thing. Can't go through. Your passport's going to expire in June, and I was like, but it's not June. I actually thought I was having a breakdown in terms of like, when he said, your passport expires in June, you can't go. That's all he said. And I was like, but it's not June, right? And he was like, yeah, but you can't have it within 3 months for Italy. And some countries are 6 months. And I was like, oh, I've never heard of that. So yeah, but that was the thing. So I couldn't go there. So I can't actually talk about it much more than that. The only reason I'm even talking about that at all is because it was posted on Reddit that that's the event was going on. But you're not allowed to talk about the event itself or anything like that. Not that I was there anyway, but I would have been there. So long story short, it's just been bad planning on my part, and also this carrot on the end of the stick sort of thing making me feel like I would have had this other game sooner than I thought to talk about. So I don't know if there's going to be another video. I'm now flip-flopping, of course, thinking that maybe I won't even do these other channels at all, and I will just keep everything on What Darren Plays, and I don't know if I will do... I don't know anything. Full stop. But if I'll do a Let's Play at all, maybe I'll just do one-off videos on it. Kind of like my Satisfactory series. It's like it's a playthrough, but it's not like absolutely everything all the time. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm so undecided about so many things. I want to do loads of things. I just ultimately always end up realizing I can't. I'm not quick. I'm too slow at all these things. Yeah, he did mention me in the blog from Mandaloids. He mentioned everyone. He mentioned, I think a lot of people were saying like, he should really hire up. He's taking so long. So he's just mentioning the fact that he has. And he's been doing a great job at it, actually, I think. Oh, nice. This is full. Sweet. This is what we came here for, actually. Give me all that. Right, we can get out of here now. Yeah, I have the least input on that team out of everybody, probably. At least in my opinion. They're all, like, really talented. I'm just a guy. But he's got some really, like, good programmers and stuff now. Like, I can do a little bit of everything, but I'm not good at any one thing. But, oh, actually, lately I've been very active with certain things, which is cool. But I'm jealous. I wish I could be like those other people. The known factory enjoyer, indeed. That makes total sense. I keep thinking it all on single channel. So the other channels, it's not difficult to just upload something to another channel. It's a click of a button to switch over. There's no issue. The reason I was just putting stuff on other channels was because I thought, and I still kind of think, that if people are there for Satisfactory or they're there for something else, they're not going to watch the other stuff. And then if they don't watch the other stuff, let's say you're a guy that likes Satisfactory on my channel. You're like, oh, Darren plays Satisfactory, I'll watch him for that. I don't, like, he's nice, great. Just, no, I don't really care about the other game. So I just don't watch the other game. The problem with that is YouTube doesn't really differentiate what you put out in any way. It goes like, okay, this person enjoys Satisfactory. We'll feed them the next video. The next video is Anno. Person sees Anno hit their feed, scrolls past, right? Understandably so. I do this with other channels, so it's no big deal. This is dropping a little negative token on the algorithm, saying like that video wasn't interesting to someone that otherwise does watch this channel. You know, we took a chance and we fed it to this person, thinking they'd like it because they watch what Darren plays, but they didn't click it. And if that happens enough with a lot of people, the video gets more and more. It's more and more likely it's not going to be shown to other people. So my fear, and the reason I wanted to set up multiple channels, and the person at YouTube said, yeah, you should do this, was that it's like, yeah, if you're uploading a lot of different content, you're effectively just like it confusing your own audience in a way, who, if they're not going to watch everything, you might get some people that actually do start watching it that wouldn't have otherwise. But the majority, most people do watch topic-based things where it's like, oh, I like the thing that I know and I watch that. So it's difficult, because that's why I was like, okay, I'll put it on a different channel then, and then maybe that'll just grow on its own. But anyways, now I'm just starting to doubt whether I can do that. Maybe I should just really just try on one channel, but not try these like the way I don't know. So I don't know what to even mention about it. Have I tried Icarus? No, I've seen that game. It looks cool though. I've never played it. And you don't need to be sorry. There's loads of YouTubers that I watch that I only watch them when they play a certain thing. Loads. And it's like if I'm really bored, maybe I'll click one of the other ones, you know? I totally get it. I never want people to click into things when they hear me say this. Always just do what you would honestly want to do, because it just helps me. When people say like, oh, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to help support your video, so I just leave it on and stuff, I don't really watch it. It's like, that's nice, but I'd rather know, you know, what people like, because then I can focus on that better. That's always been a funny one to me. Go down another layer, sorry. Damn, I'm in the complete wrong part of the factory, actually. This place is so huge, I get confused. It's the copper sheets that need Mark V on the way out. Anyway, so you guys don't worry about it. I'm just trying to figure it out, but I'm just trying to be honest with you and sometimes saying, like, I don't know. When it comes to Anno, City Skylines, like, I love playing these games. I love Stellaris. I love loads of different games. But it's really difficult to build audiences for everything. You'd have to have a really strong personality, I think, to carry people between things like that. And honestly, I just don't. And that's okay. But it's like, yeah, damn, I need to, like, pick a lane in a way. Lean into something. Or at least a very similar style of game or something. Can't be too different. Right, let's go downstairs. I'm just working my way back from that then. Right, Mark V. So I'm pretty sure I made Mark Vs out of all the input, which should have that accurate now. Yeah, and it's just the output now that need Mark V on the way out. But they're all backed up. They can't get out. Plus, they actually have nowhere to go. We could build start building awesome things into this place. So they do have somewhere to go, because there's 90 left over, I think, per minute. All my beautiful paint jobs have been destroyed. Six months before the passport expires is when you renew it. How do you not know? I don't know. It seems like about 50% of the people I mentioned this to don't know it. Like, the person who booked my flight entered in the passport information, They didn't know. The flight was allowed to be booked. The airline just taking the piss. They're like, yeah, sure, this is all good. So the airline doesn't know or care. The airline offered the money back, by the way. They were like, oh, we can't fulfill the booking, so we can give you your money back. It wasn't my money, so I didn't care. But it just shows it's like, well, it's not like built into the system or something. And most people who, you know, see an expiry date think that that's the date the thing stops working. You know, my food says expires on this day. Means that I shouldn't eat it after that day. Usually. Kind of a bad example. Something like that. I'm trying to think of other things that have expiry dates on them. Passport, you know, expires on this day. Cool. If it doesn't work for 6 months, then that's not really the expiry date, in my opinion. Like, what's the difference then? I guess it's still a valid ID for 6 months, it's just you can't travel with it. And then after that, it stops being a valid ID. You stop being who you are on the document because the date has passed. It's just a dumb system. Anyway, I actually didn't. When I was there, I genuinely didn't mind too much because I was really busy, so I didn't mind coming home. But it was the kind of thing of, if I had paid for this flight, I would have been freaking out. Like if it was a holiday or something that I'd, you know, taking time off work, ready to go, and you get hit with that. Oh, I would have been mad. I would have been mad that they took my booking. Copper sheets, they come up here. Hey, it's one of life's little lessons. It's like, yep, okay, now I know. No one ever told me that before, but now I know. I mean, how would you know? You just have to be told by someone. It's not like you ever see that ever warned anywhere. Do you? It doesn't say it on your passport. But how are you supposed to know? When you go into in Ireland, you get it in the Garda office, the police station. It's not like they say like, okay, you're set for 10 years. Well, really 9 months, 9 years and 6 months. Just so you know. I've never booked a flight and it says like, oh, by the way, you're within, you know, make sure this is within 6 months. Because that'd be fine if they did tell you that. Anyway, sorry. Go crazy. I just feel like some of these aren't upgraded fully. I don't know where they're going. They're going in weird directions. So Mark 5, Mark 5, Mark 5. I'll just follow this one for a second. You're going into that. It goes down into a splitter, which goes here. I don't know why this was done this way. I'm sure there was a reason. But just in case, I'll make that a Mark 5. I'm confident that's okay. It's going into AI limiter machines. It's probably fine. Speed some of these up just in case. Okay. There's just 2 belts. So I actually wrote down, I think, in this document thing what these belts are doing. This is the weird setup that's happening here. So it is documented. So it's 487.5. So one of them technically needs to be more than the other, but I'll just make both of them the same. One would need 5 and one would need 4. The 6-month thing is generally different for each country. Yeah, it's 3 months in Italy, which is where I was going. 6 months in other countries. See, I flew to Ireland just a month ago. It's no problem. I don't know if Ireland has a rule, but I think the reason it didn't matter there is that you don't even need a passport to travel between England and Ireland. So that's probably why it just didn't matter. I was like, why haven't I heard about this like just recently, you know? Yeah, I assume it's to do with the visa thing as well. Although this is what I don't understand, like, I've never had to get a visa for anywhere. I just go there. Except America. And when I went to America, it's like, yeah, you need to apply for a visa first. But anywhere else I've ever gone? You just get on a plane and go. So is that happening automatically behind the scenes with your visa? Is that the case maybe? Or your passport's like, oh yeah, a mini visa is being created as you come into the country. I thought it was just free travel. Thought I could just go there and stay there as long as I want. Why not? Well, I have an EU passport. Yeah.
That's Brexit. Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't blame Brexit for it. It's nothing to do with Brexit. For me, anyway. Alright, there we go. This is already up to date, right? Boom. Okay, cool. Yeah, so just to keep things running, I'll make a little overflow, just even in here for a little while. When you get backed up, just roll in here, please, I guess. Does this go into it? Oh, it does. Where we're gonna get power. Is there power in here at all? And power downstairs. Well, coincidentally, I'm right next to some power, but these are all controlled by different switches. Power pole's here. This will be fine. Clear this up some other day. Leave that as is. Weirdly coincidental. My EU is showing. Most countries require a visa. Yeah, me and Rosie were looking through our passports when this happened. I was just like, oh, have we ever been stamped for anywhere? And it's like, no, just America. America's the only stamp I have. I've gone to America twice and only ever got stamped once. Yeah. Impeccable aim. Oh, with the, yeah, the frame rate. I'm going to blame the frame rate here. It is really bad, so it's like slower than I'm used to. And it slows down your mouse. I like Total War games since Rome 2 and beyond. They decouple your input from the frame rate, which is a really clever thing to do, actually. The game could run at 10 FPS, but your mouse will still run at 60. That's quite nice. Yeah, so I'd set up this overflow because I was like, oh, we're not going to be consuming 780 per minute. Oh, there we go. No? It's definitely overflow. Oh, sorry, I didn't hook this up yet. I'm such a silly Billy. There's a lot of sheets. Yeah, so how many sheets is it? 606 or something? It depends what's going into the other factory. Silicon, that's it. 606.66 recurring. That's what's supposed to be going that way. Into 23 assemblers. The last one clocked down to 6%. I much prefer doing it where I clock them all the same. This gives me agita, where one of them's lower than all the others now. I mean, it works, it's fine. Something weird about it. Right, so the goal was to try and get this up and running fully. So earlier today, we upgraded all the belts for all of these. We figured out that a recipe has changed. The cheap silica recipe, they just doubled it from what it was. Let's say it used to take in 10 limestone, now it takes in 20. But it puts out 20, like double as well. So we had 24 assemblers, and for a long time, half of them weren't working. I was like, why? And I was like, oh no, the recipe changed. But luckily, it just meant underclocking them, basically. Or disconnecting half of them, if we wanted to. We've done that. That should be okay. But that means now we're putting out 606 silica. And we match that number with copper, and then we get 275.75 out. So we can go check that. We can put a little clock thing on the belt. See if it's accurate.
Frame rate's super smooth out here. I think it's just like all the belts in that place. I don't know. Many floors of stuff, I guess, happening, so. Yeah, so in order to check this properly, I guess this would have to be like this. Alright, so let's do a little belt speed check thing. Where is it? Logistics? See if this works for us. Oh yeah, it might be, they might be full still at the back somewhere. Because that'd be way too high. Yeah, it looks like these ones, oh no, they're okay. I was gonna say if they're full of circuit boards. These ones are. I'll just take the circuit boards out of these so we get a more accurate reading. I'm gonna delete you and put you back down now. Just give it a second. So it should be 275. It really shouldn't be that high at all. So let's try it again. Anyways, always blame the frame rate. I've been here sat here for 2 hours. It doesn't feel like that long. You're welcome. Make sure you're aiming at the belt, not the floor. What was the response? What was the original thing AO was saying? Is there a trick to placing on a splitter on an existing belt? Yeah, you gotta aim at the belt. I mean, I know that's just been answered for you. But you aim at the belt, hold control. You don't have to hold control, but it can help align things. But then you'll see the belt flash when it works. I tend not to aim at the belt. There we go, 275. Because it's not on a grid. I like it to be on the grid, so you could also do this where you create like a latch point or something like this. With the arrows facing out onto the belt, we're aligned with the thing. Now, if I hold control while looking at the belt, you can see the belt kind of flickered for a second, so that one's placed onto it now. And you can just delete it. Belt will flicker again. Come on, man. 275. These things suck. I don't understand why this can't work. Like, the game must know the data. Like, it must have the data of what's on the belt. Right? Because it gets to where it's going and it works. So what's the big deal? Is it just the time to average out? It's just, like, not good enough. So disappointing. Well, anyway, another way we can know that it's working is, unless I've done it wrong again, it did say one of these needed to be underclocked, and maybe none of them are. Oh, that'd be annoying if I underclocked the one that was like in the middle. I have to check them all now, because now I just don't know. So if they, I mean, it's fluctuating anyway. But I wonder if, oh, I don't have my hover pack. Damn, I forgot to pick up my stuff. I don't even know where I dropped my stuff anymore. It must have been at the aluminum. Oh, no, I don't know. Must be at the copper plant before I went up there. Yeah, so one of these will need to be underclocked. Or all of them. Tell you what, I'll just do all of them. I can make it quicker that way. 23 assemblers. So we need to get 275.75. That's what we're aiming for. $275.75, right? Yep. And there's 24, presumably. Nope, there's 23. Okay. That's what they all need to be putting out. 11.989193.
Already forgotten. 98913. Okay. I don't know if that's worked or not, so I'll just also get the clock speed just to see. Okay. So the normal clock speed for these, or the normal thing, is 12.5, so it's trying to get 12.5. So 95.913. That's the clock speed. Oh, it looks right to me. Okay. Paste this onto every machine, and then they'll all be accurate, instead of just one of them being underclocked, which I don't think they are. And maybe then the thing will adjust over time, given enough time. If it does, then I'll eat my words and say, okay, it works. It does seem to be fluctuating based on the batches that are being released, because all the machines are green. They're overfilled with stuff. They would eventually have run out, though. Dude, these things, the jump is way too high on them now. Can you craft another? Craft another what? Oh, hover pack? Yeah, I never actually thought of that. Maybe. You need aluminum casing or something. I think we have it. Yeah, let's see. Yes, we can. You know, I never would have thought of that. Thank you. Alright, so they have their clock speed correct. They have their upgraded belts to receive the copper sheet and the silica. We can check the silica machines downstairs now, make sure they're running correctly. I'll come back to that in a minute. So it should be 170. Whoop. Damn. The light underneath me. So, do we have any yellow lights? Or is it working? Did past Darren's designs work? It looks good so far. I'm not seeing anything on the ends or the starts fluctuating. That looks really good. Oh! Saw it. Now there's a super, super long manifold, so maybe, just maybe, it's taking its time. But it has been like an hour. Mendicant, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Tier 2 out of your mind as well, thank you. You can paste the formula in the items per minute. Yeah, for some reason, the formula in the items per minute seems like less. Like less text space, so I tend to avoid it, or I'm a little unsure about it sometimes. It's just me, though. I don't know if it's actually accurate. What are we at, 63%? That's no good. 5. You're at 100 quartz, so this one's loving life. The next one down, very low. Okay, well I want to check then if quartz is running out from the truck stations that it gets brought in at. Oh, it might be. If that's the case, that's okay. It's an easy fix. Just add another truck. Yeah, looks like it's gonna run out. There's a truck on its way now. Oh, it's close. It looks like they're really close to doing it. It's gonna run out right before it gets here. But that's downtime. You know, you can't have any downtime. So there we go. Alright. What's this? This is SIL Quartz 1.
Next quartz thing is coming in right now, actually. Almost like they need to... You're not even going to unload everything. I think 2 trucks is enough. I just need to change their wait time. $4,800 per minute. Oh my god. It's like, oh my god, under the wheels. What a way to go. I'm trying to think, like... If they had to... They don't need a wait time, though, because they need to move... Yeah, I think another truck would just solve it, actually. Let me just get another one. Just pop it down. That's nice that the color moved. So... Load... Got a new card and forgot to change it. All fixed? Oh, nice. Okay. Haven't been in the stream in a minute. How we doing? I didn't stream last week anyway, so hopefully not haven't missed too much. I actually, yeah, anyway, mentioned why anyway earlier. Doing good. This has been a bit of a weird one. I've just been going around upgrading and checking on things basically the whole stream, and that is going to be it today. But tomorrow I'll be building again, fresh. We're making good progress. We've ramped up that factory quite significantly. Yeah, the fact that lots piling up here makes me think that they're just not getting there quick enough. I'm just wondering what I need to do for wait times. Why are you only holding 4,000? You should hold 4,800, no? Jesus. Next one comes in, he'll take whatever's left, I guess. You still have some on you from before. I mean, this should keep it going. Hopefully 3 will do the job. Nah, if you try to time them like that, it doesn't work out. I often think that though. It's like, let's just, so you can do that. It's not a bad idea. Which is to say, like, as soon as one truck gets there, you let the other one go. So then they're like operating in optimal kind of conditions or whatever. But I've found I used to do that. Trust me, I'm OCD as hell. Try and make sure that that happens. But I found that when you load the game and stuff, like eventually it just they tend to sync up behind each other. Like it just seems to always happen. I don't know why. It just seems to. Because I've had it where it's like, okay, the delivery has to have the same time, like the timer on it. It's to be the same time as the output. They wait at the same station for the same amount of time each way. But I think just with natural, like, inconsistencies in driving, like, or when they reset occasionally, it just offsets them again, you know? Or makes them stagger. And they always end up going behind each other because trucks will ultimately wait behind each other. I love how they're just mercilessly running over everything. But yeah, I would love it if you could run them on like that set schedule kind of thing. With long enough wait times at stations, they tend to do that though. If you set a decent amount of wait time, they do tend to stay separated for quite a while, at least in my experience. But I don't know, it could just be a case where it takes longer for them to sync up. Because if you tell one to wait 2 minutes at a station, and one's at a station, the other one's right behind the other one, well then they could end up like staggering naturally that way every time. These need to move constantly because we're doing 1560 per minute. And they can only hold 4,000, so it's like you gotta go. You can't wait, really. I mean, you could wait 3 minutes, but the journey time is about, what, a minute? So we could set a little wait time, maybe. 4,800 divided by 1560. You have 3 minutes before you're full. You could maybe wait 1 minute. That might help. Then by the time the guy behind it comes up, you're guaranteeing that you're getting something out of that station. Maybe I'll try that. 1 minute might be okay. Because I think the journey time's less than 2. We're nice and full now though, you know? Maybe I just leave it. Now, this silica that is coming out of this line is supposed to go upstairs and go into a bunch of other things, right? So, oh, sorry, yeah, circuit boards. We have to make sure the silica runs 100%. We get the 606, it goes into here. Then we get our 275 guaranteed. We have that now temporarily. Then, well, we've actually got 92 more than we need, so we could do more with that. Because these are probably running just fine now. Oh, one last thing we could do is maybe get our computers to run at 100%. That'd be nice. That'll consume more circuit boards. And we can increase the amount of the quick wire that comes out of the copper caterium factory. That'd be a good one to do. Yeah, buffer maybe. I don't think a buffer would really change anything. Just think about it. Like, yeah, I just don't know what a buffer would do. If you could add more space to the actual station, that'd be great, but I can't do that. So, we have our truck station here, and it has, let's just say, one output there and another one here, just so we can visualize it. Let's say it's side on, actually, I guess, if you want to think of it that way. So, side on profile. Right, so the floor. There. Alright, so there's our two belts. And they're both doing 780 per minute. Okay. Both doing 780 per minute. Putting a buffer here. What would that do? We can only pull out of the buffer at the same rate we're pulling in. Unless I had two buffers. Would that help? 780 would roll into... No, because it would still... This is the constraint, isn't it? 780, 780. Why would there be less wait time? The station is full, but the truck isn't. Get it out of the station so the trucks aren't waiting. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't understand how adding a buffer to a storage container would do anything. It still can only... Like, remember, we're consuming 780 and 780 per minute. So it's just it's going out as fast as it can. I can't make it go out any faster. So whether this is full or not, it doesn't really do anything. The only way a buffer would work is if the speed is higher than this. Then you're loading more into these, which is great, but we're not. It wouldn't really help here, but I am a fan of having one. This is my whole thing with trains. Train buffer only works if your output is higher than the max belt speed that you're dealing with. Yeah, Ace Coolest knows. Again, if this was 770 per minute, then pulling out at 780 per minute would be great. but we're literally pulling out the best belt speed we have, and we're using it all. So a buffer doesn't do anything. You could have a million buffers, it wouldn't take any longer or do anything. Yeah, another station would do it. That would help. That's a lot more work. There's no space for it at the moment, you know? But another station would be a solution. That's why the Limestone has 2 stations. I don't think that number's right either. Yeah, it's not. Get that out of my face. Anyway, it's all good. We'll check back on it soon. If that's still not working, then maybe the wait time will help. Time to activate. These are all running at 100%. Alright, cool. So they're all at 100 now. Computers are being made. The only difference is that we need to increase the amount of quickwire coming in. Oh, we have 2 belts of quickwire coming in. Know that. 3. Oh shit. It's the middle one that I care about for now. Oh yeah, I can just about remember it. I built a little hole in here. A weird little thing to add. Oh my god, my frame rate like just dies when I go in here. It's crazy. And if I look around, like, you see things loading in. Actually not seeing it as much now. Oh, there we go. See it? Next to the, see the like, the pixelated stuff loading in? So that's called occlusion culling. It doesn't draw what it can't see. But I'm moving so quickly that it's like, I'm catching it. When I shouldn't. That happened at the big shell thing I built as well. Oh, yeah, you can see it a lot when I do that. Jeez. Concerned for my desert series now. Building everything in one... Well, not in one factory, but a lot of stuff in one place. This will have to be updated at some point in the future as well. We can still just upgrade it and trace it back and see how we're doing. What am I doing for inventory, by the way? That's okay. It's coming out of here. Well, for now it'll work. Is there 2 things going in? No, it is just 1 thing going in. Keep tracing this belt. This one here. I like how I wrote down quickwire, as if like it's not painfully obvious. With the volume that's on this belt. See, this factory was built without Blueprint Connect, Auto Connect. Like, my god, it'd be so much better if we had it in the future. Frame rate's getting better now. And the setup here is like a nightmare for load, how these are load balanced. Seven two. That's 720 per minute. 780. I feel like this will be redone. A lot of people did comment when I first built this, and they were like, "You've way overcomplicated this. Like, there's easier now with the higher belt speed. It's like super easy to get the speed we need." But I don't think it had to be done this way. So, I need to check what's computer recipe. How much quickwire do they need? 52.5 per minute. 52.5 times 7. You didn't even... You only need 367. Fine, we got loads. This will never stop then. That's okay. Capable of doing way more. Did it skip for anyone else when he was doing the belts? As I'm upgrading, the game is hitching a lot, yeah. If that's what you mean. If the stream literally is stopping, then that's a problem. That means it's so CPU intense, it's killing the upload a bit. I'm not seeing any drop frames though. Oops. I see what you're saying, yeah. 'Cause I used to think that way too. I was like, oh, we'll just add a buffer. But it's like, well, if you're using the best speed, buffers don't do anything. It needs to pull that faster than what's going in. That's why I was burned by trains a long time ago when I built a factory to the max belt speed, which was Mark 5 at the time. And all of the stations were at like 780. And then I realized I couldn't get 780 out of the station, ever. 1560, 780 and 780. Because it's like, oh, you can't pull out of the station more than you put in, and the station stops for a few seconds when it loads and unloads, and I was like, oh. Now, if I'd just thought it through, I would have just had a second freight car. It would be no problem, but I didn't at the time, so I'd done a lot of building with that in mind before I realized. Cool. Well, that should be done, I think. Why is this stopped? Oh, I didn't turn all of these on. Why? Oh, wait. It is on. Oh, you're not getting enough limestone up here. Really low, not enough amount. What? Oh. I was like, what's happening? Problems, man. We got problems. Problems everywhere. This always had problems, so it would be nice to fix this. Like, it's not getting enough limestone. I'm sure enough limestone's coming in. I just feel like something I've done with the belts is probably messing it up. Because there's a load of... what's it called? Like, overflow and stuff down there. Is it in line now? I think so. Right, so 45 times, I think, is it just 10? That's 11. I think we did this earlier, so it's 495, and their output is 15. Yeah, okay, that is correct. I know what it needs. But yeah, why we're not giving it enough. We need 495 limestone going in there. Now these aren't stopping, are they? This is actually kind of low. What about this one? That one's okay. Oh, I thought it was him. This is going to run out, so now the problem's on this side. Great. This one needs another truck. Oh, did we ever make those 780 actually? The ones that were really far out. I think I don't know. Maybe I did. I'll go check that next. So these are connected to two limestone nodes that are far away. I feel like I did at the beginning of the stream, like made sure that they are, but I can't remember doing it. If it is the case, like the volume is increased, it probably just needs another truck on it. So just add another one. Keep adding more and more trucks. Upgrade the lift. It only needs... oh, you're right, actually, yeah. 495. It needs to be Mark 5. I'll come back to it. I won't forget. What do you got? Okay, it's almost full. This is one of them. So yeah, it is Mark III, and I did upgrade it. Okay, I assume I did it for the other one then. Alright, so we'll just give it another truck then. I don't want to copy that one. They pick up their coal there. I don't have any coal with me. Stop. Alright, so load a path. You want to go from Silica to Limestone extraction. Can't read it. O2. Are they going to different ones? Oh yeah. Oh wait, no. This says none. Oh yeah, because we took the truck off that one. So one truck is going to each one of these each. That's weird. So you could put a truck on another one on each one. Because it's not one unified route. I thought it was. Okay, so you could be on this one, which is number 3. Good luck to you. And then we'll get another one. Alright, I have total confidence in all of these. They'll all figure it out. One thing I would like to do though probably is adjust their timers now. Because you don't want them getting completely clogged up back there. So the way you got to think of it, I think, is the truck station inventory. It's 4,800. Limestone. So they still only have 3 minutes. The journey is less than 2. I'm pretty confident. Although it's a journey there and back. But for the 2 trucks, yeah. The truck just needs to get here every 3 minutes. And then it can take in what it needs. Otherwise it fills. This slows down. That's why we're not running at 100. Okay, cool. I think I'm pushing it a lot with the volume limit, you know, that we're high volume here, so it does make sense to use something more than this, but let's go with 40 seconds. Not that bad, but it'll stagger them a little bit more. So you'll sit there, he's going to fully load up. This is going to fill more and more and more as he waits 40 seconds, basically. And then I'll move on. This one should fill up, hopefully, nice and full. It's actually kind of full already. But I can just help this one on when it's full. Now, we'll just let that go. Let the other guy do its thing. I'll turn off the nodes. We'll do the same on the other one. And I hope 2 trucks on each of these is better. I thought it was 1 truck hitting both of these stations. I didn't realize it was like that. I built it as a Mark 1? Oh, right. The belt? I'm on 1440p, and I mean the game was stuttering, but I didn't notice anything with the stream. Yeah, the game is stuttering a bit when I'm upgrading the belt specifically. Just, it doesn't stutter upgrading 1 to 2 or 2 to 3. It's only when it's 3 to 4 or 4 to 5. I don't know why that is. So I just gotta wait for those guys to come by here. Look at the amount we got going now. It's cool. This is always a pretty awkward one to get to, also. Maybe it's because of the amount of items flowing in the belts. Yeah, that's what I think too. You could do a test where it's like, does it stutter? Let's just do it right now while I'm waiting. Alright, so we got a Mark 5. There's nothing on this. Let's say it's a 1. No stutter really there. Nothing really. So now I'll try it with something on the belt. Just going in a circle. Speaking of a circle, that truck just did a 180. Okay. Guess I've built something in there now. Oh well. He's got it. They've all got it. They're trying to kill me, but they've got it. Alright, so let's try put stuff on this. I don't know. Didn't notice anything. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's something to do with the it's always on manifolds that we're experiencing it, so maybe it's something to do with how the machines are taking stuff in from the splitters. I don't know. There we go. Easy. Easy. Hang on. Alright. So, show the nodes, please, just for a second. 40-second wait time as well. Alright. Don't have to look at them. Don't worry about them. Alright, now the hope would be that they don't run out anymore. You got Limestone. Limestone leaving the factory. It is such a shame you can't say, like, leave when empty. I know it's great that you can do that with truck or trains. Exactly what we'll be doing with the copper, probably. But, like, damn, man. I don't see why not, you know? What's the little baby's doing? Ah, they're doing great, carrying a little bit. Now we just need to see if this ever runs out. Come back and check on it in a minute or two. Because I'm not sure if it's how I've built it or if it's, yeah, that we're not, well, clearly we weren't bringing in enough, actually, but I also think it could be how I built it, that these aren't getting everything they need. So yeah, so, oh yeah, you're right, it was Mark 1. Good call. Alright, so Mark 5. Because it needs 495. I keep thinking I need to build in more ways to get up and down here. Alright, Mark 5 out of our minds. Good. Something just seems so off about this whole thing to me. So 780 goes out this way, and 520 is supposed to Well, 495 is what we want to overflow out the left. But how could that be 260, 260, 260 then? That can't be right. There's something wrong here. Or something's off. I know we're sending more over to the left side each time. I need to rework this. So let me just figure out each group. 433.3. So they need 866.66 recurring, is it? Right. The 37.5. 37. Okay. Not a calculator. 37.5 divided by, we have, well, let's say we've got 24 machines. $900. I know they're underclocked. Oh my god. Grade is freezing here. Baby truck. How are things progressing? Good. We've got a little problem. I'm just trying to work it out right now. But generally, we've been upgrading. Nothing catastrophic has happened. Been a bit slow, I guess. I thought it'd be more interesting upgrading than it has been. It's been a bit slow. Probably just how I'm doing it. I need to go back from the results, don't I? Really? The 606.667. 606.667 divided by 24 machines. The output should be 25.277. Okay. Yep. Good. Right, so that's the output. The normal output would be what? 52.5. That's the clock speed. So now we times that by the amount that they're taking in. And the normal amount they take in. 37.5. Right, so each one is looking to take in 18.055 recurring. I know there's probably a better way of getting to that number. I'm just trying to work this out myself. It's the best I can do. There's 24 machines, so you need 433.33 recurring. So that is accurate. Okay, I was just making sure. That is the accurate number. It's 333.571 actually, but okay. So then I need to find a way to get that into each one of these. Yeah, it is progress. With the concrete and silica so near to each other, was it constructors that were supposed to be there and not fine concrete? Wondering. I think it was always meant to just be standard constructors because there was no. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't have the the other recipe. Maybe I just don't know about it. Might have it now because we've unlocked hard drives actually. Maybe it was meant to be that. Maybe. Coming up from the other direction. We could do that. That would make life easier. But I'm still trying to understand, is there a better way of balancing this? So at the moment, everything needs 433. And each of these puts out 780. So if we take 780 minus that number, we're left with 346.66. That's like the leftover, right? So the way I've done it, I guess, or past me, said, okay, you got your 780, your 433 rolls in there, and then your overflow goes out to this line? But maybe Darren just didn't do the diagram very good. Maybe Darren meant... Alright. 433. If you're already sending over that much, then how much does this need to be then? That's what I'm missing. Now I have to do brackets again. Well, it's like 433.33571, I think was the actual number. That leaves us, it means 86.6 recurring has to go on. So these are really, this is what it's really trying to do, 86.66 R. Is there a better way to balance that? What would you have to do that math is... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out now. So that's really what's happening, right? So the 780, 433 breaks off, and 346 goes this way. And then that goes into the 433 line, right? So it goes here, and here, and in. Which means that when we have 780 here, we're actually taking away 86, 86, and 86. The problem, in a way, is we need to guarantee, and this is where a priority merger will come in handy. We need to priority merge the overflow in, rather than letting this do its thing. Otherwise, this backs up this station rather than that one. So this is actually a good case for priority mergers. So this is the overflow splitter of one line. We go up, and then we go into here. Now we just have a merger. Yep. So this can now be a priority merger. I'm going to say the priority on the... we're facing out this way. Priority in the center is high. Love it. Oh yeah, that's good. You're taking from the bottom. From the bottom's overflow. Perfect. And when you can't, take from this. Perfect. There's no load balancing happening here. No way. There's too many machines. To load balance down to 433 points, whatever recurring, it's like, it's insane. So, no. In this instance, no. Also, it's that many machines, you wouldn't want to load balance. There's too many. In my opinion, anyway. It would be fun to do that, start building in some load balancers on bigger scale in future, though. But that works. That should work. So we'll just do this again here. Again, taking the priority from this. Taking the priority from this. Good, yeah, that's correct. This is allowing more to go up this way. From this station. In theory. I mean, I don't think that was the core problem, but it could have been. It could have been making this station get backed up rather than this one, you know? And then, like, yeah, the little trucks delivering onto that were like, yeah, we're all full, we're great. And this one was like, oh, I'm hungry. Can't deliver onto this one. So, that could be part of it. I like the idea of just using the priority merger anyway, though. How many silica are we getting in all? It's like 3,400 or something like that. So it's 606.6 recurring times 6. 3,640. These were running fine, but well, actually, one of them was low. Maybe now they're okay. It was the quartz that was taking a while to get down to the end. Ah, still seems to be an issue, actually. Oh, we're at 98. It's gotten way better. Maybe it's not an issue then. Oh, okay, maybe not. It was at like 70 or 60 or something before, so that seems to have improved. It's great. Maybe just given a tiny bit more time, they'll be alright. Because, you know, the last two are being divided by that final splitter, so it's like these would be pretty much even. $100, nice. This is at 99. Okay, cool. That must be solved then. I'll just assume it is. Good, good, good. Excellent, excellent. Alright. Progress. Progress is being made. Don't want to alarm anyone, but progress is being made. Now, getting these to all run. No issues. We need 495 on the belt. The only way we'll truly get that is when all the other machines downstairs are full, and we get the full overflow coming this way. Otherwise it'll take a while. Yeah, if these are assemblers. Assemblers need 4 foundations, so maybe it was a space thing? I don't know. We did have space here. I don't know, maybe I just didn't think of it, or I don't know. I have to go back to that video and see what I was saying about why I did constructors here. Because with the silica and where these are, it is pretty much lined up for some silica to come up and help make concrete. I might have just felt I had more limestone left over and I'll just use it normally. That could be, sometimes I do that. It's like, yeah, with 4 deposits, each making 780. Maybe I just had enough to do it that way. This could probably be changed now. How many computers in surplus? Well, we've got more in surplus now. That is all inaccurate because now I'm running more computer machines, so... We could work that out though and see how much this wasn't ever added to the document, so it'd be nice to get this written into it to get it accurate. So we have, what is it, 7 of these? What, 5? So 5 adaptive control units per minute. Not even that much. This place is so huge. Alright, anyway. 5 adaptive control units per minute. That's 10 computers per minute. I'll just see how much we're making. Inject Breezin. 10 computers per minute are being consumed. 2.75. 7. So we're making 16.25 extra. We've just increased that number now to 16.5. We changed the clock speed, so that's accurate. Circuit boards in surplus should be 90. And the amount of silica in surplus, now it's like really high. I don't know how much. Let me just blank that actually so it doesn't confuse me. If we make 3640 silica, then we just take that away from wherever it's going right now. So it goes into the circuit boards. 26.376. And there was 23 of these. Oh yeah, it would be the same as what's going in, so that's good. I think it's 606.6 recurring actually. Yeah. Alright, so 606.6 recurring is the only thing that's being used from this, so just take that away from your 3640 minus 606.6666. We have 3033.3 recurring silica. That's what we got now. Alright. Oh, sorry, Avish. I have a question. As the one to finish the game, how many computers and other electronic materials, in your opinion, should a player have? Well, should is I often just always answer the same way for this question. There is really no should. It's all dependent on how long you want things to take. In our stream world, called Pandora, the one I actually finished the game, this is what I had made. This is everything I made. So the left number is what I made per minute, and the right was what I had left over. You know, got a lot left over, actually, really, when you think about it, of lots of different things. So computers. So I did 7 point... Was it about computers? You said electronic materials, so I did 7.5 computers and used them all, then 33.33 and then used them all. So you could maybe say about 50. Probably be the good number. Safe number, if you could target 50. Circuit boards, I made 87. We only had 1 left over thanks to slooping, so it wasn't even really enough. High-speed connectors 52, AI limiters 156, circuit boards here 130, and then left over at 130. I never even did anything with them. Certainly that factory was plenty for that playthrough. That was done in one factory. Yeah, so it's hard to say because it's like, do you want to beat the game? It's all like, it's such an interesting thing. It's almost like you need like a scale. It's like, okay, how fast do you want to beat the game? You scale up and up and up to increase all the items per minute, right? But then if you factor in, it's like, how long does it take me to build? That starts to slow down and come back the other way. So it's like, where do you draw the line? Because it's hard to know. It's like, okay, it could take me 8 hours to build a really big, like a factory like this. A big factory, even after being planned out. It takes me 8 hours of just building and maybe making a little bit look nice, just a little bit. Placing all the machines. And we're doing 5 adaptive control units per minute. Just 5. You only need 500. So it would take me 100 minutes, just over an hour, to beat it, to unlock that milestone. But think of how much less work I would have had to do if I was only targeting 2 per minute. Now it takes me 250 minutes, right? So it's taking me a couple hours more. But I probably would save that in build time. It's really hard to know. Yeah, 12 hours to troubleshoot it. So this factory was like future-proofed, right? So it's like it was built, it worked, it got the job done. But then it was like built with a higher belt speed. So now it's like, oh, do you want more computers? Do you want more heavy modular frames? Do you want more whatever? Now you just increase the belts. And that's what we've been doing today. And it is working. Seeing a few yellow lights down there. But that was like the concept is working. Which is cool. Like, oh yeah, someone else is, it's weird coming back to it. It's like someone else has built this for me and I'm just upgrading things and it's apparently been thought of. And it seems in most cases that it seems to be working. These will be running short on quick-wire, I would imagine. Yeah, because we haven't upgraded that belt line yet. That's all. That's fine. So yeah, I mean, why did I decide on these numbers? I have no idea. No idea. I guess it's been made into automated wiring, and then that's been made into adaptive control. We're just using all of it. 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow. 13 times 7.5. 97.5. That seems really high. Why would I need that much automated wiring? Like if I'm not going to use it. These only use 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Syncing it for points? I don't think I'd ever want... at least me, I don't think I planned on doing that. That doesn't sound like me to be like, oh yeah, I'll just make some, like, way more than I ever need and sync it. It's not bad to do, but it's like, was that my intention? Or did I just want to make use of all the high-speed connectors, maybe? I'd much rather just have more high-speed connectors. See, I would change this then. I'd be like, dude, save on the wire, save on the stators, save on the high-speed connectors. Bring this down to be exactly what you need to make the adaptive control units. I would totally change that. Because adaptive control, or automated wiring is only used in adaptive control units. So just make as much as you need to make them. And sync the adaptive control units or something. Like, was the idea to make more of these, maybe? I don't think so. I do have more circuit boards, more computers. I don't know about heavy modular frames. And certainly we've got more automated wiring. But rather easily, you could increase this if you want to get your points up. Yeah, they're not getting enough... that's true, actually. Here, what's that? Oh, yeah, well, that's okay. So they're not getting enough high-speed connectors, and they're not getting enough quick wire. I just need to make the belt 780. That's okay. But yeah, weird. The thing that's weird with all of that is I never wrote that out in a planning document. So that's why I'm partially like, is it just wrong? Or so, like, it was the last factory I did before 1.0 came out. So then it just is like it doesn't have a diagram. So I'm like, I don't know what I was thinking. I can't work it out. Funny. I've got a little bit more time. Actually, really not much. But just downstairs, I'm going to increase this 780. We can make the miner work better. And the other miner here. Get the increased amount of motors. That'd be nice. I've always been wanting to do that. So, yeah, I would revise this. I don't think it needs to be this way. Too much automated wiring. We could use the other stuff for other things. Like, it just feels like a waste. And high-speed connectors are valuable, to me anyway, so I would try to get something else out of that. Yeah, I need to go back in time and ask myself, what were you thinking? I need to go down there. I don't think there's a way down there. Before we go any further, actually. Good. We still good? 800. You're getting low. Three trucks on the way here. They're almost here. Better have limestone on you. Oh no. What about you? Nope. What about you? Yes. Look at him. He's racing at. He's trying to get there. It's like, oh my god. The guy got out of the way for him. The other one's freaking out. It's gone up on 2 wheels. You've run out. You ran out though, man. I saw it. I saw it happen. Still haven't fixed that ghost collision box that drops every now and then. Alright, so I'll fix that myself. I think it's just reduced the time from 40 seconds down to like 30. Probably a bit too high. These come from an iron mine. And the iron miner, I think, is just the one up here. And then one of them's copper. Yeah, this one. Need more supercomputers. I'll just have to leave it then. Oh, I've got 2. That's not enough. That's what I had. Damn. Damn. Yeah, a bit of a weird stream today. I feel like it has been progress. Things have turned on and ramped up, but it's just nothing feels super satisfying because I feel like I haven't really fully fleshed out any one of these belts. Or like made anything like work perfectly yet. Which is kind of annoying. Well, a super easy one to do would be the yeah, I could do that now. The Quartz caterium, or the Quartz facility. It's just belts, I think. The miners might need to be upgraded actually, but let's see. Do that as the last thing. Perhaps those recipes changed as well. Maybe, yeah. That could be the case. That'd be nice. That would be nice. Keep forgetting that that's a potential. Go to the videos, just one. Let's see what I said earlier, you know? Let's go back to that video. Not in my watch history for some reason. The hell? It's just like not there. I definitely looked at it today. Okay. What was it? So my own channel. This one was it? Silica. Rubber, plastic, steel, silica, and then what was after that? Heavy modular frames. And was that the last video? Factory keeps growing. The motor expansion. Oh, yeah. And then automating the space elevator. So that'd be the one, right? This would be the one. God, what was he thinking? So, what's my to-do list here? Oh, look at that. Clean. So this is already built, it seems.
.com/satisfactory. Free, no memberships required or anything.
Oh, YouTubers, man, would they ever just get to it, you know? The versatile framework, smart plating, stators, high-speed connectors, automated wiring.
5. So we need 13 machines to make this automated wiring. I think I will go with just 13, and that way we can save up some high-speed connectors on the side with that little bit of excess, because we can use that for building every now and then. And I'm gonna...
Just need to see the recipe, you know?
Extend
That's what
that
I'm here for.
that might and then roll the factory, start feeding in. One of the problems with a manifold this long, but also it can take a long time to fill all that up. Also
2.89 per minute. That's correct, right? That's the same as... Oh, I left the place. That's the recipe we're using. Yeah, that's right. Because there's that like 98%. Okay, cool.
so because the output is, so we're doing 100.
7.5 per minute. But that is what we have, yeah. Why So is the adaptive control units consuming more? Maybe?
And then you kind of have that knock-on effect of, well, that's consuming some over time, and then it's slower and slower to get to the very end. So it could be a really long time before it actually gets all the way down, but that's the drawback of a manifold, I guess. Did I have to do that? Could I?
Buffer.
There? Not that it matters, but...
Manufacturer ACU.
So I was initially actually going to go with 10. We'll just have a look at the recipe really quickly. So we're producing
7.5 per minute. So that cost has changed. But it's still, I'm still making more than I need. 5512. So they added a computer but removed an automated wiring.
just one.
Well, they removed 2.5 automated wiring.
So I was going to do 10, and that way we'd make 100 in 10 minutes. And I was like, that'd be not too bad. But it just seems I'd be messing with the numbers a lot. We'd be consuming almost all the automated wiring we make. That'd be more.
Well, what's wrong with that, Darren? What's wrong with that? What else do you need it for? You can't use it for anything else. Maybe I just didn't know. I'd never gone further in the game, and I might have thought I needed more. I didn't look stuff up as much, so that might be why. Stupid. Stupid dumbass. Yeah, so you don't need it. Sure, it can go into points, but I'm gonna rework that tomorrow. We're gonna get rid of those. Just make as much as we need. I could try to increase the adaptive control units because that seems actually fairly doable. It's like watching movie Memento. That's funny. I should have a tattoo, all the equations tattooed all over my body. That'd be funny. Adaptive control unit. Yeah, because I remember looking at my current series thinking 10 would be a good number to hit too for what it's used in later. So you need 1.5 in assembly director system. So, we've got 5 per minute right now. So even something like making... We made 9. Then that would mean in future we would just need 6 of these machines. Which would give us 4.5 assembly director systems are needed for biochemical sculptor. Got the numbers. So the numbers, Mason. Then you'd need 9 machines here. And you'd make 18 biochemical sculptors? That sounds good to me. Bit of a high number. 18 of those? Is that it then? Yeah, they don't go anymore. That sounds reasonable to me. I'll try to remember that for tomorrow. So 9, I'll write it down. 9, we'll target 9 adaptive control units. Because that then has good number synergy with other things in the future. 9. Now, the only thing I didn't check was, do we have enough heavy modular frame for that? We've got enough of everything else. More than enough. I should record myself playing. That'd be so funny. Just to count how many times I load in. I think, what the hell was I thinking? I don't feel so bad knowing that some of these recipes have changed, but one thing for sure is like, well, even with the recipe change, you're still making a lot more than you really needed to. Yeah, just want to check the heavy modular frames. Logistical pasta. We do all make mistakes. I love your positive outlook on things, Orion. No accidental power shards? I've seen that happen. I don't think so. So, these are the heavy modular frame machine. And I'm just wondering, you consume 1 in adaptive control units. 2.813. 2.813 times, how many do we have? I know they're not all running right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. I'll be making 22.5. And then we're getting rid of potentially 9. $13.5 per minute. I guess that's okay. I'm gonna go out to that. So 2 more things to do. I'm gonna go out to the concrete. We'll set the timers back down to just a normal time. Not having a time to wait would help, but I don't think it has. Journey is just quite far out there. There's probably like a certain limit to how far you can even really go, regardless of how many trucks you're piling onto it. Actually, that's not true. You could just keep putting more trucks onto it. If anything, I should lower the wait time. I'm not trying to take... Maybe they shouldn't be trying to aim for a full thing each time. This thing I'm getting sick of. They both have stuff on them. That's my next factory is actually all designed to fix that. The way I've done it. And it seems to be working. I'll give you a little sneak peek actually of the next video if you want. Be very quick. Just, it's a weird looking factory now. I'll show you guys. Anything that requires computers, all the recipes changed in 1.1. In 1.1? Oh yeah, 1.0. Okay. Next, first song in the game. Yeah, tomorrow I'll make a to-do list tomorrow. It'll be a bit more focused, hopefully. I didn't think... I don't know, I just thought... I thought the upgrade would go a lot smoother. But I should have had the Alclad ready, as for one. That caused a lot of back and forth. Yeah, aluminum factory ain't working the way it should either, so that's another issue. And then a lot of my upgrades were plagued with recipe changes and just bad planning, so I need to work on that as well. Don't do it. Don't do it. Can't believe it's at 100%. The other one surely isn't. Yeah, I know. Yeah, many recipes changed, I guess. I was of the mind, I guess I was wrong, but I was of the mind that almost everything I built was untouched. I mean, I think that actually is the case up until like those last couple of videos. But clearly, yeah, clearly things did change. This is also at 100%. It shouldn't be if things are not making it there in time. Oh, I meant to change the timer of this one, but we have to wait for a truck to come by. Don't worry, trains are around the corner. We have to get copper up to the aluminum factory, so that'll be happening tomorrow. I think we'll start figuring that out. I'll make a blueprint and we'll start connecting it, big long bridge. I just have to wait for one of these to come by. Late as moderator, that's okay. Yeah, I saw the video where they said they're not going to do a lot of things. They should mention the changed recipes there. People are saying that the recipes have changed since 1.0, not 1.1. I don't think there has been any recipe changes in 1.1, unless I'm mistaken. Because that video that they talked about was just the things that they're not going to do for 1.1. Deliver copper by truck on the bottom of the cliff and belting into train station to ship to plant. That could be cool. Yeah, drive it down into a little internal section and then ship it up. It's just that the train needs to go high, so I kind of thought like we'll start from the top of the factory anyway. That stuff is up there anyway. It's like there's room for, it was intended to have it stationed up there, so it's been left blank on purpose. And that's kind of where a lot of the copper ore flows. Ingots, sorry, copper ingots. That was kind of always the plan, but it might look a bit odd being so high. Try to make it look kind of cool. Alright. Excuse me. Oh yeah, my bad. Why not drones? We haven't unlocked drones yet. Drones would be, you need way too many to deliver copper like that, I think. The volume's too high. Could do it though, but the volume I just think is too high. Because we're using, it's like 13,000 ingots or something, isn't it? So I'm getting distracted, sorry. So the amount of copper that needs to move into the aluminum plant, I don't know how much it is, but it would we have to figure that number out. We haven't decided it yet. I just know that damn it. Going to the wrong thing. Aluminum, here we are. So 12,420 scrap is what we have. So let me work that down just really quickly. 12,420 scrap divided by whatever it gets turned into ingots at. So it goes, I'm just using a standard thing to turn it into ingots. Not that one, this one. I guess I am using pure. All right, divided by 60. Could use this, all the silica we have from here, actually. But anyway, let's just say it's this for now. Times... $30. 6,210 aluminum ingots. So then we have to get copper to like match that number. Not be the same, but like, you know, work into whatever it needs. So if I just say aluminum ingots. So we want to use this recipe and this one. Don't want to use that one. We want to use these two. So mixing, you need 10 copper for every 30 ingots. If you're making alclad. And then you need 75, so you need half of whatever you're putting in to get the casing. So it's a lot, you know, it's like, out of that number, 6,200, you're probably using somewhere in the realm of maybe 3,500 copper ingots per minute. Something like that. What is going on, by the way? What is going on? What the fuck is going on? What? That is so out there. I don't even know how to react to that. I just see the speck in the distance and be like, where is this going? Where does it think it is right now? Where is it going? It's making so many turns. Like, what trajectory is that on? I think it does think it's coming this way, but it is so out of order. What's in it? It's a limestone truck. No wonder the trucks are crazy in this. I do think in 1.1 there's something up with trucks. Not tractors, but trucks. There's a lot of my truck routes are kind of breaking. Not just in this world, but in the world that's in the desert series. It's like I'm having issues with them. This is awesome. It's going to morph slowly into its position, I guess. It'll get there. That's so cool. Oh. Oh no, it almost made it. With the sci-fi Stellaris music, it's awesome. I like the wheels aren't even moving. Now they are. I got it. It got there in the end, and it's just like gonna dive off a cliff again, is it? It identifies as a drone now. It's AI, you know, it's self-learning. Learning how to fly. That was funny. I've also forgotten where I put that container full of all my stuff, so that's also good. Getting too old for this game. Alright. I don't think it picked up, by the way. It didn't look like it did. So there's something going on there. Good. Or maybe it did in the air, because it did stop for a minute. Alright, the last thing I want to do is upgrade this place. Yes, trucks that ended up in the pink forest. So the pink forest is the 0-0 location in the coordinates of the game. There's somewhere in the center of the pink forest is like the reset. So if a truck bugs out and it gets like its coordinates totally screwed, it often resets to 0-0, but it's deep underground in the pink forest. Was that where it was? Or was it just it just works? Or was it just in the pink forest? Which would be funny as well if it just went there. It was just chilling in the pink forest. That's funny. Obviously, you should really check the trucks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to complain too much. I know I've been a bit complainy on the complaining side lately, but it would be nice if you could just do a pass on trucks and a pass on a few things. Like, people want a pass on trains because they don't. They always take the shortest route. They don't wait. They don't like if you've got a junction. And on one side it's like a 10-meter track, on the other it's 11, because maybe it just curves out to the side a little bit. And it's like, oh, if the one that's 10 is occupied, take the little bypass. Apparently, I don't really know, but from what I've read, they don't do that. It just takes the shortest route. So it's like, no, I'll wait so I can take the shortest route, even if that'll overall take me longer, because I'm not recognizing that like there's a free route right next to me that's just only marginally longer. That seems like a big issue for a lot of people with trains. A lot of people come from Factorio and build these complicated train setups and then realize like, oh, doesn't work here. So, you know, a pass on trucks, trains, that'd be nice. I actually don't think much needs to change with trucks. Just your pathfinding needs to be more rigid, really. And maybe let you like have a setting that they only leave when they're empty. That'd be kind of cool. Or only leave when they're full, both. Like, I hear the water. Am I that low? Yeah, I guess I'm pretty low to it. A little wet down here. I actually came down here to check the miner, but I forgot the miner is actually way further off. Yeah, the waypoints. Like, follow the waypoints. Oh, that would be amazing, actually, you're right. To be able to edit waypoints, that'd be very helpful. I think there's a mod that does it, right? Where you can put down a waypoints as a buildable. It's like, yeah, I want one here, another one there, another one there. Is there just one miner here? Where are the miners? Oh, I do remember now. Sorry, yeah, my bad. There are 2 miners. I know where they are. I love how the logistics buildings in Dyson Sphere program take all the complication out. I only ever played that game a little bit when it first came to early access. I really would like to play it. I mean, they offered me quite a substantial amount of money to play it for their expansion, like as a sponsorship, and I was like, this would be great. I just don't have any time. I have no time. I mean, that was one of the rare times I just couldn't do a sponsorship, but yeah, I was just super busy. I mean, one that I wanted to do. I turn down ones I don't want to do all the time, but... Alright. $300. 600. Something's changed here for sure. That must have gotten a lower clock speed. We're episode 8, and then we go to episode 13. What happened to all the ones in between that, Darren? Did you just give up? Well, there's copper, and that took like many episodes actually, so that's okay. Biofuel, Quartz factory. Is that where I did the quartz? Turbo fuel, oil, silica, motors. Am I blind? I just didn't write that one down. Yeah, I think they were both pure. But from what I understand, people said that something like a new one is up here. It's not. I thought people said like, oh, there's a third. Because people had told me like, oh, the only thing that needs to change is that one of these, they added an extra node here. 3 down here now. I don't even mind, but it would just be nice to just make this place run at 100 now, whatever that might be. Although now that... Oh, no. They were normal, and now this is pure. That's it. That's it. Yeah. That was normal, so that's okay. That was expected. And this is now pure. So both of them had 600 coming out. So this can still work. It just needs a Mark III miner on this. We could do that. I can do that. Can you craft a supercomputer? Probably not, right? Oh, you can. We'll just make a miner Mark III here. That'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't sure. I just can't remember how this factory was built. Thanks.
Have you double-checked all the ratios?
Okay, so 600 per minute. Now this could be 5. Are you at 600 as well? Yeah. Cool. Oh, the game is super smooth here. Not in that other factory. So it must be a GPU thing, not a CPU thing. Just too many objects in the world. Making sure. Cool. See what he was going for. Right, Mark 5. Did I build 9 machines? Please say yes. Yes. Good job, Darren. Alright. Divided by 9. Times 100. There we go. Our clock speed. Clock them all that way. Forget the numbers on these. Old Darren. He didn't learn how to do simple math. Hey, Rosie. Can I copy this? Copy. Still dumb. Alright, peace. Now I have to increase the water just to keep up with this, and I think we can do that as well. From what's built already, I mean. So that's going to be 37.5 times 9, but slightly less.
What am I doing? It's the 37.5 times 88. Oh god, I've messed it up tonight. 8.8888. That. So we need 333 on it. Okay. Got it. Now you've all stopped. Why? You're actually paused. Okay, that's okay. Get the water up here next. The water should have been first before the belt anyway, but it'll be okay. Hey, there's hog remains up here. How did that happen? 5 as well. That's just this one's off. They need to make 111. Think. And then these will need to be Mark II pipes, right? Slightly more than they can put out. Roadkill up there? Maybe. Ah. Just had a feeling. Just had a feeling. What about here? Nah, that's okay. Super clever. He used 2 half foundations rather than just 1. Okay. Maybe I just wanted that look. This could be Mark II pumps now, I guess, as well. Put a thing here. Leave it. There's lights under here? Maybe it's for upstairs and it flips through. Alright, just make sure they're Mark II up there, and a matter of upgrading the other belts and clock speeds, and that should be it. I'll let the water just completely back up, and then we'll turn these on. It'll be better that way. Alright, clocked. I guess I have to check the output as well, make sure the belt's okay for that. 2 quartz crystal belts. 51 times 9, just roughly speaking. 51 times 9. 459. Okay, Mark IV will actually handle it, but it's using Mark III. Quite like this little room. It's just like so basic and simple, but it's quite nice. Just realized I was 10 minutes behind. That flying truck was hilarious. Oh, nice. That's a great name, by the way. Willie Fisterbottom. I get confused with one world and Darren out here managing at least 2, like it ain't no thing.
I'm barely hanging on, but thank you. Build the big hexagon from update 7. Now with all the 1.1, it must be easy. The big... Oh, no way. The big hexagon. No way. Maybe one day, but most likely never gonna happen. I don't like building. It's really difficult to build off grid. So I'm not gonna do that. It'd be awesome to see someone like Construction or someone who's talented do that. Fluxo maybe, or that I want to say Korean person, Game Labs I think they're called, because they know how to build like circles and stuff. Like I can't do that, so I couldn't build. I couldn't do it. It wasn't about like, because we had blueprint actually. Well, no, I didn't have blueprints. That's even more crazy that I did it without that. But even with blueprints, it wouldn't make much of a difference. I feel like I did have blueprints though when I built the bridges. Did they add blueprints in update 7? Yeah, I think they did. And then 8 was Unreal Engine. It must be the case, because I'm sure I had blueprints towards the end of that playthrough. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. It seems insane. Right, do you have your water? Oh, you're actually on. Are you all on? Oh, I got turned around. Okay, yeah. I thought it was the other side. They have their water first, which is the important thing. Nice. I'll just have to follow the quartz crystal out. Oh my god. Right, I don't know if I ever made a way down into the hidden belt room. I don't think so. I'll just have to crack it open and see what's going on down there. So you used to be able to go through these, but you can't anymore. They block them. I don't know why. Something to do with the new floor hole window logic thing, I guess, maybe. It's quite nice, that lighting actually down here. I don't know if I was intending on that or not. By the looks of things, it doesn't pop up upstairs, so maybe I was. That needs to be updated a bit, but yeah, there we go. I think that's basically it. That doesn't seem like a good solution. Let's see, so your Mark IV belt's rolling this way. It's getting taken away to go into something, apparently. It overflows out the right. Doesn't do a merger for some reason. Doesn't merge into anything. Get rid of that. There's something slowing it down over there, I guess. Trying to go in there, but it can't. And then this needs to be for. There we go. Yeah, thanks, Avish. Sorry. Wasn't exactly sure what was happening. Cool, so that should be doing 460 per minute or something like that, I think, roughly. I think it is 460 per minute. Fully on. What do we got now? Still have loads of power to play with. Still have a lot of factory stuff that's not turned on yet. I should have checked from the beginning of the game. I could actually load the other save and see where were we at. Just curious. I straightened out the power line up here, which is nice. That's pretty good. Something we did today. And then, yeah, so we're consuming, I don't know, let's say 27,700. We'll save it there. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll do more actual new stuff. But I'm going to load stream episode 9 just at the beginning of it. At the beginning of today's stream, basically. 6 hours ago. And we'll see what the power difference was. So at the moment we're consuming 27,700. Don't log out till I fix the belt. What belt did I not fix? Missing belt inside? I'm missing an input belt? Oh, right. I'll go back and check. Did I not? Really? Okay. I trust you guys. Enough people are saying it. That's probably true. See you later, Farmer Scott. Sorry that I missed you. Oh my god. Okay. After a struggle, we're in. $24,700. 25 to building. I have to actually check because there's a bug in the game where we can only check like after a certain point about there. Now I actually saved it today. So this isn't the true beginning, I think. I saved into here by accident. But it's probably close enough. Yeah, it's about 24/7, about 2,500. So we added an additional 2,700 megawatts of on time. Not as much as I'd hoped for, to be honest. Alright, let me go back and see what the issue was. Then I'm going to show you just a really brief preview of the next video. Even if you watch or don't watch, you might be interested in seeing this factory. Because its design is striking. And it's not done, but I'm trying to make it look a bit better. It'd be funny to have a Satisfactory elevator soundtrack just for the load times. Oh yeah, they have the elevator soundtrack in the game, so they just play that while loading. That'd be funny. Yeah, this world has always been a real slow load. The Desert series would be pretty quick. I assume it's just because of how much is in it, but also probably because it's an older save. Although, I don't know, you think that if you save it out fresh, it'd be all new, you know, it's like a new version. I don't know. Maybe my PC's just dying. PC things. Right, so you said I missed the belt hooking up for the inputs. Does look like one belt's less than the other. Oh yeah, didn't connect the manifold, did I? Add it. Is this supposed to be a Mark V? Oh yeah. Thank you. Would have missed it. Did miss it. Oh, it's a little bit more on time then. These all power on. There you go. I don't want to know. For speed. Speed is now 98.76.
That'll be good enough. I'll do the other ones someday. Alright, save it there. All hooked up. Hopefully all running. Hopefully the water's all correct. Tomorrow we'll find out if anything hitches again. The idea with this place was to add in lots of glass floor. Oh, there it is over there. Yeah, it's just not in a great place, but there we go. See it. Just quickly check the. I'm curious if the lights are supposed to be on this bridge or not. If it's under the bridge, I think it just. Oh my god, yeah. Shows you how sick in the head I am that I added lighting in a place that you can't even get to. It did look cool though. If Rex pets for us, I will do. Yeah, he came in twice today, but didn't hang out for too long. It'll be his feeding time soon. Alright, cool. We'll save it there. I'm just going to quickly jump into this other factory a little bit, 2 minutes, and then we'll bounce. Just see-through floors on the bridge. Yeah, that might be kind of cool, actually. So the idea was to try and build a brutalist factory. That's why it's like all blocky and concrete everywhere. And have minimal like openings where you see things. But I mean, having even just a few along that bridge would make sense. All right. Not done yet, but a little preview for the next video. So I'd shown off a bit of it already. So these are the new truck stations, right? So it's like you come in this way, and then you bank to the left. So I've given little curves to each area. And the idea is that they shouldn't phase through anything this way, because these have been brought right up to the edge. Everyone has their lane. They're not in a line one after the other. There's no turning beforehand. Like, they have a pretty straight line before they hit their station each. I'm confident that'll be... I haven't really tested it, though. But I did test one on its own in a loop, and I was like, yeah, this is working just fine. But who knows? You know, add loads of them in. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, so... I was going to say, oh yeah, I was inspired by like Marathon to kind of use these weird blocky colors, but the outside of the factory, I'm a bit unsure about it. It kind of looks like a big Lego block or something, but it is different. But I'm kind of looking at that being like, I don't know. It's like an art gallery or something. It's just a bit weird. It wasn't supposed to be Mirror's Edge. Everyone kept saying that because it's, I guess, a lot of red and white, but there's also purple, green, and yellow and stuff. But yeah, I guess kind of. It's not too dissimilar. I mean, Marathon is sort of similar to Mirror's Edge anyway. But yeah, anyway, that's this place. Just thought I would show it. Oh, these are going to change. I actually had a wall like with all custom stuff on it, and then I just had to copy and paste it over and over again to when I was doing other walls. But you can, there's on the wiki, I found that you can actually add loads of interesting symbols to this. Like a lot of really interesting ones, like little squares and different things. And the idea is that it's like, well, trucks are automated coming through this place, so it's like they're reading the walls for like the symbols to know where to turn and where to go and things like that. At least that was the idea. So yeah, the walls will have a bit more, they'll differentiate a little bit more. But yeah, that's kind of it. I've noticed as well with reflections, it looks really weird if you look down, but if you look up, it's actually a really good reflection. It's like really clear and clean. Only when you pivot down do they blur out. I would love if they had a fix for that, because they're obviously almost there. It just must be a translation issue. A coordinate translation issue, perspective change. And then I'm working on currently like how to make this place look a bit better up here. But that is the sort of theme I'm going with. Weird color blocked areas, I guess. And then, yeah, I thought I'd have 3 elevators next to each other. So, like, because often what I'm finding is I'll have an elevator,
and I'll call it, and I'll go upstairs, and I'll leave the factory or something. Then when I'm back in downstairs, you have to wait for it to come down. So I like the idea that, you know, you have multiple goes at it, basically. And if there's only one, I'll just quickly be like, hit the button, getting this one, just go up, you know? And then by the time I'm up, that's down, ready for the next time. That kind of thing. Yeah, that'd be kind of good. Yeah, that's it. It is like an IKEA building. I thought that too. Yeah, I could put, like, on the outside, just normal walls on it. And only on the inside would you ever notice any of the color stuff. Because something about this really stands out as being, like, weird. Or just not right, like, not good. I'm kind of like, maybe I should just, like, get rid of the pillars, put walls on this thing. You'll never know what's really going on inside. Part of me kind of thinks that'd be better. But what do you think? Leave it as is? As is? Ij? Because I could just wall over it and paint the walls and do something like a little bit of beams or trim, but maybe a few windows. But yeah, generally speaking, hide the colors. Maybe, I don't know. Probably overthink it way too much, but I just think it looks a bit too out there compared to everything else. One thing I do want to check here is how's the power situation. This place runs so nicely. By comparison, it's so much better. The other power line. Oh yeah, that's what it's all about. Little tiny fluctuation, don't know what that is. What is that? 3 megawatts. Must be like a underclocked constructor or something somewhere. And then yeah, the plan is to add in lifts here as well. That would bring me upstairs. Looking forward to that. And then I'll put walls on this finally. There's walls on the other side, just not on this one. Vote. I'm not going to do a vote for it. I just wanted to gauge some sentiment. People might comment on the stream as well, so I'll see. I won't be making the decision for another day or two anyway. I'll be streaming tomorrow, so we'll see what people think. It'll probably stay as is unless people are like, oh yeah, no, it's super ugly, change it. Excuse me. Yeah, otherwise, just leave it as is. It needs some form of entrance. It doesn't really have one yet. Other than that. And all the machines are hooked up and ready to go. Ironically, this will be making adaptive control units. Somewhat ironic because it's such a smaller factory compared to the one we were just in. But it shows you like I'm almost at, like we'll be able to complete phase 3 of the next video. All 3 components will just be fed in at the same time. We'll see how it goes. Alright. Not sure about the outside colors, but I'm a big fan of using foundations as walls myself. Yeah, I love doing that. I think it's cool. But I agree with you. I'm like, I like the idea. I think it looks okay in certain places. I think the inside is cool. I just don't... Once I started doing this area, I was like, what do I do with these walls? I don't know. And then I looked outside and I was like, oh god. And I was like, maybe I could paint it weird. And then I've just ended up with like a real flat looking cartoon of a building. But I don't know. I don't know what else to do. other than just do walls and windows like I normally do. I'm totally fine with doing over it and keeping the inside relatively out there. We'll see. Alright, that's gonna have to be it for today. Long stream, but you know, I wasn't here last week, so hopefully you made up for it. Thanks for the support, appreciate it. The super chats, the many gifted subs or memberships. From Damkara and Brian, I want to say. Brian Longoria. And then obviously the recommitments from the regulars as well, who've also done stuff. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Especially after having been here for a whole week. Alright. Adding name barrier on those light poles. Adding name barrier. Maybe. I was thinking of hanging down signs that show what each one is doing. Thanks, Ryan. Great. Awesome. That was your first time? I'm so sorry. I'll be back tomorrow anyway, 3 p.m. UK time, or maybe, if I'm feeling it, 30 minutes earlier. I know it's a bit weird, but yeah, definitely at 3 p.m. I'll be here. UK time. So for reference, it is 9:15 right now. And yeah, we'll do one more stream. So tomorrow, hopefully getting aluminum sorted, getting the smelters up and running, and maybe starting the project of building the train over to it. Plus a little bit of cleanup every now and then, like when we spot things that can be improved, you know, working on some belts and stuff.
But that was fun to go in and check out like these previous designs and then see how they've changed and everything. It was kind of interesting. All right, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. If not, have a great rest of your week and weekend. Bye. Sorry, Rob, but it is the end. Good night. And I'll give Rex lots of pets. If it's cooler weather, I'm sure he'll be in here more.